After the war in the Shadow Realm, the 9 realms were in relative calm for a time. The Dark Court did not stir up any issues, for the battle had consumed much of its strength, and the Lord of the Underworld was preoccupied with restructuring the Hidden Land realm after his return. He was injured in the fight with the Spear Emperor, Diu, who went crazy and pursued him to fight him, even when he had wanted to stop. The cultivators of the evil Emperor realm were nowhere to be found, as no one had heard from them at all. As for the land of the 9 realms, they began to set up large teleportation matrices to connect all major forces to the empty Imperial Palace. This way, whenever there was an alarming movement, the empty Imperial Palace could be the center where cultivators from all sides would converge to deal with the challenge together. If there was to be an external force invading, they could deal with it as a group. After all, no one knew who would be attacking whom. The collapse of Yue Divine Palace served as a stark reminder to all the principalities. The cultivators of the 9 realms finally realized the significance of what had happened. Many people had perished in the changes in the battle in the Shadow Realm, and many encountered adversity and were distressed. As if overnight they were thrown back to the turbulent era more than 3 centuries ago. These days, the Heavenly Mandate Academy rallied around Yi Futian. The people inside Heavenly Mandate City had now heard of the news and were extremely concerned about the situation taking place at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As members of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, no one wanted to see such a legendary figure in the realm to perish like this. Many who worshipped Yi Futian were praying for him, hoping that he would soon wake up. After all, Yi Futian, who was in the realm of Renhuang, was the hope of many, especially those of the younger generation. They all wanted to see this legend reach the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They didn't expect the invasion of outside forces before they could bear witness to that glorious day. These days, people came to visit Yi Futian every day in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But Yi Futian was still in a state of deep sleep, with no sign of improvement in his vitality. Lord Taishan believed that Yi Futian had been completely eroded by the power of the shadow, and to keep his physical body intact was already an incredible feat. Now they could only hope for a miracle. Hua Jiu had stayed to keep watch over him. At this time, a figure walked over slowly and found Hua Jiu holding her head with both hands, looking at Yi Futian quietly. She had not left his side at all, simply keeping him company. Sometimes she didn't know why she stayed. It was just a simple desire to want to be with him, just like she didn't know why she had cried. Perhaps, as Yi Futian said before, it was because she was his wife. "You have been here for quite a few days. Do you want to take a rest? I can keep an eye on him here." A soft voice spoke. It was Xia Qingyuan. She had wanted to stay here before, but with Hua Jiu around, she had no reason to be here. But it had been many days now, and Yi Futian hadn't woken up yet, so she decided to persuade Hua Jiu to rest. When she said this, Xia Qingyuan kept her eyes on Hua Jiu and seemed a little nervous about her possible reaction. Hua Jiu raised her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes were extremely clear, pure and flawless. She smiled gently at Xia Qingyuan and said, "No need, I'm not tired. My life spirit is the lotus of life, which contains the way of life. I want to try and see if it can bring him back to life," said Xia Qingyuan. She had asked Lord Taishan before, but he said it wouldn't work. However, she wanted to give it a try anyway, just for a slight chance that a miracle might happen. "Then come and try it." Hua Jiu got up and took a few steps back, giving room to Xia Qingyuan. However, she still stood there and didn't act like she was going to leave. Xia Qingyuan looked at her eyes and saw that Hua Jiu's eyes were still clear and beautiful, and realized that she really didn't understand stepping forward. The radiance of life was shining upon Xia Qingyuan, enveloping Yi Futian's body. The breath of life penetrated Yi Futian's body continuously, but Xia Qingyuan discovered that her life force could not be truly transmitted to Yi Futian. The traces of breath that existed inside of him effectively blocked everything else. Soon Xia Qingyuan gave up. She turned her head back to Huajiu and shook it slightly. She whispered, "It's useless. It doesn't matter. He will wake up sooner or later," Huajiu said without much care. Xia Qingyuan gave a serious nod, for she also believed that Yi Futian would definitely regain consciousness. After Xia Qingyuan left, Huajiu remained by Yi Futian's side. Thus, for a few more days, everything went on as usual. Yi Futian was still lying there quietly. In his life palace, that full moon hung high above, releasing its divine brilliance. It was no longer the original stone, but a real moon that had completely merged with the lunar life spirit in Yi Futian's life place. In other words, it had now transformed into a moon. The shadow currents were no longer so distinct, but were now everywhere, flowing inside the world of his life palace. The ancient tree of the world was the same as it always was, constantly swaying, making a crisp rustling sound, as if playing a beautiful rhythm. Inside Yi Futian's body, the power of the shadow flowed into his life palace little by little, while wisps of breath also flowed out from the life palace, passing through Yi Futian's body. It was like an ordinary current that had completely blended with his body and became part of the whole. As the blood began to flow, the breath of life also started to spread. Gradually, Yi Futian's breathing resumed, as if everything had returned to normal. He was no longer lifeless, and soon his vital signs became more robust. His eyelashes fluttered, then a pair of bright and brilliant eyes opened. He was now completely awake. He felt a little dazed, a strange look in his eyes. He remembered that while he was in the center of the earth at the Shadow Realm, the ancient tree of the world in his life spirit world wanted to swallow up the storm of the shadow, but was invaded by a strong backlash instead. Although his life spirit defended him, in the end he was struck back and everything in his body had stopped. As his blood stopped flowing, his consciousness gradually blurred after that. He vaguely remembered that right before he lost consciousness, he did his best to let the life spirit swallow it up completely. He didn't know anything after that. Only at this moment did he wake up. He clearly felt the magnificence of his body at this time. The power of the shadow had actually blended perfectly with his body, and even the sacred stone of the shadow that he swallowed seemed to melt into the moon and merged with the lunar life spirit. The power of the shadow was like a life force that now existed in his body. Without the horrible vision before, everything had become extraordinarily gentle, and it was simply unimaginable. This was the divine stone that had affected the entire Shadow Realm. Even its topmost characters would be wiped out by the storm it bred. Now, it had turned into a moon, gentle yet quiet. What kind of strange curiosity was his main life spirit, this ancient tree of the world? Could it even suppress divine items? He saw Huajiu next to him and saw that she had fallen asleep quietly on his chest. Her hair was a little messy, but the sight made Yi Futian feel really warm. It was as if Jeyu had completely returned to him. His arm moved slightly, nudging her body ever so gently so that she would rest next to him. But at this moment, Huajiu opened her eyes by the slight disturbance. Her long lashes were particularly enchanting as those beautiful eyes looked at him. Their eyes stared into each other, and they could feel the breath from the other person. Huajiu blinked as if she wasn't fully aware of what had happened. Yi Futian smiled tenderly, then moved his head forward and touched her lips. Stunned, Huajiu widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Yi Futian blankly. "How long has it been?" Yi Futian asked in a low voice. Huajiu hurriedly got up, feeling her heartbeat hastened. Yi Futian watched her and smiled even more tenderly. "You are awake," Huajiu said softly. "It feels like I just took a nap. Weren't you worried that I will never wake up?" Yi Futian looked at her and smiled. Huajiu looked like he had just woken up from a nap, without the excitement befitting such a major event of life and death. Yi Futian felt very lucky to have survived this time. The ancient tree of the world seemed to be able to constrain divine items of any kind, or else he would have undoubtedly died under such power. Hua Jiu shook her head. She had never considered the possibility that Yi Futian would never wake up. Looking at her, Yi Futian thought that she was quite adorable. He said with a smile, "You are pretty cold. I can't believe you were not worried at all. How about everyone else? They must be pretty anxious." Hua Jiu nodded. "Should I tell the others?" Yi Futian smiled. While he was speaking, his divine consciousness had covered the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this time, countless eyes in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were focusing in this direction. Many moved instantaneously, with many more that had already descended outside. "He's awake." The people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy felt a little excited by that deliberately revealed divine consciousness. Yi Futian was now awake. He had persevered, after all. "Futian! Futian!" Voices came from everywhere as many people walked in. Seeing that Yi Futian was safe and sound, they could finally let go of their worries. Finally, he woke up. "Futian, what happened to you?" Lord Taishan asked. "You gave us quite a scare." "Don't you know? I took a nap," Yi Futian shrugged and said with a smile. Lord Taishan smiled and shook his head. He knew it was not so simple as that, and it might be related to Yi Futian's experience in the center of the earth. However, he didn't probe further. Everyone stepped forward to check on Yi Futian's condition. Shen Luoxue even put her hands on him directly. Yi Futian smiled helplessly and said, "Grandmother, I'm fine." Shen Luoxue was not so easily dispatched but continued her investigation, and everyone else also focused their attention on him. Since Yi Futian woke up, there shouldn't be anything untoward, but they still did not feel completely at ease. The group of people looked very lively with their noisy chatter. Hua Jiu stood by and watched them quietly, with a gentle smile on her face. She felt warm, just like the time when Yi Futian took her to the 9 states to visit Hua Fenglu in Qingzhou City. Strange as they may be, she felt warmth from them. Especially now that everyone was acquainted with one another. She really liked this atmosphere. Xia Qingyuan was also in the crowd. Seeing that Yi Futian was safe and sound, she could finally let out a sigh of relief. After a final glance, she quietly left. Yi Futian seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was leaving, and sighed. Perhaps she had also been very worried about him. The news of Yi Futian's awakening spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate Realm and then all throughout the 9 realms. When the alliance forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy heard the news, they were naturally very happy. As expected, that fellow would not die so easily. On the other hand, the forces that had a grudge against Yi Futian were somewhat dumbstruck. They had seen Yi Futian lying in the core of the Shadow Realm with their own eyes. After being corroded by the Shadow Storm, Yi Futian did not have any life aura anymore. How could he have actually survived? Although the situation in the Void Realm was currently complicated and they were all in the camp of the Divine Prefecture, they had still hoped that Yi Futian would remain dead. For them, he would be a hidden danger in the future. Many people were speculating how Yi Futian had managed to survive. The Shadow Storm destroyed so many of the peak mighty existences of the Dark Court. How could Yi Futian have survived unscathed? He had cheated death. Could it be that it was because of the teachings of the great emperor again? Right then, no one had imagined that Yi Futian had consumed the divine item at the core of the Shadow Realm. After all, it was too astonishing to imagine. No one would have considered it from that angle. They were more willing to believe that it was because he was the inheritor of the Heaven Realm. After all, they had seen the other party stir up the Shadow Storm. After that person left, the Shadow Storm also gradually dissipated. Even the cultivators of the evil emperor realm did not give chase, and Princess Donghuang also watched as the other party left. It could only be said that Yi Futian was very lucky. After experiencing the corrosion of the shadow storm, he had managed to stubbornly survive. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian, who his enemies considered to be lucky, was cultivating in the Academy's training grounds. This was an independent training ground. It was sealed off from the surrounding regions. After all, the implications of the news that he had obtained the Shadow Divine Stone were too great. That was the divine item of the Shadow Realm. If other people knew about this, who knows what sort of storm it would stir up. Even in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had to be careful to prevent news about this from leaking out. Yi Futian's figure sat cross-legged. His consciousness had submerged into his life palace. He sensed the moon that the Shadow Divine Stone had become. The moon that contained a mysterious aura shone down its light from above. Its light bore a sinister aura. However, it was not as terrifying as before. It seemed to have merged with the life spirit of the world tree and had its power suppressed. This may have been the reason why he had been in slumber all this while. If the divine item had not been merged and suppressed, it would keep unleashing a frightening shadow storm like it did in the core of the Shadow Realm. With Yi Futian's current cultivation plane, he would not have been able to withstand it at all. It would have been useless even if he consumed it. Even if he did not die, he would not awaken. He would have been sealed by the power of Yin forever. For him to have awakened meant that the power had been merged into the world of the ancient world tree. Now that the power had been suppressed, he could control the flow of the extremely pure power of Yin. My body has also undergone a change, Yi Futian thought to himself. The aura in his body seemed to have become more Yin. In reality, his face now seemed more handsome and effeminate. His temperament was also affected. The aura and the various powers in his body were all affected by the power of Yin. Human life contained the balance of Yin and Yang. This balance was part of the world and all things. However, some people were more inclined to Yang, whereas others are more Yin-prone. Even cultivation methods were categorized according to Yin and Yang. Yet, people with truly pure Yin or pure Yang bodies were exceedingly rare. In theory, they were almost non-existent. The Shadow Realm and the Solar Realm were two polar opposites. The cultivators of these two realms had bodies that favored Yin and Yang, respectively. However, up until now, Yi Futian had yet to encounter a cultivator with a body of pure Yin or Yang. Now that he had consumed the Shadow Divine Stone, his body was beginning to seriously deviate. It seemed to be changing into a body of pure Yin. At that moment, Yi Futian extended his hand and generated flames of the way. Even the flames that circled around his fingers emanated destructive Yin aura. It was very terrifying, and its might was even more frightening. Sword will appeared around him. The sword will had neither sound nor presence. However, it bore a cold, murderous aura. Compared to before, his sword was also even more bizarre and sinister. Behind him, a full moon suddenly rose. The world turned dark, and the moon rose high into the sky. In the dark night sky, the light of the moon shone down and caused the land to be covered in a layer of frost. Everything was frozen solid. The space became extremely cold. If there were cultivators around, they would feel their own spiritual souls be frozen solid. Yi Futian sensed that all of his attacks were laced in the power of Yin, regardless of their initial attributes. The fire power of his attacks was clearly more powerful and had gone up a level. This was also before he had truly meaningfully merged the power of Yin into his attacks. Otherwise, they would be even more powerful. After a short while, Yi Futian stopped experimenting. An idea popped up in his mind. The Shadow Realm contained the Shadow Divine Stone. That meant it was naturally the same for the Solar Realm. It should have a Source Divine item left behind after the collapse of the Heavenly Path, the source of the Solar Realm. Now that he had consumed the divine item of the Shadow Realm and survived, should he try out the Solar Realm? That way, he could control both the power of yin and yang at the same time. He did not know what changes would occur to him. However, Yi Futian soon shot down this idea. The situation was different between the Shadow Realm and the Solar Realm. The Shadow Realm was invaded by the Dark Court, and changes had occurred for him to have coincidentally obtained the divine item. Even if the empty Imperial Palace knew of this, could they blame Yi Futian? However, if he went over to the Solar Realm to obtain its divine item and cause the Solar Realm to be crippled and become a normal realm, Donghuang the Great Side would most likely not let him go, and he would draw attention to himself. It was better for him to find other ways in the future. His current priority was to continue training with the power of Yin to improve his abilities. He had already had a plan in mind. He was prepared to extract another divine wheel from the boundary wheel that he forged from the world tree, a moon wheel. That way, even if he did not use the world tree's life spirit, he could still have extremely powerful firepower. The moon was originally one of his life spirits. Now that the divine item of the Shadow Realm had become a moon, forging a divine wheel from it should not be difficult. It would also certainly catch up with his other divine wheels and become a second-tier divine wheel very quickly. After thinking about this, Yi Futian immediately went into seclusion to train while the current uproar in the 9 realms had temporarily ceased. He would work hard to increase his ability. This was the only way he could guarantee a higher chance of survival in the future. Yi Futian began a period of secluded training. These few days, there were constant changes occurring from time to time over in the empty Imperial Palace and the Hidden Land Realm. Rumor has it that over in the Hidden Land Realm, cultivators were constantly arriving through the Gate of Hell. The Dark Court seemed somewhat unsatisfied with their defeat and wanted to make a comeback. They wanted to clash with the Divine Prefecture again. However, the changes of the outside world did not concern Yi Futian. He still remained absorbed in his cultivation. After 1 month, Yi Futian ended his seclusion and emerged from his training. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy cottage, many people came to see Yi Futian after he emerged. Among all of those who came to see him, one of them was exceptionally eye-catching due to her astonishing appearance. It was Changxi from Yuiwe Divine Palace. "You have emerged from seclusion?" Changxi asked. Yi Futian nodded. "Has Goddess gotten used to the academy?" She nodded her head slightly. She had also gone over to the battlefield last time and had personally witnessed the changes that occurred. Previously, as the goddess of Yuiwe Divine Palace, she was extremely proud. However, the current events of the world had made her realize that she was too minuscule in this vast world. "Could you not refer to me as goddess in the future, please?" She asked Yi Futian with a soft voice as she smiled. "You can call me by my name." Yi Futian looked at her and then nodded his head gently. "I joined the academy," she continued. Yi Futian was stunned. "I passed the assessment. Lord Taishan and Fei Shue carried out the assessment together and allowed me to join the cottage. They initially wanted you to be there as well, but you were training in seclusion." She said softly. "Since they have decided, it is all right," Yi Futian replied. "What about the Lunar Divine Palace, though? Although Yuiwe Divine Palace is considered a branch, and I should have headed over to Lunar Divine Palace in the upper worlds to train, I still can't get used to it. After all, I'm not that old. I am not someone from 300 years ago. I cannot accept it at all," Changxi answered softly. Previously, she had her own opinions about the members of the Divine Prefecture coming over to seize control of Yuiwe Divine Palace. A disagreement had also appeared between the members of the inner circle of Yuiwe Divine Palace. The other party's attitude was very overbearing. Hence, she had decided to remain in the original realm and cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "All right, welcome to the cottage," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You won't just leave me alone, will you?" "She suddenly said. She had a resentful gaze that was charming. The firepower of such an expression was deadly. It stunned Yi Futian. When he saw the faint smile in Changshi's eyes, he replied, "If there is an opportunity in the future, you can come train with me." Currently, he mastered the power of Yin, which would be beneficial to Changshi's cultivation. "All right." Chang, she nodded her head seriously. She looked at the others around and then said, "I'll make a move first." After she left, the others walked up to him. Dou Zhao asked, "How much stronger have you gotten after training in seclusion this time?" "Want to give it a try?" Yi Futian challenged as he looked at him. Dou Zhao looked somewhat suspiciously at Yi Futian. In the end, he still shook his head. "How is the outside world?" Yi Futian asked. "Empty Imperial Palace has invited the Dark Court and the evil Emperor Realm forces to negotiate. The date should be today," Dou Zhao replied. When Yi Futian heard him say this, he raised his head and looked into the distance. The Divine Prefecture must also be hoping to prevent the chaos of that era from reoccurring. If this continued, the catastrophe of the Shadow Realm would very likely sweep over the 9 realms and even spill over to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yi Futian did not know how the negotiations would go. At that moment, in the heavens above the empty Imperial Palace, brilliant divine light shone down, and a passageway seemed to open. Endless light enveloped the heavens and the earth, followed by a large army descending from the sky. They were dressed in armor and had frightening cultivation. All of them were existences at the Runhuang Plain. They were the army from the Divine Prefecture. Negotiations would naturally not be conducted merely with words. If they did not show off some of their strength as a deterrent, they would not even be qualified to negotiate. The group of cultivators descended. Princess Dongwang personally came out to welcome them. Spear Emperor Du was also present. He gazed up at the leading figure. This person was dressed in long golden robes. He appeared to be in his 40s, and a formless majesty emanated from his body. He seemed to have held a high position for a long time. This person was a super powerful existence under Donghuang the Great. His ability was above that of Spear Emperor Du. He was an existence that ranked among the top 3 of the 9 divine generals. "Princess!" The divine general who arrived bowed slightly when he saw Princess Donghuang. Even though he was a peak existence and ranked among the top of the divine generals, before the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, he still needed to bow. His attitude was also full of reverence. It seemed that he was not bowing merely for the sake of the great emperor. Princess Donghuang herself was also worthy of acknowledgement. In the future, it was possible that she would inherit the demeanor of the great emperor. "Chao Jun, you have worked hard." Princess Donghuang nodded her head slightly. Since father has allowed Chao Jun to personally come over, he must have already made arrangements. His Highness has given me instructions on the outline of the arrangements. Princess can make the decisions, and His Highness will support all of them. I myself will also be supporting Princess, Chao Jun said. He then transmitted his thoughts to Princess Donghuang. They were the instructions from Donghuang the Great, the decree of the great emperor that was only meant for the princess. He naturally would not let other people hear them. "I understand." Princess Donghuang nodded. She continued saying, "Let us wait for their arrival and see what their behavior is like." "We will follow your arrangements, Princess." Chao Jun nodded. The group of people immediately stood at attention along the great hall and quietly waited. A gentle breeze blew past. It was dead quiet in the empty imperial palace. Princess Donghuang stood there with peerless elegance. No one spoke if she did not speak. This solemn aura caused even the members of empty imperial palace to be somewhat astonished. They had not imagined that Princess Donghuang would actually already have such an imposing manner at such a tender age. She was also born so beautiful. From afar, an overbearing pressure enveloped the space. Soon, a dark army descended. They were none other than cultivators from the Dark Court. This time, other than the Lord of the Underworld, there was another figure at the same level as him co-leading the team together. He was one of the 7 kings of darkness. The lineup of the Dark Court was formidable. Empty Imperial Palace was the home turf of the Divine Prefecture. They had to prepare adequately before coming here for negotiations. At the very least, they could not allow the empty Imperial Palace to eradicate them. Chao Jun, the Lord of the Underworld, and the other cultivators noticed the majestic figure beside Princess Donghuang. His eyes narrowed. He never imagined that the person who came down from the Divine Prefecture this time was Chao Jun. From the looks of it, Donghuang the Great truly attached great importance to this original realm. Not long after, another powerful pressure enveloped the space. Spatial divine light descended from the sky. Dazzling golden divine halos shone down. Another large army came forth. They were the cultivators of the evil emperor realm. The leader of the army was still the inheritor of the evil emperor, Shirxia. Shirxia also saw Chao Jun together with Spear Emperor Diu. The lineup of the Divine Prefecture was truly unbeatable. "Princess, I hope you have been well," Shirxia said as his eyes shifted towards Princess Donghuang. This time, being in the empty imperial palace, he was actually more polite than before. Chao Jun's gaze swept across Shirxia. His expression was domineering, and his gaze was extremely authoritative. Even if the other party was the disciple of the evil emperor, he still was not concerned. However, a few people beside Shirxia also stepped forward. Faint yet powerful aura emanated from their bodies. They stood around Shirxia. These cultivators were all from the empty mountain. "All of you must certainly have guessed why we have gathered everyone here today," Princess Donghuang said. 300 years ago, in the dispute over the original realm, the Divine Prefecture had already claimed control over the original realm. This was known to all. Now, more than 300 years later, the Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm have arrived in the original realm once again and have stirred up another dispute. Today, I wish to ask all of you here, are we setting up to go to war? Princess Donghuang's voice was cold and proud. She was extremely overbearing. It was as though she would unhesitatingly go to war if the other party gave the affirmative. "Princess, you yourself have already mentioned that this matter was from more than 300 years ago," Shirxia replied. "Now that the passageway has been reopened, control of the original realm should be up for grabs again. If the Dark Court came over to stake a claim, it is only natural for the Evil Emperor realm to be able to do so as well. Does that mean that the Evil Emperor realm wants control of the original realm? Is there no other option?" Princess Donghuang asked. She only needed an answer. If she did not hear the answer that she wanted to hear, then there was only one option. "Princess, since you have made a request, I can make a compromise. There are 9 supreme realms in the original realm. Since our 3 large forces are fighting over the original realm, then why don't we each take 3 supreme realms? The Divine Prefecture can choose first. How about it?" Shirxia said with a smile. There was a hint of evil in his gaze. The 3 forces would divide the 9 realms equally among them. Obviously, the Divine Prefecture would not agree to this. Just as he anticipated, Princess Donghuang merely swept a cold stare at him. The original realm was originally territory controlled by the Divine Prefecture. Why would they divide the 9 realms into 3 equal parts? They did not know what would happen if they did so. "My side is fine with this suggestion," said the Lord of the Underworld. If they could divide the 9 realms among the 3 forces, naturally the Dark Court would not have any objections to it. "All right, we will meet on the battlefield." Princess Donghuang was ready to turn around and leave, ending the negotiations. The Divine Prefecture controlled the original realm. The other parties wanted to get 3 realms each. It meant cession for the Divine Prefecture. This was, of course, unacceptable. "Wait." Shirxia looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I can further compromise. I only want 2 realms. With her body turning sideways, Princess Donghuang insisted, "We will meet on the battlefield." "Princess, why are you in such a rush to leave?" Xerxes smiled and negotiated. The divine prefecture most likely suffered great losses too in the war which happened 300 years ago. If we insist on going to war now, it will certainly cause a huge commotion. All 3 sides will send their armies here to aid the battle. When that time comes, there will be no winner. All 3 sides will lose. Instead of that, I have a suggestion for Princess to consider. "Speak your mind," Princess Donghuang said. In the past, the battle between realms usually would not escalate into a life-or-death battle unless it was necessary. We just need to determine the winner within the rules set. We don't have to go all out in a war. In that case, we can minimize our losses, Xerxes explained. Why don't we each send out an army and let them spar in a designated battlefield? The last standing team will be the winner. If you win, what do you want? How about if you lose? Princess Donghuang asked. If my side wins, I want 2 realms out of the 9 realms. The evil emperor realm will have direct control over these 2 realms. The divine prefecture cannot meddle in our ruling, Xerxes stated. If my side loses, the evil emperor realm will not meddle in affairs in the original realm. However, since the passageway has been opened, there is no reason for my force to completely retreat from the original realm. The cultivators from the evil emperor realm will still stay in the original realm, but we will not stir up any trouble unless it is necessary. I agree. The Lord of the Underworld joined in the conversation. If my side wins, the Dark Court will take another realm on top of the Hidden Realm. If the Dark Court loses, we will retreat and stay in the Hidden Realm. We will not meddle in affairs of the other realms. Asking them to leave and abandon the original realm entirely was impossible. Even though the original realm was not indispensable, they still needed to keep an eye on things happening here. Xerxes continued saying, "If Princess disagrees with my proposal, then we can only do what Princess has suggested. Our 3 sides will go into war." Princess Donghuang stared at Xerxes. She seemed to be contemplating his proposal. "What are the rules of the battle?" asked Princess Donghuang. Xerxes said, "If 3 parties engage in an all-out battle, we will suffer huge losses. The goal of my suggestion is to reduce our losses. It is meaningless to send cultivators whose cultivation is lower than the Runhuang plane into battle. It doesn't demonstrate the true ability of the 3 parties either. Therefore, we should compete based on our core forces, the lower-level Renhuangs." Xerxes continued, "Each of us will send an army consisting of lower-level Renhuangs. There is no limit to the number of participants each side can send out. We will send them into an independent battlefield. Killing is allowed. The last side standing in the end will be declared the winner. Of course, each side can also choose to surrender. Going to war directly would make the battle a contest among the topmost figures. It might stir up a ruckus that could not be contained in the Shadow Realm. It might even cause a butterfly effect. Following Xerxes' suggestion could indeed avoid a lot of trouble. As long as all 3 sides could accept the price of victory or defeat in the end, this was feasible. The Dark Court happily agreed to these terms and had no objections. This was also suggested by the evil Emperor realm. The crux now lay with the divine prefecture. If Princess still chooses to go to war, then we will be forced to do the same. Our evil Emperor realm has few members. We are fine with either method, Xerxes said with a smile. Princess Donghuang looked at the other party. She also knew that now that the passageway had reopened, it was impossible for them to force the other party to completely evacuate the original realm. Back in the day, many forces had already left behind pieces for this day. Then, what was presented before her now was similarly a choice. In the original realm, they held the advantage in terms of territory and numbers. However, the other 2 top forces would certainly join forces to go against them. That meant that if the divine prefecture wanted to win, they had to produce an even more powerful lineup. When and where? Princess Dongwang asked. When she said this, Xia revealed a smile. Princess Dongwang had clearly agreed to his proposal. He was very interested in this battle. The negotiations between the three sides managed to reach a consensus. There would be a battle to determine how the original realm was divided up. News of this soon reached the heavenly mandate realm. The cultivators of the empty imperial palace personally came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy using the teleportation Grand Matrix. They summoned Lord Taixian, the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, to receive the decree. The princess had issued a decree. They would engage in a battle with the evil Emperor Realm and the Dark Court after a month. Moreover, it was a battle that involved only the lower-level Renhuangs. Lord Taixian, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, will need to elect the strongest lower-level Renhuangs. The representatives will go to the empty Imperial Palace after a month to join the battle, the Divine Priest ordered. Lord Taixian nodded, saying, Lord, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will do our best. The Divine Priest nodded in acknowledgement. Then he left. On the other hand, the Heavenly Mandate Academy dove into a heated discussion. Futian was around too. He pondered to himself. Since Princess Dongwang had taken a step back, it seemed like she was under a lot of stress too. Otherwise, the original realm was originally under the control of the Divine Prefecture. There was no need for a negotiation. However, Princess Dongwang did not have to pay the price for her decision. The cultivators of the 9 realms would be the ones paying the price. Lord Taixian stared at the leaving silhouette. Then he said, It looks like all 3 forces do not want to get involved in a huge battle akin to what happened in the past. A pinnacle-level world war would involve too many parties, the Divine Palace Lord said. According to what I know, in the past, aside from the original realm, a war that involved Emperor-level forces similarly erupted in the outer realms. The Great War determined the world order. The Divine Prefecture was united, and the original realm also became a part of it. The battle which occurred in the original realm was only a local war. Lord Taixian did not experience the Great War which happened outside of the original realm. However, he knew that 300 years ago, when the original realm was in turmoil, the Buddhist forces joined the battle too. In the Hidden Land realm, the Dark Court assigned their force in the lower worlds to participate in the battle. From the looks of it, the Dark Court did not send a large army over. They did not place great importance on the original realm. Instead, the original realm was just a part of the larger war, and a small part at that. That's true. In the war more than 300 years ago, the 2 emperors unified the Divine Prefecture. Lord Taixian nodded his head. He could imagine that this war would most likely involve figures at the level of deities. Otherwise, how could the 2 emperors have seized the right to rule the Divine Prefecture? It was just that they did not know whether the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm returning to dispute over the original realm today was due to the fall of Emperor Yiqing. Of the 2 emperors that unified the Divine Prefecture back then, only one remained. Their deterrence was naturally much weaker. This time, how many people should our Heavenly Mandate Academy send to join the battle? Lord Taixian asked the crowd. This battle is certainly perilous. I think it is sufficient for the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage to join it, Futian replied. The contest among the 3 Emperor-level forces, the Dark Court, the evil Emperor realm, and the Divine Prefecture, would greatly impact everyone. All the forces in the 9 realms would be involved in it too. Their opponents would surely gather many cultivators to join the battle. Flawless divine wheels were not rare among the cultivators of these Emperor-level forces. Many cultivators of various forces were possessors of flawless divine wheels too. Existences at this level would most likely be the key factor in determining the final victor. Possessors of flawed divine wheels might die in vain if they went into this battle. Hence, Futian had suggested for the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage to participate in the battle. The requirement to join the cottage was being a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. They were few in numbers, yet they were all elites. Moreover, in the 9 realms, there were few lower-level renhuangs who were possessors of flawless divine wheels to begin with. However, the forces from the divine prefecture were not short of these talented cultivators. Is it all right with empty imperial palace if our numbers are too few? Lord Taishan asked. There are also a few large forces who do not look kindly upon us. They will certainly seize the opportunity to put us down. Lord Taishan, if the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage are sent, who among the lower-level renhuangs of the 9 realms can stand against us? Yi Futian asked confidently. Lord Taishan was stunned. Then he nodded his head. That was also true. Yi Futian sounded arrogant, but he spoke the truth. Once the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage were sent into battle, among those at the same plane in the 9 realms, they were invincible. They could dominate the lower-level renhuangs of any force. This had already been proven back during the battle with the Shin clan. We will send out the strongest lineup among the various forces of the 9 realms. That way, will anyone be qualified to point fingers and attack us? Yi Futian continued. I believe that it won't be a problem, the Divine Palace Lord said as he nodded in agreement. The princess is intelligent. Everything is within her predictions. For the Heavenly Mandate Academy to send out all of its possessors of flawless divine wheels to participate in the battle, it means that we have sent out all of our strongest elites. How could such a gesture not be sincere enough? That is true. Lord Taishan did not say any more after hearing what the Divine Palace Lord said. In this perilous battle, they had presented their finest elites. Indeed, no one was qualified to say anything. The opponents this time were no ordinary forces. They were the Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm. When the time came, they would very likely face the super-monstrous existence of the other parties. Even possessors of flawless divine wheels would face grave danger. Then it is decided, Lord Taishan declared. The possessors of flawless divine wheels of Heavenly Mandate Cottage would join the battle. It is just that this battle will be extremely dangerous. Although he had made the decision, Lord Taishan was still somewhat worried. After all, they were not facing the forces of the original realm. If their opponents this time were forces from the original realm, Yi Futian would surely dominate his peers. However, their opponents this time would be very powerful. Princess Donghuang's side will naturally make sufficient preparations too. Their lineup will not be weak, Yi Futian analyzed. In this battle among the 3 sides, their Heavenly Mandate Academy was but a force under the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, they were just a tiny force. Donghuang the Great prioritized the original realm and did not want the 9 realms to be divided up. Therefore, he would naturally send out a dependable team. The battle this time was also a psychological war. Who was more willing to take the risk? The cultivators of the 9 realms were shocked by this news. The Divine Prefecture would go to war with the Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm. It was only a battle among the lower-level renhuangs, but since the 3 god-level forces were involved, one could already imagine the scale of this battle. Any one of the god-level forces could order countless cultivators in this world to action. For example, everyone in this 3,000 realms of the Great Path would need to obey the order of Donghuang the Great, not to mention that they were only a tiny fraction of the entire Divine Prefecture. The amount of manpower the god-level forces could mobilize was definitely shocking. However, right now, nobody was certain about how much effort the 3 forces would spend to gather that manpower. Where would this battle take place? The various realms began to gradually gather their members. Across the next few days, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture continued to descend upon the empty imperial palace. They were all existences at the Renhuang Plain. It was naturally the same in the Hidden Land realm. The Evil Emperor realm was also secretly making preparations. The days passed. For cultivators, A month was not a long period of time. It felt as though the day arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, the empty imperial palace was bustling with activity. Countless cultivators had been gathered. There were the cultivators of the 9 realms and the various forces that had descended from the divine prefecture. However, most of them had come on their own accord. There were also a few cultivators who were under the direct command of Dong Huang the Great. On this day, in the empty imperial palace, there were renhuangs wherever one glanced. They covered the sky and the ground. Such a grand occasion was almost impossible to come across in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Only when a great battle had erupted between the various top forces could such an astonishing scene possibly occur. Lord Taishian also brought over the Heavenly Mandate Academy members who were to participate in the battle. There weren't many of them, and they did not stand out amongst the crowd, only occupying a tiny camp. Around them were the camps of the forces of the 9 realms. The other forces outnumbered them by a few magnitudes. Yi Futian's group could not compete with them at all. This caused them to attract quite a lot of attention, especially from the cultivators of the 9 realms. What was the meaning of this Heavenly Mandate Academy? Everyone was well aware of the perils of this battle. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Mandate Academy did not wish to send too many of their disciples into battle. They wanted to ensure that the standing of their academy would not change. However, those who came made up the strongest team, which was led by Yi Futian. When others saw this lineup, they could not find fault with the academy. It was meaningless for the others to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy just because the latter sent a small number of cultivators to join the battle. Besides that, many of them cast curious glances at Yi Futian. As expected, he was doing fine. A man who had lost signs of life survived miraculously. Judging from Yi Futian's current condition, no one would have guessed that he had died in the Shadow Realm once. Moreover, the cultivators noticed that something about Yi Futian's temperament had changed. He was more effeminate now. His handsome looks used to be purely masculine, but now he revealed a hint of statuesque. Lord Taishian is indeed stingy. You are overprotecting the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Gaitsong of Golden Divine Nation said sarcastically. Among the various forces of the 9 realms, the Heavenly Mandate Academy is now made up of the combination of 2 training Holy Lands. Are these all the members you send? Are these all? Lord Taishian repeated after Gaitsong. Then he said, Does Dynastic Overlord want to test out the ability of my disciples first? Our 2 parties can have a spar which does not involve killing. Gaitsong could not say anything to retort Lord Taishian. He coldly snorted and said nothing more. In reality, everyone understood that even though the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were few, their lineup was grand. If Golden Divine Nation really got into a spar with them, the former would be wiped out easily. The members of the other forces only glanced at them. In the end, they did not say any more. Otherwise, if Lord Taishian retorted, they would not be able to respond. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were few in numbers, yet they were invincible in the 9 realms. Yi Futian alone could defeat any of the lower-level renhuangs in the 9 realms whom others could name. Shen Hao from the Shin clan and Di Wu from the Solar Divine Palace were no match for him too. Yi Futian had killed upper-level renhuangs before as well. Even among this huge troop, Yi Futian could be considered the cream of the crop. Princess Dong Huang appeared, and her gaze swept past all the cultivators. In an instant, everyone turned silent. 2 divine generals stood to her left and right. They were divine General Chao Jun from the lower worlds and Spear Emperor Diu. Divine halos surrounded both of them. Their might enveloped the empty imperial palace. I am sure everyone is aware of the need for this battle. The Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm want to invade the original realm. This time, the 2 other forces might ally to attack us. the palace lord of the empty imperial palace appeared in front and addressed the crowd. As soon as we lose, the original realm will be divided up, and the 9 realms will be separated under different rulings. Some of you will be affected by this outcome, while some of you won't. Since everyone here has decided to participate in this battle, it is a life or death battle regardless of whether the outcome of this battle will affect you. I believe everyone will do your best. The palace lord continued. The location of this battle is a desolate world. In a moment, all the cultivators from the 3 forces will be sent to the world. After you have been teleported there, the world will be sealed off and become the battlefield. Everything that happens on the battlefield will be projected and shown to us through a matrix. No one from the 3 forces is allowed to go near the world, but everyone will observe the battle. Hence, all of us here will be able to witness your performance. Those who do well and come out alive will be heavily awarded, regardless of our final standing. The princess will personally reward those who influence the outcome of the battle with fateful encounters. There are no rules in this battle. Go all out. The only restriction is you are not allowed to borrow the strength of other cultivators from other realms. You may bring your ritual implements along. After the palace lord had finished speaking, he looked at Princess Donghuang and asked, "Princess, do you have anything to add?" Princess Donghuang scanned the crowd and said, "I await your victory, everyone." "We will do our best," replied some of the cultivators from the divine prefecture while bowing. "Go forth," ordered the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. All the cultivators flew up into the sky at the same time. The momentum of the troop was unstoppable. Between the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was endless darkness. There were barren, ancient realms scattered in the emptiness, devoid of life, that had encountered great destruction. At that moment, the whole of some unnamed realm was covered in a faint radiance. If one were looking down from the sky, they would be able to see that there was a matrix carved into this realm that was surrounded by a light curtain. The nameless realm was not large. In terms of scale, it could not compare with the Supreme Path realms, nor even the Crimson Dragon realm. It was about the same size as Emperor Xiao's realm. For Renhuang-level cultivators, it was quite small. Beyond the light curtain, the palace lord of the empty imperial palace had arrived with the cultivators of the divine prefecture. On the other 2 sides, the cultivators of the dark court and the evil emperor realm had arrived as well. All of them had powerful formations of Renhuangs. They looked at each other over the great distance. Someone at the palace lord of the empty imperial palace's level could cover a vast area with his divine consciousness. Even if something was very far away, they could still perceive it like it was right next to them. "Can we begin?" the palace lord of the empty imperial palace asked. "Yes," said one of his opponents. "This is a good place for it," said the other. "Go ahead," said the palace lord to the people behind him. Suddenly, the great army moved forward, sweeping down from the sky towards the nameless realm. The cultivators of the other 2 forces did the same thing. The 3 great armies charged forward. As they descended, the light curtain shone with incomparably brilliant divine light. It was like an ultimate divine matrix, sealing the entire realm within. The outer bounds of the nameless realm were covered by the light curtain. The divine consciousness of the palace lord of the empty imperial palace swept out towards the other 2 cultivators. "Is this acceptable?" he asked. "It is," they replied, nodding. "Then let us retreat," he said. Then he turned and left. All 3 cultivators turned back. According to their agreement, none of them could come near the nameless realm and interfere with the battle. No matter who joined the battle, all they could do was watch. Therefore, this battle would actually test the courage of all 3 parties. Would they send out their top figures to fight? If they did, there was a chance that they would die in battle. But if they did not send them, they would have far less chance of victory. The 3 cultivators all went off into the distance and stopped there, watching from above. At the same time, in the central emperor realm, Princess Dongwang and others were looking up into the sky. There seemed to be a divine mirror up there, in which appeared images. These images shocked everyone. Their hearts beat wildly as they looked up at the mirror. In those images, countless cultivators were fighting in a barren realm. Was it a battlefield? That is correct. This is indeed the battlefield between three great forces, reflected up in the sky for us to see, said many voices, one after another. Everyone was trembling on the inside. They saw that the cultivators of the three sides had all landed on the ground. They could see even down to small details. It seemed like they would be able to see what everybody was doing. The images were extremely clear and realistic. Thus, they were able to watch the battle from across an unimaginable distance. And it was not only them. The same thing happened at the other top forces as well. The three great powers all watched the three great armies descend upon the ancient realm at the same time. The army of the divine prefecture descended into the nameless realm, appearing in the air above a mountain range. Once they had descended, they had split up from the other two forces. They needed to be in different positions in this realm. Their divine consciousnesses could not radiate too far out. Now, how should they begin the battle? Everyone in this battle was at the Renhuang level and had great confidence and willpower. It would not be easy to control them. Thus, Princess Dongwang had not given them any specific instructions. As long as they accomplished their goals, it would be all right. They could use any tricks they wanted, and she would not try to limit them. "What thoughts do you all have about this battle?" someone asked. The person who asked had a third-tier divine who wore golden armor. He was from one of the divisions under Donghuang the Great's control. Emperor Donghuang had conquered the divine prefecture, but he naturally needed people to help him manage it. He was in command of many divisions, and each one had a powerful figure at their head. This man was from the Dark Phoenix division. Every one of them had a murderous air about them. The Dark Phoenix division was a powerful army of conquest which had the personal trust of Donghuang the Great. They had once followed Donghuang the Great, fighting wars throughout the realms. They had made great achievements in smashing the enemies of the divine prefecture. The person who was speaking was at the peak of the lower level of the Renhuang plain and was the leader of the Dark Phoenix division that had come to the battlefield. "What does everyone think?" he asked. His army was rather disorganized. Some of them were direct vassals of Donghuang the Great and the divine prefecture, like the Dark Phoenix division itself, and some were forces from the divine prefecture itself. Others were cultivators from the forces of the 9 realms. Those, no one could give orders to each other. No one had the power to make decisions. The other 2 forces will probably join together against us. If we face them head-on, we will likely be humiliated. Why don't we ambush one of them first? Someone said. There are many people here in this rather small realm. It will not be easy to set up an ambush. We can only go out and fight them head-on before they have had time to join up. At that moment, the thing they were most worried about was the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm joining forces against them. That would cause a lot of trouble. They will certainly ally each other, someone said affirmatively. Everyone nodded. They had all realized this. The other 2 forces wanted to take over the original realm, so they had the same goal. All they had to do was destroy the forces of the divine prefecture and claim victory on this battlefield, and they would achieve their aim. Given this, there was no reason no to ally each other. Then should we move together or split up? Someone asked. This was an important question. These Renhuangs had come from many different forces to form an army, all for the same goal. But how should they go about it? At that moment, some of the cultivators frowned and looked up into the sky. There they could faintly see a figure, his form suffused with powerful spatial will. He was a cultivator with a 3rd-tier divine wheel. Someone had found them first. It was a cultivator from the evil Emperor realm. It seemed like they didn't need to discuss it anymore. Their enemies were on the move. They all looked up at the cultivator in the sky. He must have a ritual implement, and he was using the great path of space. That was how he had found them so quickly. Moreover, he seemed very confident. He did not want to be left behind. Zap! A beam of golden lightning flashed, and in the next moment a figure shot into the sky. He was also skilled with the great path of space, and he wished to attack the cultivator who had just appeared. However, his opponent waved his hands, and suddenly a space river appeared in the air, separating the two of them. The river cut space itself apart. The figure continued moving higher in the sky until he was very far away. He had no intention of fighting. He had just come to observe their movement. Whoosh! Spatial radiance shot up into the sky. He was obviously transmitting information about them, letting his forces know he had found them here. Then more figures appeared in the sky, one after another. They were all cultivators of the evil Emperor realm. Strands of dark chi appeared in the sky, letting them know that cultivators of the Dark Court had arrived as well. It was just as they had expected. Their opponents had joined together from the start. They must have discussed it before the battle even began. They had double the manpower of their enemies now. It would be enough to defeat the divine prefecture. More and more powerful auras descended, and darkness gradually covered the sky, making everything dim and indistinct. More cultivators of the Dark Court were arriving. The forces of the divine prefecture still waited. It seemed like even now they would not act yet. The atmosphere grew tenser. Everything was at a knife's edge. "Attack!" called the head of the Dark Phoenix division. As he said this, he shot up into the sky. It seemed that he had not acted before to let more people arrive. In this way, his enemies would not be able to escape easily. Moreover, their opponents' main armies had not arrived yet. Attacking now would give them a chance to kill some of them. The leader of the Dark Phoenix division moved incredibly quickly. A ritual implement appeared in his hands. It was a black pagoda. There was a booming sound as he unleashed his divine wheel. It melded with the pagoda, which appeared up in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. In a flash, there was a huge black pagoda in the sky, thousands of meters long. Bolts of terrible destructive lightning swept out from it, covering a vast area. Then, destructive light shot out from it, and an intense pressure filled the area. Fierce will surge through the sky, and the Renhuangs were arriving scattered in all directions. This ritual implement was incredibly strong. Go. The cultivator pointed in a direction, and the black pagoda flew over there extremely quickly. Divine light filled the sky. There was a cultivator trying to escape over there, but he was struck by countless bolts of destructive lightning, and with a fierce cracking sound he was stunned and then slain. The other powerful cultivators acted as well, forcing the enemies who had arrived early to scatter and retreat with all haste. Futian was involved in this as well. Since he was part of this battle, he would naturally give it his all. His divine sword sang before him. Sword will whirl through the sky, transforming into a terrifying storm of swords. The sword will shook in harmony as if it was all following the same rhythm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the divine sword slashed through the sky, accompanied by a divine light that pierced the darkness. The sword sped on towards a dark area. The enmity between him and the Dark Court ran deep. Everywhere the sword passed, the darkness was shattered and cut. Lines of black, divine light shot flowed out into the distance and suddenly disappeared. Futian closed his eyes. The divine sword continued forward, speeding across thousands of miles, pursuing the dark light. Rip! A strand of shadow will erupted within the sword, condensing the space in front of it and making it extremely cold. The dark airflow stagnated. Crack! The sword pierced through it. Everywhere it went, space was shattered into pieces. The sword seemed to pierce right through the void, destroying the space around it. An illusory figure appeared, faint as a shadow, then disappeared from the world. After the divine sword made its kill, it slashed forward again. It shrieked through the sky, moving at a shocking speed. It seemed like it had locked onto the figures in the shadow. Cracking sounds rang out, one after another, as several renhuangs died by this sword, making many people look at Yi Futian. A brilliant light shone as the sword returned to Yi Futian's side and hovered there. He opened his eyes and looked off into the distance. Over there he could see two terrifying auras. Someone on the other side had notified the other cultivators. The rest of the army was now on its way. The area was filled with intense pressure, and killing will burn fiercely. The two great armies appeared within the range of his divine consciousness. They were moving extremely quickly. They were not coming alone like the small force that had arrived first, but was coming with their full force. The two armies were as different as could be. Golden light fell from the sky above the evil Emperor Realm's army. They formed a divine spatial net in the air, from which terrifying spatial storms were born, which covered the sky. The proud son of the underworld Qi was leading the army of the Dark Court himself. Endless dark power gathered together, making a huge face appear in the sky, looking like a god of the underworld. The area was filled with death and destruction auras that could infect people at any moment. The two armies' goals were extremely clear. They had come to destroy the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. It was just as they expected. The Divine Prefecture controlled the original realm, and they wanted to seize it from them. They wanted to break their power and divide up the original realm. The two forces had already talked this over. The army of the Divine Prefecture was vast as well, however. They were all at the Renhuang level. An army full of Renhuangs could give rise to an incredible amount of power. A clash between three forces of this much power whipped up terrifying storms in the sky. All the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture felt an enormous amount of pressure. This was not just a normal battle. No matter how powerful one was, there was still a possibility that they might die on this battlefield. Whoosh! A spatial sword flew out, slashing through the air. It flew into the midst of those spatial storms. Everyone saw the sword whirling around the storms. It looked like millions of bolts of lightning were falling. It was simply terrifying. Crack! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The bolts of lightning swept out, covering a vast area, forming a region full of destructive swords. This sword was the divine weapon that had once been used by the great emperor. He could use this ritual implement in this battle, but he could not draw upon any outside power. This meant that the implement itself could not be possessed of any outside power like the will of the emperor or the will of some great figure. It had to rely on its own power. Otherwise, the battle would spiral out of control, as everyone would come to do battle with the ritual implement that contained the power of the emperor. Although the will of the emperor was not within it, the sword that he had once used was still extremely terrifying. It was once the weapon of the evil emperor's disciple Shursia. At the moment, it had been loaned to a cultivator of Empty Mountain, a peer of Shursia who had cultivated to the third tier of the divine will. Now he pointed up into the sky with his sword. Terrible divine radiance swirled around it. On the other side of the battlefield, the proud son of the underworld Qi strode forward, appearing beneath the coalescing god of the underworld and seeming to meld into it. He also had a very powerful item that his master had given him. It was a cloak-like piece of clothing that he was wearing. Within the cloak, there was a black hole that seemed incredibly deep, so deep that it could swallow up all the dark, destructive power around it. When he melded with the god of the underworld, the cloak swept out behind the god. Dark storm energy flowed out of the black hole in its chest. It seemed that it had been fermenting destructive power. He had a devastating underworld spear in his hands. This was a powerful ritual implement as well. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture watched the terrifying scene of the two great armies approaching them, and they trembled within. There were roared inside them as they stood arrayed for battle. The The leader of the Dark Phoenix Division stood in front, his black pagoda hanging in the sky. Overpowering, destructive force bloomed from him as he said, "You all come from different places, but you should hold nothing back in this battle. If you do, you might as well leave now." Everyone looked very solemn. What he had said was true. How could they dare hold anything back? Crack! Piercing divine light fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw millions of rays of light transform into lightning bolts that shot down towards them. The light coming from the divine sword distorted space around it, and it tore through the air. Everyone was within range of that attack. The cultivator at the head of the Dark Phoenix Division lashed out with his black pagoda. Suddenly, terrible lightning shot out of the ritual implement, smashing into the oncoming divine light. The giant pagoda flew towards the divine sword. The two powers clashed, and bright light flashed, blinding everyone. But even so, it could not completely stop the assault of the divine sword. Space was distorted among the cultivators from the divine prefecture. One of them, with an imperfect divine, saw beams of divine light coming towards him, and the radiance within the sky blocked his escape route. A twisting, destructive storm bore down on him. He may have been a Renhuang, but at that moment he did not know how he could avoid that attack. Or perhaps it was better to say that there was no way to escape. He could only take the hit. However, given his level, he would not be able to bear it. Divine light fell, tearing right through his body. His divine spirit could not escape either, and was destroyed on the spot as well. Many of the weaker Renhuangs suffered the same fate as him. They could not withstand an attack of that level. On the other side, Qi had launched his attack as well. Lines of dark, destructive light seeped out of the black hole in his chest, as well as terrifying death flames. It looked like the apocalypse itself was descending upon them. The sky was covered by a dark airflow. For those looking up at it, it truly looked like it was the end of days. There was no light, only death and destruction. But at that moment, a group of figures strode forward, right into the middle of that destructive storm. They were not destroyed or swallowed up. Divine light formed their golden bodies, and a Buddha appeared in the air. A monk in a white robe stood at their head, dancing with the wind. He had no hair, but he looked young and handsome. There was divinity in his eyes, and he looked like he had transcended the world. He clasped his hands together, looking noble and solemn. The rosary about his neck danced in the wind, and Buddhist characters flew out from it, making endless ancient Buddhist characters appear in the sky. It was like scrolls of Buddhist scriptures had been opened up in this devastating space. The characters turned into purifying divine light that destroyed the darkness. "The Buddhist scriptures!" cried everyone in shock. They could hear Buddhist hymns lingering in the sky as if there had been a Buddha chanting there and teaching the way. The scrolls grew bigger and bigger until they covered the sky. An ancient Buddha walked out from the scrolls, looking solemn and divine. Endless ancient characters wrapped around him, and his divine light purified the darkness, making the destructive will disappear. This scene made many people understand. It looked like the Buddhists of Western heaven were not holding back. The one who had stepped forward was extremely powerful. The handsome, white-robed monk was obviously a great cultivator. Fierce light flashed in the eyes of the god of the underworld up in the sky. The underworld spear he was holding grew longer, and he thrust it downwards. Lines of dark lightning shot from it, destroying everything they touched. The spear pierced towards the Buddha, who had strode out of the scrolls. The Buddha raised his hands, and the air itself trembled fiercely. Endless Buddhist characters formed a halo around him, and a huge palm print slammed right into the spear, making the sky tremble yet again. The force of this whipped up a terrifying storm. It seemed like someone could deal with this proud son of the underworld. The cultivators behind him rushed forward as well. In a flash, the whole area was covered by a destructive storm. The sight of Renhuangs from 3 different armies clashing was terrible to behold. It seemed like the heavens would fall and the earth would crack open. In an instant, the mountains around them were leveled. The battle had been joined in an instant. Renhuang, level people could attack from a very long range. Their armies were limited to a tiny space, so they had to restrain themselves and not exert their full strength. Many Renhuangs had fallen in the first clash, which made many people sigh in sorrow. Renhuangs would be considered great figures anywhere they went, but it was easy for them to die in a battle like this. That was because this was a struggle between the 3 greatest forces in the world. If one counted the Buddha, there were 4 God-level forces there. Of course, this was not an all-out battle. They were only trying to seize the original realm, and thus they constrained their fight to this realm. Otherwise, who could imagine what would happen? Yi Futian floated you into the air. The disciples of the cottage stepped out as well and began to join the battle. A field of swords appeared around him. The divine roared in front of him. It could strike him at any moment, but he did not move, but instead covered the battlefield with his divine consciousness. No matter whether or not he had any complaints about Donghuang the Great, he still recognized his protection of the original realm. He naturally hoped to win this battle, but his most important goal was to protect the disciples of the cottage and not let them come to any harm on the battlefield. There were many people on the battlefield who were stronger than them, so he had to be cautious. For example, right at that moment, an incredibly powerful figure was right before him. Everywhere he went, people shattered to dust. The man was bathed in divine radiance. A huge battle form rose behind him. Tittery and fist shadow after fist shadow flowed out from his divine wheel. Whoosh! He flew through the air, lashing out with his fist. The fist punched straight through a Renhuang's body, killing him on the spot. This was a cultivator of Empty Mountain, probably of the same school as the peak mid-level Renhuang. He had once pursued Yi Futian through the solar realm. They might even have studied under the same master. At that moment, the man swept his gaze in another direction and charged over there. That was where the cultivators of the Shao clan were, including Xiao Muyu. There was a flash of contempt in the cultivator's eyes. The cultivator from Empty Mountain would certainly be the hero of this battle. Chapter 1830 3 Battle Matrix. Cultivators from the Shao clan struck back when they saw that the enemy launched its attack. A surrounding image of life and death appeared behind Xiao Muyu, from which a terrifying, butchering light exploded and slammed toward those who were rushing in. Facing the terrible light of slaughter, the opponent did not slow down at all, and fist shadows flowed around him. The radiant body blasted with the divine light, and the fist aurora was able to break it apart and tore through the middle in one swooping motion. The cultivators next to Xiao Muyu rushed forward, trying to block the path of the other, only to see a domineering and extremely powerful battle form appear above the swooping figure. The shadows of its fist buried the entire void. That figure slammed down another punch, which turned into a light that shattered the void, blasting toward the image of life and death that was upon Xiao Muyu. Those cultivators who blocked in front of her were all repelled, and the divine light that was transformed by the fist shadow blasted right on the image of life and death, causing it to vibrate violently. Xiao Muyu retreated with urgency, but that destructive divine light did not stop. It increased its speed instead. Xiao Muyu's expression changed slightly. Her realm was a bit too low after all. The other was also the owner of the perfect divine wheel of the third order. There were quite a few cultivators from the Shao clan who were of this realm, but none possessed the perfect divine wheel. Thus, they were unable to block the opponent's fist, somewhat similar to how Yi Futian and his people overcame those of the same realm from the Shin clan before. It was basically an overwhelming slaughter. The shadow of the fist penetrated the void like a light beam, knocked back every single cultivator who was around. It seemed that the opponent was aware that Xiaomu was the central figure in this group, the owner of the perfect divine wheel, so he deliberately targeted her without the slightest bit of hesitation. But at this instant, another figure appeared in front of Xiaomu. A terrifying storm gathered under the fists and beat on the figure that appeared, causing his long hair to fly wildly in the wind. His white robe fluttered, and the divine sword hung in midair, lunging forward, shattering the void. Clang! There was a violent sound of a collision. The fist aurora collided with the divine sword without stopping, making a crystalline sound. Futian took a step back as the opponent's body was repelled backward. Then he slowly floated above the void. Golden divine light surrounded his fists, and there seemed to be implements covering his arms, emitting an extremely overbearing aura. Those at this level often had implements at their disposal. His fist method was already aggressive and unparalleled. The implements could help avoid some unexpected situations, such as in a moment like this when he was colliding with the divine sword. He looked down at the white-haired man who appeared below and stepped out. Light streamers fell down, and each one turned into a shadow, dominant and harsh, targeting Futian. Futian was surrounded by sword intent, and the chiming of the sword was sharp and piercing, tearing the space so that the fist intent could not get close to him. "Master!" Xiaomu called out in a low voice. Futian said, "Leave it to me. You go somewhere else." Xiaomu nodded and led the Xiao clan cultivators toward other battlefields. In this battlefield filled with divine-level forces, those who possessed the perfect divine will could only be regarded as elite, but not qualified as the ultimate invincible existence. Not to mention that her realm was lower, so she would have no advantage when she encountered other Renhuang who possessed the same perfect divine wheel as herself. After Xiaomu left, Futian turned his attention to the opponent before him. The divine sword in front of him chimed loudly. Above the sky, the infinite currents of swordsmanship flowed about, turning this area into a world of swordsmanship, competing with the endless fist shadows flowing around his opponent. Last time in the Shadow Realm, the cultivator of Divine Will's 6th Order had made a fool out of him, and quite a few cultivators had perished at his hands, including a pung bird of the Sky Demon Court with the cultivation of Divine Will 8th Order that had been bisected by the other. Today, no matter what happened, there must be some retribution. What master? The other sized Futian up. The handsome young man before him was also the owner of a perfect divine wheel, but he was only in the realm of 2nd Order. He was not much better than that woman, so why was he worthy of being her master? If this were the case, he would oblige them and send this master on his way first. Both of his arms trembled, and suddenly an awesome divine might exploded. A beam of light penetrated through the void centered from his body. Millions of fists intense appeared all around him, and every one of them contained horrific attacking power. He lowered his head and looked down at Futian with an extremely dominant look. Many top genius talents from Empty Divine Realm had gathered at Empty Divine Mountain. Anyone who could enter the Empty Divine Mountain to cultivate was a genius among geniuses, and he was no exception. Empty Divine Mountain was a place where even the evil emperor would show up from time to time. It was a cultivation temple reserved for the top cultivators in the Empty Divine Realm. Although he was not considered at a high enough level in the Empty Divine Mountain, in this battlefield of the same level, he believed that there were not many who could defeat him, much less someone who was only in the Divine Will 2nd Order. Boom! The brilliant divine light descended, and a towering figure like a god of war appeared. His body traversed the void and merged with the light. Above the sky, the divine light of the great path turned into a shadow of the fist, smashing everything in its path into nothingness. Futian stood there quietly, surrounded by sword intent. The sword intent around that light would tear apart anything close to it. It was simply unstoppable. However, at this moment, his eyes seemed to transform. A full moon seemed to materialize in his eyes, which were openly devious. When his eyes landed on the other, that cultivator who was honing in on him felt that everything had changed in his divine consciousness. It was as if he was in a bleak world, with the brilliance of the moon falling down, dropping the temperature to absolute zero. Everything was coming to a stop, and the space was solidifying. Even his spiritual soul felt the chill. Is this sorcery? He suddenly realized that something was very wrong. If it was just a matter of sword technique, he believed he could restrain the opponent with his superior and far stronger attacks. However, at this moment, the opponent was also an expert at sorcery, and he could clearly feel this sorcery contained an ability created by a variety of will. So, the man appearing before him may be more dangerous than he thought in his own perception. His speed seemed to slow down, and the space seemed to solidify to the point that everything had come to a standstill. While he was at a standstill, Futian was not. The divine sword was in the sky, with its infinite sword intent now turned into infinite numbers of sword currents, as they moved upstream as if in a sword river. Many sword intents resonated when the divine sword struck out, and the bright divine light of swordsmanship was as dazzling as the sun. The cultivator, who was rushing toward him, could clearly feel that Futian was attacking him, but his movements became somewhat sluggish. With a loud roar, his wildly flinging fists tried to shatter the might of space that bound him, for he himself was also an expert of spatial power. As the aurora of his fists broke through the air, and he continued his dive downward, he was able to clear a path out of pure will. But at this instant, the divine sword had already arrived, piercing on that beam of light. The divine brilliance of the endless swordsmanship continued upstream, and countless sword currents passed on top of him, as a terrible golden spatial divine light burst all around him, attempting to block the currents of swordsmanship. However, it was quickly penetrated by the sword intent. The infinite sword intent penetrated through the opponent's body, and that cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream. Then his body gradually dissipated and became more and more blurry. Buzz! As the divine sword passed through, that cultivator's soul was shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving an implement that Futian immediately caught up in his sleeves. The divine sword returned to its place, still floating in front of Futian, as his divine consciousness shrouded the surrounding battlefield. Observing from a distance, one could see that cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allied forces were fighting within the proximity to Futian, so that if necessary, they could render support at any time to minimize casualties. Futian looked around as if he had perceived something. He looked in one direction, and there was a terrible light screen with 6 invincible cultivators. Wherever they passed, no one was left alive. More importantly, at this time, these 6 men glanced in his direction. They seemed to catch on to him. Futian frowned. These 6 men were all experts in abilities similar to those he slew before. They were located in 6 directions, vaguely forming a fearsome Ren-Huneg battle matrix with unimaginable power. At this time, in the middle of the battle matrix formed by these 6 great cultivators, there were several Renhuang who were trapped inside. A terrible spatial divine light flowed upon each of the 6 men, turning into will of the fist, and fell down, resonating and connecting together like a set of sealed light beams. What was more terrifying was that a giant sacred battle form appeared behind them, oppressing the vast space sealed by them, which made the Renhuang who were trapped inside paled as they felt that unparalleled pressure. They sensed that they might meet their end right here, right now. The next moment, the 6 great cultivators blasted their aurora of the fist simultaneously. Countless fist shadows punched through the sealed space, as those trapped Renhuang frantically resisting. However, despite their efforts, they still perished with none left alive. The attack from a divine-level principality would not be weak in its strength or determination. There were many cultivators of this level on the battlefield. What he saw in front of him also convinced Yi Futian that he had made the right decision. Although this battlefield could be a place of trial, the danger was far too great. Those who entered the battlefield without already possessing the perfect divine will were basically cannon fodder. The point was that he couldn't protect so many people. At this moment, these 6 great cultivators walked in the direction where Yi Futian was, and they moved into 6 different directions. Their bodies were like rays of light, traversing the void, looking at Yi Futian with a most malicious, murderous intent. In empty imperial palace, a boundless giant mirror hung high above the sky, reflecting what was happening on the battlefield. In the reflection, there were violent, great battles everywhere. At this time, cultivators from all parts of the central emperor realm outside the empty imperial palace. They stood in different directions, but all were looking up in the sky at this battlefield. Their hearts were filled with shock. They saw a lot of well-known figures from the central emperor realm. However, on that battlefield, they did not appear so brilliant anymore. The battle between divine-level forces was simply too horrific. Even those who possessed the perfect divine will were among many who had fallen. The people from the Central Emperor realm obviously paid more attention to the top forces fighting in this area, such as Tianjin Academy, the Shen clan, the Martial God clan, and the Sky Reaching School. However, they found that these forces were merely struggling to survive on the battlefield, fighting with all they had. It was hard enough for them to even survive on the battlefield, much less claim a sweeping victory. The strongest among them were naturally those who possessed the perfect divine will third order. Only those at this level were at the peak level on the battlefield. At the moment, they noticed that a terrible offensive matrix composed of 6 men had killed their way through somewhere on the battlefield, claiming the lives of many Renhuang in their wake. They had now rushed into the army, tearing the great army of the divine prefecture apart. These men were experts in similar abilities, so they probably came from the same sect. At this time, they were focused on just one man, the white-haired young man clothed in white, who many recognized. It's Yi Futian. He just killed a comrade of theirs. Someone said, having witnessed the previous battle, Yi Futian, known as the #1 genius talent in the 9 realms, was the center of much attention, and many made special efforts to watch his fight. After the battle broke out, in the truest sense, he had only made a single move so far, and had killed a man. Well, of all the genius talents in the 9 realms, he is probably the only one who could defend alone, someone said. The man who was killed by Yi Futian was very powerful. He had punched through the defense from the Shao clan and knocked out many Renhuang. If it weren't for Yi Futian's timely action, Xiao Muyu would have been in grave danger. At this time, those 6 top cultivators had already descended in front of Yi Futian, and terrifying beams of light fell down to cover the sky over that area. It was as if a smaller battlefield was forcibly carved out within the greater battlefield. They planned to trap Yi Futian inside and kill him. What they were seeing made many people feel a little uneasy. They had seen how tyrannical was the battle matrix formed by these 6 men, and so far, no one had been able to stop them. Now that Yi Futian was dealing with them alone, the pressure must have been great. Would this #1 genius talent of the 9 realms perish on this battlefield? Even those from the Central Emperor realm didn't want to see Yi Futian's downfall. People had the tendency to cheer for those legendary figures, hoping to witness the continuation of such legends, something that they could tell their children about. In the empty imperial palace, Princess Donghuang's attention was focused on the battlefield where Yi Futian was at, and those around him had also noticed it. After all, for such a powerful battle matrix, to deal with just one person was treatment reserved only for the very top few in the divine prefecture. Now, this handsome, white-haired man with a balanced beauty between femininity and masculinity was somehow besieged by the enemy. Not just the people of divine prefecture, but some from the Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm had also noticed that battlefield. However, as they were not familiar with Yi Futian, They didn't care much about it, for they feared that soon they would fall victim to those divine fists themselves. In this battle, these two major forces were considered outsiders, but the situation had been advantageous to their joint forces. At present, they were able to control the principalities of divine prefecture. On the battlefield at this time, the light screen of the battle matrix cast by the 6 cultivators came down and trapped Yi Futian, beams of light surrounding him. His body floated in the void as he looked up in all 6 major directions. 6 tyrannical battle forms appeared, and each of them was over thousands of feet tall, giving out an unspeakable shock to those who were watching. Within this space, Yi Futian was under tremendous pressure. This battle matrix was incredibly strong. Composed of 6 top characters, it could only be described as terrifying. He dared not let down his guard. The will of the way flowed about his body, and the divine sword chimed with enthusiasm. The sword intent circulated to sweep the falling shadows of the fist. At this moment, the streams of light dropped on the bodies of the 6 powerful men. Its golden divine light was extremely brilliant. They raised their arms at the same time, and without any fancy moves, they directly blasted their attacks toward Yi Futian through the air. A dull crackling sound emitted from the void as the divine light fell down, and shadows of the fist filled the sky. In the midst of all this, there were 6 incomparable spatial beams that penetrated the sky. Each beam of light was extremely robust, as they were transformed by the shadows of the fist. As they hit, it was like setting off a terrible wave of currents that flooded toward Yi Futian instantaneously. Many people outside the empty imperial palace couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen. Could Yi Futian, who was suspended in the void, withstand such aggressive attack? Although they were not on the battlefield themselves, the power of this punch could be felt by simply looking at the mirror screen. But at the moment, Yi Futian was motionless. With him as the center, the flow of the surrounding space seemed to have slowed down, as an extreme chilling air filled this space. Even the sword intent that was around him was accompanied by this shadowy, cold breath. When the domineering streamers of fist descended, their motion seemed to slow down as well, but did not stop completely. Instead, a sharp tearing sound erupted. The terrifying streamers of light continued their attacks on Yi Futian. Such domineering fist shadows had the power to shatter the space. However, it was still being affected somewhat. The streamers of fist shadows seemed to be covered with a light frost. Yi Futian stretched out his hands, and the sword Qi soared to cut through all things, including all the shadows in this void. At the same time, the divine sword was trembling violently, forming a terrible storm. The great path now moved as the space became confused. There were even sounds of melodies that could be heard faintly. With a finger pointing toward the sky, the sword, cold and brilliant, worked with the countercurrent of the great path. As it rotated, it ripped the space apart. This feminine yet extremely sharp sword pierced the 6 fist shadows. Dull bursts of explosions were heard, and the place where the collision occurred set off a spatial storm of destruction. The light of the divine sword went up against all momentum, and as the shadows of these fists were pierced, they then disintegrated into a cloud of dust. However, the divine sword was also knocked back and flew back to Yi Futian. He blocked it. Many spectators were shocked to their cores. Yi Futian had blocked the overwhelming attack of the battle matrix with a single sword strike. Previously, this fist aurora had slaughtered many Renhuang, and nobody had been able to stop it until this moment when it was finally blocked and destroyed by Yi Futian. Many spectators from the Divine Prefecture were secretly hoping that, even in such a battlefield, the #1 genius talent in Divine Prefecture could face the foe alone to show that he was not any lesser than those top forces from Divine Prefecture. However, at this moment, they saw the 6 cultivators in the battle matrix piercing the air at the same time with both of their fists. In an instant, horrific fist shadows rained down. Horrendous thunders were born between heaven and earth. What was even more frightening being that they did not stop their movements, but continued to blast out domineering blows. In an instant, a series of blows smashed down, and every one of them was extremely overpowering. Under this attack, it felt that this limited space was about to be completely buried and destroyed. Yi Futian, who was suspended there, looked particularly insignificant. Under the fist shadows that shrouded the sky, he seemed a little fragile. This attack, many were left speechless. It was too aggressive. The power of each punch exuded a fearful sense to those who were watching. What lower Renhuang could stop such attacks? Yi Futian saw it too, but he had the golden body of the divine elephant to protect him. He stretched out both hands and placed them on the hilt of the divine sword. Suddenly the divine sword screamed and resonated with the infinite sword intent. An extremely cold and dark breath rose between heaven and earth. The power of shadow was upon the divine sword, condensing the surrounding space into sheer frost. Buzz! With the sword in the air, Yi Futian did not evade as the sword shot straight toward the sky, and Yi Futian followed with it. The overbearing shadow of the fist attacked, but was split through by the frosty divine sword that opened a path of swordsmanship from the middle, slaughtering straight toward the sky. Yi Futian seemed to have integrated with the divine sword and turned into a light, going against the momentum and continuing to break through the void. How powerful! The cultivators who were watching the battle was a little shaken. He was able to break through with an attack. The divine sword was in the air, slicing above the void. Such strength was rare even among the genius talents from divine prefecture. There was a look of surprise in the eyes of the two great cultivators in the battle matrix. They were slightly disturbed. Together, someone commanded among the six, and suddenly they closed their hands together, and a mighty force penetrated from the beam of light. The battle form of the great path behind them vibrated. In the sky above, an overbearing phantom of the divine god appeared directly above Yi Futian's head, towering and awesome, as if cast in a golden body. The giant body of this phantom was full of boundless dominance. All the fist shadows were now unified into one, as loud rumbling sounds were heard. He punched directly toward the sky below, and in an instant, a beam of light directly penetrated this space, blasting from the void to the ground. Everyone could hardly react before they saw a fist shadow penetrated heaven and earth. Under that light beam, Yi Futian's body became stagnant, his speed altered. Then the fist of God pressed down above his head, blasting down without any time for reaction. Boom! There was a loud bang, and beneath the frost, the divine fist was still going strong on its way down. The crowd saw Yi Futian being blasted down again from above the void, and the sword intent around the divine sword was overpowered and darkened. There was a loud boom as Yi Futian stepped on the ground. A deep crevice appeared, and he fell into it and disappeared from sight. But the beam of light above the sky fell down and split the ground, shattering it into nothingness so that Yi Futian's figure appeared once again in the field of vision, surrounded by the beams of light. The divine sword stopped releasing its divine light, and the golden body of Yi Futian started showing cracks. He lowered his head slightly as if he was suffering unparalleled pressure under the blast of this punch. Those who were watching the battle outside the empty imperial palace held their breaths. There was dead silence as all eyes were glued to the battlefield. Such an attack was terrifying indeed. Princess Donghuang was also witnessing this scene. However, her beautiful eyes did not reveal any emotion. No one could tell what she was thinking inside. Instead, it was Chao Jun beside her who said, "This person's ability is not bad." The might of the battle matrix passed down by Empty Mountain is overbearing and peerless. A cultivator with a second-tier divine has actually been able to withstand it until now. Even among the members of the Imperial Palace, few people could pull off such a feat if he manages to survive, we can bring him back with us. Qiao Jun, do you believe that he will perish in battle? Princess Dongwang asked. The situation is not favorable. The light pillars of the battle matrix can affect the power of Yi Futian's divine wheel from a distance. This gives the battle matrix the initiative as it is not covered by the might of his divine wheel. Combined with the overbearing attack, let alone a cultivator with a second-tier divine wheel. Even one with a flawless fourth-tier divine wheel would not be able to withstand its attack, Qiao Jun said. This is still not the most powerful attack of the battle matrix. When he said all this, Qiao Jun appeared very calm. A person of his level had experienced too much. The fall of a genius was not enough to cause him to be too emotional. Even if they lost this war, he would not be affected. Princess Donghuang watched quietly and did not respond. No one knew if she and Qiao Jun were of the same mind. The observers outside of the empty imperial palace did not look kindly on Yi Futian. With this attack, Yi Futian had already displayed extremely powerful ability. His sword split apart the space as he advanced, his divine sword opening up an ancient path of swordsmanship. However, even so, he was still suppressed with a punch. His opponent was too powerful, so powerful that Yi Futian could only be suppressed. This battle did not allow for optimism. While they were observing the battle had continued without ceasing. After the silhouette that was like a deity appeared, the arms of the 6 cultivators trembled. This caused the divine fists of the great path around them to resonate. Once again, the divine fists crashed down toward Yi Futian, who had his head lowered. At the same time, the fists of the silhouette of the deity crashed down. In the sky above, 2 shattering divine lights penetrated the space and pierced through this part of the world. At that moment, around Yi Futian's figure, aura flowed. From thin air, countless leaves of an ancient tree seemed to extend outward. With his figure as the center, this region seemed to become an independent space. Endless sword was circled and danced around him, emanating a cold, sinister, and eerie aura. When the fist illusions that filled the sky descended, the land was instantly covered in layers of frost. An invisible power seemed to block off the attack of the fists. The fists were frozen solid under ice and snow. Cold and bizarre sword was circled past and directly penetrated the will of the fists, shattering them. The 2 beams of light that pierced through the heavens descended. 2 gigantic divine fists crashed down. However, the flowing beams of light decelerated. They were also covered in layers of snow and frost. The space seemed to be completely frozen. This region became Yi Futian's absolute domain. Yi Futian's figure became a frightening storm of the great path. With the storm circulating, his divine sword released endless cold light. Yi Futian lifted his head and glanced up. The light of the 2 huge frost-covered fists that were still advancing carried with them overbearing pressure. They shattered the space and came crashing down on his head. The storm of the great path flowed in reverse as it ascended and flooded the huge fists. The divine sword shot straight up. It carried an extremely sinister aura and was also razor-sharp. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 divine fists were covered in frost. They immediately disintegrated into dust after being penetrated by the divine sword as it continued shooting straight up. Yi Futian's body once again floated in the air. He was staring at the 6 cultivators. The will on his body still flowed outward. A divine will halo shone on his body. However, it was sealed within his body by the pillar of light. The pillar of light that circled around his body was a spatial wall that isolated the power within him. He actually managed to break through the attack. Many people revealed strange expressions. Some of them were astonished. Yi Futian had actually broken through an attack of that level, and he seemed to still be at ease. What level was his ability at exactly? They had thought that Yi Futian might have released the will of the emperor that he was previously rumored to have released before. However, he had not done so and had broken through his opponent's attacks with brute force. This meant that he had also not reached his strongest point. The currents of the great path on Yi Futian's body continued to flow, spreading out and extending even further. It invaded the opponent's domain. At the same time, Yi Futian's eyes also changed, becoming aloof and cold. His gaze seemed to glance over at the 6 cultivators. The 6 of them looked into Yi Futian's pupils and saw a desolate moon. At that moment, they actually descended into a world of ice sorcery. With just a glance, a chill flowed over them, and they even felt a shiver from their spiritual souls. Frightening and domineering divine halos shot out from their pupils as they attempted to break through the illusion. This was ice sorcery that could bring them into a world of ice sorcery. An ice sorcery divine wheel. They seemed to have entered the world of the moon. A constant chill kept seeping into their bodies. Rumble. A rampaging aura rose up from below. Light burst forth from the spatial divine wheel and swept up an astonishing spatial storm. The wills of the 6 cultivators linked together, and the illusory silhouette of the deity became more and more real and solid. It was as though a true deity had descended upon the earth. Frightening divine light of space shot out from the deity's pupils and enveloped Yi Futian. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The 10,000 zhang figure moved. The figures of the 6 cultivators trembled, and the gigantic golden figure dove downward. With a loud cry, the movements of the 6 cultivators were neatly in sync. From their bodies, divine halos pierced the space. Each divine halo had an overbearing will of the fist that could penetrate space. At the same time, the figure of the deity dove straight down. Its domineering and peerless silhouette crushed this part of the space. Its 2 fists came crashing directly toward Yi Futian. The space seemed to be completely penetrated. At that moment, Yi Futian was also under huge pressure. The aura of the great path around his body flowed and caused this space to become his domain. The will of the fists that came piercing down was covered in frost and was then shattered by the light of the divine sword. The deed of thorough comprehension burst forth, and the storm of the great path on his figure flowed upward in reverse. When the silhouette of the deity came crashing down, his divine sword also stabbed out. A huge rumble sounded. When both of them collided with each other, the golden divine elephant that enveloped Yi Futian's body kept shattering. However, the 10,000 zhang figure was also gradually corroded by the power of Yin. It was no longer that solid. Rumble. Countless bolts of frightening Yin lightning crashed down on the overbearing 10,000 zhang figure like a world-ending catastrophe. Yi Futian's body was pressed down, yet the halo on the divine sword did not dim at all. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the 10,000 zhang figure. Yi Futian's palm slammed onto the divine sword. The light of the divine sword immediately exploded and appeared as though it had become the divine halo of a god of destruction. It directly pierced through the 10,000 zhang figure. The towering figure of the deity was penetrated by countless lights that shot toward different parts of its body. The next moment, with a huge rumble, the figure of the deity immediately shattered. As it shattered, the 6 cultivators let out dull groans. The surrounding pillars of light also dimmed, and many cracks appeared on them. Yi Futian's figure stopped falling downward. He immediately charged up high into the sky. Currents flowed over his body and instantly enveloped the endless space. As the light pillars dimmed, they were all covered by Yi Futian's aura of the great path and became part of his domain. He looked around at the 6 cultivators. This made the 6 of them feel as though their bodies had frozen stiff. An absolutely bone-chilling cold froze them down to their spiritual souls. They roared loudly, and their battle forms gathered the power of the great path. They were still extremely overbearing. However, at this moment, Their bodies seemed to be covered in an extremely cold aura that was affecting their movements. The divine sword in front of Yi Futian hummed as it vibrated. He pointed his finger downward, and the divine sword shot forward. It became a resplendent divine light that pierced through the space. Swoosh! The divine sword that was as fast as lightning instantly slashed toward one of the cultivators. The cultivator did not manage to respond when his body was instantly pierced through. The divine sword did not stop at all and continued to slash ahead. Swoosh! 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 There were 6 consecutive cries. The divine sword returned to its original position. However, the figures of the 6 cultivators were trembling violently. They revealed looks of despair and terror. The first cultivator had yet to perish at this moment. That was how fast the divine sword was. Break! Yi Futian uttered a single word. The figures of the 6 cultivators immediately exploded and shattered at the same time. Their souls dissipated, and they became dust that scattered in the wind. With one sword, Yi Futian had killed 6 cultivators. The moment the battle matrix had been shattered, the fates of the 6 cultivators were basically determined. Many people around the battlefield shifted their gaze in his direction. They revealed astonished looks. That was a battle matrix set up by 6 cultivators. Yi Futian actually killed all of them. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm were especially astonished when they witnessed this scene. The 6 cultivators were all from Empty Mountain. Now, outside of the empty imperial palace, the audience felt their hearts beating heavily. So powerful was this the number genius of the original realm. He had actually killed off his opponents instead. Such ability was practically unbelievable. Even among the people in the empty imperial palace, many from the divine prefecture were astounded by this battle. Chao Jun revealed a strange look. He then said, "I never imagined that I would actually misjudge him. 6 cultivators from Empty Mountain were killed with one sword. On the battlefield, this person can definitely rank among those at the very peak." On the other hand, Princess Dongwang was thinking about something else. The power just now at the same time. In another place, the cultivators of the evil emperor realm were also watching the battle. Quite a lot of them witnessed how Yi Futian killed the 6 cultivators. The domineering possessor of a 6th-tier divine wheel, who pursued Yi Futian the other day, stared at the screen with an intense, murderous intent. Obviously, he recognized Yi Futian. Even the inheritor of the evil emperor, Xia, had noticed him. He asked, "Who is that person?" "He is Yi Futian," someone replied. "He has been crowned the number 1 genius in the original realm. Previously in the Shadow Realm, many people believed that he had died. However, he was resurrected later on. This stirred up quite a storm within the original realm. They clearly knew some things about him. That means that the power he used might be the power of Yin." Xia stared at Yi Futian's silhouette. A cold light flashed past in Xia's gaze. The battlefield in the nameless realm was drawn out very wide. The shock waves of a Renhuang plain battle spread too widely. As the battle erupted, the battlefield was naturally spread out. Of course, in the process, many people had already fallen. Now the battlefield was being split apart. Huge battles were erupting amongst the various cultivators. There were even some who were beginning to retreat and escape because they could not defeat their opponent. Although this war was related to the dispute over the original realm, they did not need to battle it out to the death. If they were truly in danger of losing their lives and they had an opportunity to survive, surviving was naturally their number 1 priority. It was not easy to cultivate up to the Renhuang Plain. For many people, their lives would forever be their number 1 priority. There was nothing wrong with this. Everyone only had one chance to live. If they died, there was no revival. Hence, there appeared many situations where people were being chased and killed. The battlefield also kept expanding because of such commotion. As for the overall situation, with the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm having joined forces, they still held the advantage, and it was very clear. This time, to divide up the original realm, they were resolved to take huge losses. They had sent out many top figures to participate in the battle. Many of the cultivators of Empty Mountain had joined the fight. Futian had killed 6 cultivators with one sword. Although he had displayed extremely powerful ability, it was still only one corner of the battlefield in the end. He still did not have the power to turn the tide. In reality, when killing the 6 cultivators, Futian was also under a lot of pressure. He had even released the power of Yin during the battle. If he hadn't, wanting to break through the battle matrix might have required him to activate the will of the Emperor. They were 6 existences with flawless 3rd-tier divine wheels. Adding on the increase of their power due to the battle matrix, one could imagine how powerful their combat ability was. They were the cultivators of Empty Mountain, the peak genius figures that came from the empty divine realm. At that moment, Futian, who was standing in midair, surveyed his surroundings. His will enveloped the nearby regions. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Allied forces tacitly understood not to leave this battle area. Although each of them was facing powerful attacks, according to their agreement, they still maintained a certain distance away from each other, remaining fighting within this region and lending aid to one another. For instance, before this, when Yi Wuqian was in danger while fighting, Yu Sheng had gone up and helped him block his opponent's attack and killed his opponent. Now, Yu Sheng stood in a corner. The demonic might on his body filled the sky as though he was a demon. A possessor of a flawless divine wheel from the Dark Court was battling fiercely against him. Both of their attacks were domineering. Yet, very quickly, a powerful and heavy pressure pressed down on the other party, causing him to feel as though the surrounding great path was pressing down on him. It was difficult for him to move. Then, the demon-like silhouette wielded a battle axe and cleaved downwards. A beam of dark, demonic light cleaved down in the sky. With a swoosh, Yu Sheng's opponent's body was cleaved in two, and he died a horrible death on the spot. Yu Sheng had 2 powerful ritual implements on him. He had obtained both of them in the god's relic. One of them was a divine item that he had inherited in the heavenly palace that he had refined a bit. The divine item he had obtained was a black rock. It was heavy beyond comparison. By simply placing it in one place, he could suppress the space around it. After Yu Sheng refined it and incorporated it within his way, when its power burst forth, it could suppress the surrounding space. On the other hand, the battle axe was something he obtained from the treasure trove in the spatial sacred hall. With 2 ritual implements, combined with his originally powerful combat ability, one could imagine how terrifying his might was. Dou Zhao also fought beside him. Although he was also very powerful, because of Yu Sheng's existence, he did not stand out as much. It gave off a false impression that he took advantage of Yu Sheng's might to throw his weight around. Gu Donglio's abilities were naturally also very powerful. His divine will formed a pattern of the great path and suppressed all the evils in this part of the sky. His way could crumble the mountains and the rivers. He was surrounded by the ancient characters as his celestial body and demonic body became one. He slaughtered everyone who came his way. Other than that, the sound of bells unleashed by Huangzhong from the divine palace resonated in the sky. The might of the bell was unparalleled. Nan Luotian, the princess of the Nantian divine kingdom, was equally outstanding as she wielded Emperor Nan's Qinghe divine sword in her hand. Unless they encountered someone very mighty, otherwise, with so many possessors of flawless divine wheels in this area, they could take on any challenge. The strongest cultivators among those who came to this area had been slaughtered by Futian. Hence, the pressure on this battlefield was the smallest overall. Futian's figure floated high in the sky. His will radiated out and encompassed a vast area. From his body, currents flowed out and extended out into the vast space. The currents enveloped all of his companions and the cultivators of all the allied forces within them. "Do not leave this area. That way, I can lend my aid at any time," Yi Futian said. The rest of them understood. They could sense the aura that Yi Futian released. At that moment, some cultivators were slaughtering their way towards the members of the Nantian divine kingdom. Frightening flames of the underworld rained down. Nan Luoshan slashed out with Qinghe. However, the other cultivators did not fare as well and were drowned in the destructive storm. At that moment, a divine sword shot over to them from afar. It traversed the space and shot up into the sky. The cultivators who were unleashing attacks from high in the sky retreated when they saw the divine sword. Yet, the divine sword hummed as it vibrated, ripping apart the space as it advanced. It was an unstoppable force. Swoosh! The divine sword became a beam of light that pierced through numerous renhuangs. This allowed the few renhuangs from the Nantian divine kingdom to catch their breath. They peered out into the distance in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, "Many thanks, Renhuang Yi." They secretly felt lucky. With Yi Futian around, they would be much safer on the battlefield. On the other side, the cultivators of the Tianqian Academy were not so lucky. The lineup of the Tianqian Academy was actually very powerful. At the very least, this lineup could be considered as one of the best in the 9 realms. Aside from the lineup of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which was clearly more domineering than theirs, the lineups sent out by the other forces were all weaker than that of the Tianqian Academy. However, that advantage was only applicable when they were in the 9 realms. Among all the lower-level renhuangs from the Tianqian Academy, Jianqing Zhu was the only possessor of a flawless divine wheel. At the moment, quite a few strong figures were targeting the cultivators of the Tianqian Academy. Among them were a few possessors of flawless third-tier divine wheels. On that side of the battlefield, a few cultivators were standing around Jianqing Zhu and besieging him from different directions. Jianqing Zhu unleashed his scroll divine wheel to counter their attacks. Even though his might was unparalleled, he was still stuck in the encirclement, unable to break out of it. As for the other cultivators of the Tianqian Academy, they were similarly surrounded. One of the attackers was particularly powerful. He extended his palm and a terrifying light, which could tear apart space, appeared on it. A ritual implement spun at high speed and pierced through space. The implement looked like a roulette, but with sharp tips all around it. It was like a gear wheel. As it was spinning vigorously, a sonic boom exploded, accompanied by a bolt of golden lightning. His gaze was fixed on the space beneath where he was standing. An intense, murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked down on the figures below. He lifted his palm slightly with it facing upwards. Immediately, the roulette, which was spinning in the sky, grew larger. A vigorous spatial storm appeared in the surroundings. One could faintly make out the silhouettes of many roulettes appearing at different corners. The roulettes emitted a rasping sound. The attacker extended both his arms, and a divine halo poured down. Countless destructive roulettes appeared in this part of the sky. The roulettes resonated with his ritual implement, sealing off the vast space. "Cleave," uttered the attacker. As soon as he finished speaking, endless roulettes spun and cleaved the space, slashing their way downwards. The cultivators of the Tianqian Academy roared in anger. Their divine wheels burst forth. They activated their might of the way until their utmost limits to defend against the space-cutting power. In midair, the ritual implement smashed downwards. It moved at such a terrifying speed until the cultivators could not even see its shadow clearly. They could only detect a beam of light plummeting downwards at them. Tui fresh blood spattered everywhere. Some powerful renhuangs were slashed and killed on the spot. Their divine wheels were also sliced into pieces, unable to withstand this overbearing attack. Soon, many people perished one by one. In the blink of an eye, quite a number of renhuangs were killed. The battle was savage. Yi Futian had also seen what happened at this side of the battlefield. This onslaught happened in the area where his will could barely cover. He hesitated for a bit. Before this, when they were in the Shadow Realm and he was being pursued, the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy passed by and ignored him. Among those who passed by, there were the college chief of the Tianqin Academy and some mighty cultivators. They turned a blind eye to his predicament at that time. However, Yi Futian didn't say anything. They were not obliged to save him. The two parties did not have any connection, anyway. He couldn't force them to lend him a helping hand. Hence, he also hesitated for a moment now. However, he only dithered for a split second before he attacked. It was not easy for one to accumulate their cultivation. Moreover, they were on the same side in this battle. Since aiding the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy was not a difficult task, Yi Futian did not want to hold a grudge against them because of what happened last time. He still hoped that the divine prefecture could win this battle. Yi Futian's divine sword traversed the space and left behind a brilliant mark in the sky. It was like a beam of divine light, slashing its way to its opponent. The other party sensed something. His roulette flew back and spun frenziedly. Then it flew in the direction where the divine sword was coming. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The attacks from both sides contained powers which could tear apart space. This caused the surrounding space to be shattered. Streaks of destructive divine light of space rampaged. The opponent glanced into the distance and saw a figure with white hair. The white hair figure was controlling the divine sword from afar. Yi Futian did not move. He was still standing at his original spot. Even though he aided the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy, he still placed the safety of his alliance members as his priority. The safety of the rest could only come after that. Yi Futian was well aware of this point. Outside the battlefield, at the empty imperial palace, the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy were observing their disciples who were in battle. Before this, all their expressions turned sullen when they saw many of their disciples being killed. Their facial expressions were exceptionally ugly when they saw that Jian Qingzhu was in danger too. When Yi Futian attacked, they were first stunned by his aid. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. However, soon, some of them revealed unpleasant looks. He is still standing at his spot. He purposely does not go all out to help them, someone complained. They were displeased. The college chief of the Tianqin Academy naturally saw what had happened too. He didn't say anything. Before this, when he chose not to help Yi Futian, the latter had most likely noticed him. Hence, the college chief actually knew the reason why Yi Futian held back. The college chief of Tianqin Academy was called Jianao. Although he had a pretty good idea why Yi Futian held back, he still purposely said to the person beside him, "If I recall correctly, Yi Futian previously trained in Tianqin Academy for a period of time." Back then, after Yi Futian emerged from the god's relic, he landed in a tight spot and his life was on the line. Our Tianqin Academy stepped out and allowed him to enter the academy to train, helping him to escape his predicament, a member of the Tianqin Academy said. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Yi Futian only cared for his alliance members. If he had acted sooner, the disciples of the Tianqin Academy would not have encountered their current crisis. Fewer of their members would have fallen in the first place. Jian Ao nodded his head slightly and said, "Before the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm invaded the original realm, the situation in the original realm was already extremely chaotic. The Heavenly Mandate Academy formed an alliance with many forces. Yi Futian had previously trained in Tianqin Academy for a period of time, but he cannot be considered a disciple of the academy. Now, on this battlefield, although we are on the same side, having different priorities is also normal. There isn't much that we can comment on. We can only lament that the disciples of the Tianqin Academy have weaker cultivation than others. If they can make it out alive, you all will need to push them harder in the future. College Chief Jian is truly righteous. Shun Gao from Shun Clan said, "This is a battle to determine who the original realm belongs to. It is extremely important for our divine prefecture. Yi Futian's alliance members are all safe. He would rather remain on guard over there than lend aid to other parts of the battlefield. From the looks of it, he places the interests of his alliance members over the outcome of the war. However, this is also normal. The more severe the losses to our forces, the more beneficial it is for the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy." These words were somewhat condemning. This war was personally led by Princess Donghuang. In order to claim the rights for control over the original realm, she had gathered cultivators from various forces to participate in the battle. If Yi Futian had prioritized his own interests, had intentionally held back from giving his all, and ignored the outcome of the battle, what would the princess think? How would the major figures who had arrived from the divine prefecture think? At least from the looks of it, Yi Futian indeed had the reserves to join other battles and provide a greater opportunity for the divine prefecture. Many people glanced over at Princess Donghuang. They wanted to speculate the mind of the princess. However, Princess Donghuang merely lifted her head and looked towards the screen in the heavens. Her flawless face was as calm as still water. There was not a ripple of emotion on it. She had not been stirred by the words of others at all. This caused Xingao and the others to sigh inside. Even though Princess Donghuang was young, her emotions were not visible. She had superb control over her feelings. No one could make out a hint of emotion from her face. The only daughter of the great emperor must have known how to control her expressions. At the very least, she could not let the ones below tell what she was thinking and then manipulate her thoughts. On the battlefield, Yi Futian's divine sword clashed with his opponent's roulette ritual implement across a vast distance. Extremely powerful sword was circulated around Yi Futian's body. He controlled the divine sword from afar with his will. His figure stood tall in midair, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were closed, and his facial expression was solemn. He gestured a sword seal with his finger and pointed it out in midair. In an instant, across the distance, the divine sword emitted astonishing sword light. Sword will fill the sky around the divine sword. The cleave of all things ripped apart the space as it charged towards the opponent. The cultivator's divine wheel of the great path appeared behind him. Countless roulettes spun around in the sky. They sliced apart the space and collided with the cleave of all things technique. An extremely high-pitched sound instantly exploded through the space. An astonishing storm of the great path flowed in reverse. The rampaging spatial storm swept towards the opponent's body. The power that slashed through the space seemed to also charge towards the opponent. Myriads of sword light wrapped around the space and became a river of swords. The vast might of the sword astonished the cultivators of the Tianjin Academy. Was this Yi Futian's ability? The opponent that they could not handle, the Renhuang who was massacring amongst them, was now being suppressed by Yi Futian from a distance with swords. Buzz! The sword while on Yi Futian's body flourished. His silver hair danced around like sharp swords, hiding his face. From a distance, the murderous sword will became a river of swords in space that was majestic beyond comparison. The sword that filled the sky flowed in reverse as it slaughtered its way towards the opponent. The roulette in front of the cultivator expanded as he took a defensive stance, and his figure retreated backwards. Swoosh! Sword will cleaved off one of his opponent's arms. The person let out a dull groan. Ignoring the intense pain coming from his arm, his opponent's body was bathed in the divine light of space. He took a step back and immediately left the battlefield, flying off into the distance. The divine swords hummed as they vibrated. They did not pursue the opponent, instead returning to the battlefield where Jian Qingzhu was. Jian Qingzhu was surrounded by a few possessors of flawless divine wheels. he was under immense pressure. The dazzling divine swords swept across the space, breaking through the opponent's encirclement. They immediately eliminated one of the cultivators with a second-tier divine wheel. The scroll of the Great Path on Jian Qingzhu's body released a brilliant might of Wei. It pressured his opponents to step back, causing them to spread out across the battlefield. Their expressions changed as they looked at the divine swords floating in the air, as well as Yi Futian in the distance. "Retreat," the leader said decisively as he then retreated backward. Those beside him followed behind and moved towards other parts of the battlefield. Since they could not deal with him, they would naturally not risk their lives doing so. Yi Futian controlled the divine swords from a distance. This made them feel severely threatened. After his opponents left, the divine swords flew back and returned to Yi Futian's side. Jian Qingzhu's gaze followed the track of the divine swords returning and saw Yi Futian. He nodded slightly in appreciation of Yi Futian's help. Yi Futian nodded in response too. Then he retracted his gaze. In reality, Yi Futian helped Jian Qingzhu. Not because of the Tianqin Academy. It was purely because they were on the same side now, and he was capable of lending aid. Since that was the case, Yi Futian did not mind saving the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy. He didn't expect them to return the favor too. Similarly, Yi Futian did not expect the elders of the Tianqin Academy to have a change of attitude in terms of how they treated him. From their behavior last time, Yi Futian had clearly understood that they would, at most, be strangers. Hence, he had never thought of establishing a good relationship with them. He wouldn't expect them to show appreciation for his aid too. He attacked simply because he wanted to. That was all to it. "Why did he let the enemy go?" exclaimed a Renhuang from the Tianqin Academy, who was injured and drenched in blood. He witnessed how his companions were slaughtered in front of his eyes. He himself was almost killed too. His emotions were unstable now. He had an intense murderous intent in his eyes. With the might of that divine sword, if Yi Futian was willing, he could possibly kill the opponents instead of letting them escape. However, Yi Futian did not go all out. He merely sent out a sword. Nobody had answers to this question. They weren't qualified to question Yi Futian either. After all, they were all saved by Yi Futian. What right did they have to question Yi Futian of his intention of letting the other party escape? However, a few of them still held grudges in their hearts. They glanced in the direction where Yi Futian was. They were on the same side on this battlefield, but Yi Futian had held back when helping them. Just now, if Yi Futian had attacked the enemy earlier, or if Yi Futian had personally come over instead of controlling a sword from afar, the outcome of the battle would be completely different. However, Yi Futian did not do so. Actually, Yi Futian noticed the dissatisfaction of the cultivators of the Tianqin Academy, but he was well aware that the hearts of men were complicated. Of course, he didn't care about their thoughts at all. Their attitude was insignificant to him. Due to the presence of Yi Futian in this region, the divine prefecture side held the advantage. However, the situation was not the same in other places. In the distance, the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu were experiencing a severe challenge. Their opponents were similarly the cultivators from the evil Emperor realm. The abilities of these opponents were terrifying. Mu Chinka, who had fought with Yi Futian last time at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, was here too. However, right now, he was actually being suppressed by an opponent. His opponent was an extremely powerful figure who had trained at Empty Mountain. He originated from one of the top forces from the Empty Divine Realm. Hence, he had joined this battle this time with his clan members. Aside from the battlefield where the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu were, the same situation was also happening at other parts of the battlefield. The cultivators from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture side were all being attacked by enemies who were on par with them. Yi Futian's party formed a small-scale troop. After they defeated their opponents, they advanced in the direction where the main battles were happening. At the moment, a group of cultivators passed by in the sky. When they saw Yi Futian's party, they revealed bizarre expressions. There were actually cultivators from the divine prefecture who were so free and were not being attacked. The leader of the group, who crossed paths with Yi Futian, was a woman. Her bearing was valiant, and she demonstrated the temperament of a royal. She emanated the might of a female Renhuang. Her divine wheel of the great path was flawless. She glanced at Yi Futian. This Renhuang is rather handsome, she thought to herself. However, the next moment, her gaze was tainted with murderous intent. She uttered, "Kill them." As soon as she had spoken, a dazzling pair of divine wings of the void stretched out from her back. After her wings were spread out, countless golden spatial lines enveloped the space. The other cultivators in her group also appeared in different directions and pounced downwards. Divine halos showered down from the sky, enveloping Yi Futian and his party in them. The spatial lines formed a hunting web. The spatial lines were as sharp as blades as they cut the space into fragments. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he thought that the cultivators of the empty divine realm seemed to have a greater understanding regarding spatial techniques compared to other cultivators. It was their natural talent. "Be careful," Yi Futian said. Once he said this, cold air flowed around him and converged into the spatial hunting web. This caused a cold, frosty aura to permeate the hunting web. Its movements and the speed that it descended slowed down. Buzz! Yi Futian's body became a bolt of lightning. He wielded the divine sword as he charged forward. The frightening pillar of sword light immediately broke through the golden hunting web. Yi Futian's figure shot straight up as he charged towards the leading woman. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the light of the divine sword. Her divine wings immediately slashed downwards. Each feather became the sharpest blade that slashed down on the space. Swoosh! Swoosh! A chilling will approached her, and her wings were covered in frost. The divine sword cut through space and blasted on the wings. However, the divine wings were surprisingly tough. The divine sword was not able to slice through them. The wings were most likely fortified with a treasured item. An extremely cold frost current immediately covered the divine wings. It then invaded the opponent's body. The woman felt an icy chill over her spiritual soul. It was as though she was being frozen alive. Splat! The divine wings were outstretched as they sliced towards Yi Futian's body. If she were frozen, she would not survive. Unfortunately, as she thought of retreating, she saw the light of a cold moon. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The divine sword radiated an unparalleled divine light. It pierced directly through her body. She was killed in an instant. Not long after, a few corpses remained beside Yi Futian. There were others whose souls had dissipated into dust. None of them survived. The battlefield was such a cruel place. The cultivators, led by the woman, were also juniors from a top force. They were also all monstrous figures. They had participated in this war to undergo a life-and-death trial. In the end, they had indeed perished on the battlefield and would forever remain here. "Let's go!" Yi Futian ordered as he continued to charge towards other parts of the battlefield. The team of allied cultivators of their heavenly mandate academy, with Yi Futian as the center, began to hunt. People came charging towards them one after another. With no exceptions, they were all killed. Among them were quite a few incredible and monstrous figures. The dominance of their battle array also drew the attention of the outside world. More and more people were paying attention to them, especially among and outside the empty imperial palace. Many gazes were focused on Yi Futian's group. They were too powerful. This group of people, led by Yi Futian, seemed like an invincible existence. As they slaughtered their way across the battlefield, their kill count was most likely the highest. As the battles erupted, the advantage of the war situation became more and more obvious. The alliance between the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm began to gradually occupy an absolute advantage. They suppressed the forces of the Divine Prefecture in various parts of the battlefield. This war situation also set off a chain reaction. For example, after settling their opponents with an advantage in one part of the battlefield, the enemy's allied forces could support other groups. This caused their advantage to snowball. The forces of the Divine Prefecture held advantages in a few battles. Yi Futian's group was definitely the most eye-catching. However, they could not change the grand scheme of things. Yet it was precisely because of this that Yi Futian's side seemed even more outstanding and stood out from the rest. Chao Jun revealed a look of appreciation as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was truly incredible as he slaughtered his way across the battlefield. If only a few cultivators at Yi Futian's level could turn the tide and widen the Divine Prefecture's advantage, they could then seize the initiative of this war. However, that couldn't happen. The most powerful figures aside from Yi Futian's group had all been targeted by the enemy. They were either battling with figures at the same level or were surrounded. Yi Futian was also being surrounded. Before this, the 6 cultivators had formed a powerful battle matrix to kill Yi Futian. However, they had been killed by Yi Futian instead. Outside of the empty imperial palace, countless cultivators from the Central Emperor realm looked at the screen in midair. They were similarly surprised by Yi Futian's dominance. Before this, they already knew that Yi Futian was very strong. After all, he was known as the #1 genius of the 9 states. He could even be considered the most monstrous figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He wasn't just one of them. Among those of the current generation, no one could contend with him for this title. Yet they had never imagined that in the Divine Prefecture on the battlefield with 3 god-level forces, he was still so outstanding, to the point that he was approaching being invincible. This made them all feel a faint sense of pride and honor. However, at the same time they were also worried when they saw the overall situation of the war. The situation was very unfavorable for the forces of the Divine Prefecture. If this continued, the Divine Prefecture might lose. If that happened, many cultivators would most likely point their fingers at Yi Futian. If they lost this war, the original realm would also be divided up. When the time came, who knew what would happen? At the very least, in the short term, the cultivators of the original realm would have it hard. There would be a period of turmoil, and cultivators would certainly have a hard time. That be **ST**RD. At this moment, someone cursed furiously in the empty imperial palace. Many people immediately looked towards the person who had cursed out loud. It was a cultivator from the Shen clan. His expression was ugly. It was not just him. Xin Gao, the Shen clan leader, Shinji, and other top figures all had somewhat cold looks in their eyes as they stared at the battlefield. He is deliberately neglecting others and leaving them to die, another voice cried out. They saw that the cultivators of the Shen clan on the battlefield were being pursued. The lineup of the Shen clan this time around was very powerful. Aside from the members of the Shen clan from the Central Emperor realm, the Shen clan from the upper worlds had also sent people to participate in the battle. They had quite a few incredible figures. Yet, they had also encountered very strong opponents. Right now, they were at a disadvantage and were retreating while being pursued. What made them furious was when Yi Futian passed by the part of the battlefield they were in. It was as though he had not seen them and completely ignored them to deal with cultivators in another direction. This was blatant revenge against the Shen clan. He had directly ignored the life and death of the cultivators of the Shen clan. With Yi Futian's ability, as well as his group's current full team, once they joined the fight, they could disrupt the opponent instantly and even kill the opponent together with the cultivators of the Shen clan. However, Yi Futian did not even bat an eye at them at all. He just passed by them. Because he ignored them, the cultivators of the Shen clan continued to be chased. A number of their cultivators were killed. The others were also at a disadvantage and were retreating in defeat. They were on the brink of a crisis. The cultivators of the other forces also saw this scene. In reality, it was not just the Shin clan. On the battlefield, the battles of the other forces were also ignored by Yi Futian. He did not participate in them. Instead, he hunted down the enemy on his own. This was how his group was giving their all for the battle. From this aspect, no one could find fault with them. Your Highness, Yi Futian does not care for justice and is seeking revenge publicly over a personal vendetta. He does not care about the outcome of the war at all, a cultivator from the Shin clan said. They did not disguise their dissatisfaction and directly complained about Yi Futian. They hoped that Princess Dongwang would also be dissatisfied with Yi Futian. What is the matter? Your Shin clan has tried many times to kill Yi Futian. Now, on the battlefield, you expect Yi Futian to rescue the members of Shin clan? A mocking voice cried out. A cultivator from Shaoqian said, if the members of your Shin clan had such class, you would not have attempted so many times to kill Yi Futian and destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You yourselves are vicious, and your methods are cruel, yet you hope that others will return your grievances with virtue and save you all. Isn't that too laughable? Another person said. They were all retorts to the cultivators of the Shin clan. This caused the expressions of the cultivators of the Shen clan to turn ugly. This was all real. We are not asking them to repay grievances with virtue, but to consider the grand scheme of things the cultivators of Shin clan justified. On the battlefield, we are both forces on the side of the divine prefecture. By retaliating in such a manner, Yi Futian's group puts us in danger of a crisis. If he had given his all from the very beginning, the situation might not be as it is now. He could have lent aid to many more groups. Regardless of whether it made sense or not, they had to at least shackle Yi Futian with the charges. The reality was that he had not given his all. They only need to constantly remind the princess of this point. This is truly laughable. The disadvantageous position we have in this war is due to the encumbrance of the person who has performed the most outstandingly on the battlefield. Cultivators from Do tribe also retorted. Those who have not contributed anything are pointing fingers and questioning the people who have contributed by killing the enemy multiple times. They could not stand the cultivators of the Shen clan anymore. In reality, both sides understood that no one was qualified to say anything about Yi Futian not rescuing the cultivators of the Shin clan. They were originally mortal enemies. Why should Yi Futian save them? However, the Shen clan still stood out to scold and question Yi Futian. Actually, they just wanted the princess to think that Yi Futian was not giving it his all and did not take this war of the divine prefecture seriously, prioritizing his own personal benefit over the outcome of the war. As long as the princess thought so, it was enough. Enough, Chao Jun said. Chao Jun swept a glance at the crowd. There was a look of condescension in his authoritative gaze. A formless pressure enveloped the surrounding space. The crowd immediately fell silent as they looked at Chao Jun standing next to the princess. Everything will be determined after this war ends. Everyone, please do not disturb the princess while she observes the battle, Chao Jun said indifferently. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Since Chao Jun had requested them to do so, they would naturally oblige. Moreover, Chao Jun had brought up the princess in his chastising. Princess Dongwang still stood quietly there as usual. She raised her head, looked at the screen in the sky, and watched the scenes playing on it. Chao Jun also raised his head and looked up into the sky. He then said, "From the looks of the situation, we might lose." His status was extraordinary. Hence, he dared to say such things. The princess also did not mind. The others were all silent. No one dared to speak and merely stared at the screen. From the looks of the situation, they were indeed beginning to be completely suppressed by their opponent. the two large forces began to surround them from the outer regions of the battlefield. They then began to close in on the forces of the Divine Prefecture. More and more cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were being killed off. If this continued, they would soon lose this war. On the battlefield, the fighting was the most intense between the cultivators of Empty Mountain and the Dark Phoenix Division. Both sides had extremely outstanding figures, and their lineups were powerful to the point of being terrifying. This battle had always been the most violent one on the battlefield. Aside from them, the next was the battle between the cultivators led by the proud son of the underworld and the cultivators of Buddha. At that moment, on the screen, the cultivators of the Dark Phoenix Division began to retreat. They seemed to be preparing to temporarily avoid the heat of the battle and retreat for a while first. Clearly, they realized that if they continued to fight, the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture would be massacred, and this war would end with their loss. This scene caused the expressions of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to turn very ugly. On the other hand, many cultivators from the Dark Court and the Evil Emperor realm revealed victorious smiles. From the looks of it, they were not far from victory in this battle. At that moment, on the battlefield, a voice could be heard up to the highest heavens. This voice only uttered one word: retreat. It was the voice of the leading figure of the Dark Phoenix Division. When the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, who were originally at a disadvantage, heard the word retreat, they instantly retreated in different directions. They attempted to disengage with the enemy and retreat temporarily. However, the opponent pursued them even more desperately. How could the enemy forces let such an opportunity slip past them? This was a prime moment to slaughter the cultivators on the side of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian's group was currently still dominating. They had killed off many enemies. However, the grand scheme of things seemed to be irredeemable. When the order to retreat sounded, the various forces began to do so. His will swept far across into the distance. He glanced around at the battlefield and then said, "Let's retreat for now." In such a situation, he would naturally not fight the war single-handedly. If they were surrounded, the outcome would be tragic. However, at that moment, many cultivators already had their eyes on Yi Futian's group. Before this, Yi Futian's group had been too domineering. Gradually, they caught the attention of many people who had then kept their eyes on them. However, due to the dominance of Yi Futian's group, although many people saw them, no one dared to attack them on their own. Now, Yi Futian's group was considered one of the most powerful forces on the Divine Prefecture side. If they wanted to retreat, the enemy naturally had to cut them off. Hence, from various directions, silhouettes descended and tried to cut off and kill Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian frowned. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture had begun to retreat, and a situation where the other party began pursuing Yi Futian's group occurred. Like everyone else, they were also planning to retreat. However, they were being pursued from all directions. Among those pursuing them, the few with astonishing speed became frightening storms that ripped apart the space as they charged towards Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian's figure suddenly turned around as fast as lightning. With a glance, his ice sorcery enveloped the Renhuangs pursuing them. A cold moon invaded the other party's consciousness, causing them to enter into the world of ice sorcery. Almost at the same time, his divine sword shot out with a flash and pierced through the opponent's body, killing them instantly. This scene caused the other pursuers in the distance to reveal cautious looks. No wonder Yi Futian's group had been able to consecutively kill off people on their side. As expected, their abilities were very powerful. The combat ability of this white-haired youth was especially terrifying. The divine sword killed people without being seen. "Be careful. He is proficient in ice sorcery," a deep and powerful voice called out. To the left and right of Yi Futian's group, people stepped out one after another, preparing to block them off from the sides. Some people passed over them from above. Their speed was extremely fast. After all, many of their Renhuangs were proficient in powers of the great path of space. With one step, they could traverse the space. Yi Futian and the others were a group. Yi Futian was not alone. Hence, they were a big target. Wanting to escape the enemy's pursuit was not an easy task. Yu Sheng, third elder brother attack. A cold look flashed past in Yi Futian's eyes. He also realized that the opponent did not dare to attack them easily. They were only trying to hold them off temporarily and then surround them. After all, as the forces of the Divine Prefecture were escaping, the opponent held a huge advantage. If they could surround the Yi Futian's group, the group would be forced into a very passive situation. Those who heard Yi Futian's words understood this. The retreating group instantly came to a halt. Yi Futian turned and walked up into midair. His speed was extremely fast. He immediately brought up the rear. At the same time, Yu Sheng and Gu Donglu similarly stepped out and charged towards the people at the side. Aside from them, Nan Luoshin and the others also did not remain idle. They all attacked together. Instantly, this area became a battlefield, and a violent fight erupted. The space shook intensely. After Yi Futian's ability burst forth, he was terrifying. Very soon, among the cultivators who had pursued them from behind, some fell to Yi Futian's divine sword. To the sides, Yu Sheng and the others were also beginning to slaughter their opponents. This caused the opponents' encirclement to begin to retreat and pull back. The area that they surrounded became larger. In various other directions, the forces of the Divine Prefecture were still escaping. Some cultivators from the Dark Phoenix Division passed by and called out loudly to Yi Futian, saying, "Don't engage the enemy for too long. Retreat." In this exchange, the forces of the Divine Prefecture were at a disadvantage. If they continued fighting, they would be gradually eliminated. Yi Futian's ability was incredible. As long as they temporarily retreated from the battlefield, they would still have a chance later on. Hence, keeping their elites alive was the right thing to do. "I know. I will deal with these people first," Yi Futian replied plainly. He wanted everyone to escape. However, it was difficult for them to escape at the moment. "There is no time. Tell those who can to retreat," the other party said loudly. He wanted Yi Futian to give up on the thought of wanting everyone to escape. This was not realistic. The larger force had retreated. Many people would certainly be left behind. Right now, the ones that they needed to preserve were the elites. "You all may leave first," Yi Futian replied indifferently. As he said this, his divine sword killed another one of his opponents. His group had followed him to this battlefield, especially the disciples of Heavenly Mandate Cottage. He was definitely going to lead all of them away safely. No one would be left behind. "You have no sense of priorities," the other party chastised him, somewhat dissatisfied. Yi Futian's ability was powerful, yet he did not know how to read the situation. Under such circumstances, he was actually still fighting. Once he was held back, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. "All of you shall not leave," a voice cried out from afar. Then, far off in the sky, two silhouettes appeared. They were cultivators of Empty Mountain from the Evil Emperor realm and members of the Dark Court. Among these people, the leading figure from the Evil Emperor realm from before was also here, and he wielded a divine sword in his hand. The proud son of the underworld, Qi Yi, was also here. They stared at where Yi Futian's group was. In front of them, people kept stepping forward in droves. They swept towards where Yi Futian was. Their speed was extremely fast. In the heavens above, divine light of space rained down from above. It was as though there was a powerful ritual implement at work. Some people lifted their heads and looked up into the sky. Beams of frightening golden divine light blinded them and sealed off the space. Some divine light even became frightening pillars of light that enveloped the cultivators of the Dark Phoenix Division and the Yi Futian's group within them. The gaze of the leading figure of the Dark Phoenix Division was cold as he glanced at Yi Futian. They were dragged into this predicament by Yi Futian. A vast and mighty pressure enveloped them. The top figures of the other side walked towards this battlefield one by one. The terrifying army of Renhuangs was also sweeping in their direction. The Dark Phoenix Division was the main force for the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian's group had also killed many people. The enemy naturally could not let them escape. Killing them off would bring this war to its end. Even if a few of them escaped, it would be of no consequence, as it could not affect the grand scheme of things. In the distance, the leading figure of the evil Emperor realm, as well as Qi, stared at Yi Futian. Before this, many of their members had already perished in his hands. Now, they would honor them by killing Yi Futian. Outside, the cultivators of both the evil Emperor realm as well as the Dark Court revealed smiles on their faces. From the looks of it, the war was already reaching its end. It would probably not be long before they could wrap things up. The peerless princess of the Divine Prefecture was still too young in the end. Although the lineup that they sent out was not weak, it was still not enough. With their two forces allying, did the Divine Prefecture think that they could prevent the original realm from being divided up? The era of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing spanned more than 300 years. They had also ruled the original realm for the same duration. Now that there were claims that the changes of the world would begin from the original realm, the other forces had to claim some territory in the original realm and meet the Divine Prefecture as equals in the original realm. Unfortunately, the princess of the Divine Prefecture did not participate in this battle herself. If she had done so, they might have been able to win, some cultivators from the Dark Court thought to themselves. At the same time, in the empty imperial palace, the expressions of the various cultivators changed. Their juniors were on the battlefield. The current situation would likely turn into a catastrophe. Some people looked towards Princess Donghuang. The grand scheme of things could not be changed. Would the princess admit defeat and actively divide the original realm up? If she did so, she could save the lives of many. Yet, she was Princess Donghuang, the daughter of the great emperor. It was likely difficult for her to admit defeat first. No one dared to advise her to do so either. At that moment, Princess Donghuang was still watching the fight quietly. Up until now, she still had not revealed any emotions. This caused the members of many forces to feel anxious. What was the princess thinking exactly? The main force was originally retreating. Again, it was Yi Futian who caused them to miss the opportunity, Shin Clan said, pointing the finger at Yi Futian. Prior to this, they had already wanted to set up charges for Yi Futian. Now, on the battlefield, Yi Futian had committed another mistake. They would naturally not let this opportunity slip past them. He is not concerned with the outcome of this war. He only cares for his own people. A cultivator from Golden Divine Nation also cried out. This time, Chao Jun also did not say anything. Yi Futian had indeed been penny-wise but a pound foolish. He had acted on impulse. By doing so, he would fight alongside his companions. However, everyone else was also trapped. The casualties would be even more severe. Now, they had missed their opportunity. Wanting to escape again would most likely be difficult. On the battlefield, Yi Futian's group was surrounded by a large army. Up, down, left, and right, there were many powerful Renhuangs. Powerful ritual implements floated in the air. In front of them, a vast army was gathered and charging over to eradicate them. Far behind them, the monk dressed in a white cassock looked back to look in the direction where Yi Futian was. His footsteps came to a stop. Yi Futian and the others seemed to be in danger. Yi Futian frowned. In the sky above, many ritual implements appeared above his head. Among them was a large golden umbrella, spinning in the air at a frightening speed. This umbrella released destructive spatial lightning that struck down. There was also a gigantic ancient bell that flew in the air. The ancient bell unleashed menacing divine light. Each beam of divine light contained overbearing power beyond comparison that could suppress and kill his opponents. Aside from these two ritual implements, divine might erupted from many more ritual implements at the same time. In an instant, the vast space was filled with endless destructive power. "Kill them," a cold voice cried out. Once these words were uttered, a few huge war drum ritual implements sounded at the same time in the heavens above. A frightening drumming sound immediately swept across the sky. The formless and terrifying rhythm caused the eardrums of many people to tear from the vibrations. It was as though their spiritual souls were about to split apart. Tui, tui, tui. People started to cough up fresh blood one after another. After all, among Yi Futian's group, they had members from the Shao clan, Do tribe, and the Nantian divine kingdom. Many among their allied forces were still not possessors of flawless divine wheels. It was hard for them to withstand an attack of such power. Yet alone possessors of flawed divine wheels, even for possessors of flawless divine wheels, if their cultivation planes were too low, it would also be difficult for them as well to withstand such an attack. Buzz! Yi Futian's figure became a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast as he charged towards the war, drums like a beam of light. However, at that moment in the heavens above, a huge black robe ritual implement consumed the way around them and became a menacing illusion of the god of the underworld. The illusion wielded the spear of the underworld and stabbed down on Yi Futian. It was controlled by the proud son of the underworld, Qi. He was in charge of dealing with Yi Futian. On the other hand, the leading figure of the evil emperor realm controlled his divine sword to handle the cultivators from the Dark Phoenix division. Yi Futian's divine sword immediately stabbed out at the long spear. A frightening chill invaded the long spear. However, besides the illusion of the god of the underworld, another two gigantic bodies of Wei appeared. They were 1,000 zhangs tall. One of them wielded a spatial war axe, while the other held a celestial mace. Both weapons crashed down on Yi Futian at the same time. A huge rumble sounded. It was as though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Rumble. There was a huge sound, and Yi Futian's figure was pushed downwards from high in the sky. His arm trembled violently. The divine sword also hummed as it kept vibrating. At that moment, a terrible scream came from the side. Other various ritual implements attacked at the same time. In the chaotic space of the battlefield, many renhuangs were destroyed by the attack of the opponent. Yu Sheng and the others also faced a very powerful attack. Tui! With a huge sound, Yaya, who was the furthest in front, killed an opponent with her powerful sword will. However, she was also hit. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and her body was knocked backward. When Yi Futian saw this scene, the look in his eyes turned extremely cold. They were filled with murderous intent. From the looks of it, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. He shifted his gaze towards the leading figures of the evil emperor realm as well as the dark court in the distance. Right now, there seemed to only be one way out, by killing their opponents. Outer realms. The mood on each of the three sides watching the battle was different. Those from the evil emperor realm and the dark court smiled as they watched the battle. This battle of the original realm was quickly coming to an end. However, the people of the divine prefecture looked solemn and thoughtful. Even the cultivators outside the empty imperial palace felt nervous for Yi Futian as they looked at the battlefield. Yi Futian's performance during this battle could not be considered unexceptional. The battlefield he was on was one of the mightiest battlefields. He killed many enemies, and no one was able to block his path. They were not naturally prejudiced like the cultivators from the Shen clan, thinking that Yi Futian had not given his all. Even if he did not give his all, Yi Futian's performance in the battle was already quite exceptional. What more could they want from him? Moreover, Even if those from the upper worlds came to suppress and kill them, the fact that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had produced such an amazing person was, in itself, something to be proud of. After all, apart from Yi Futian, no other person was this strong. Even though Jian Qingzhu was exceptionally talented, he still would not have achieved Yi Futian's feats. The gap between them was still quite sizable. However, at that moment, Yi Futian was facing a life or death situation. He might be killed, so it was natural that everyone seemed a little nervous. A person of Yi Futian's caliber falling in a battle would be too unfortunate. If he had more time, he could grow to become a peak existence in their 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He could become the symbol of an era. However, at that moment, no one could predict if he would live or die. They looked at the bright divine lights emanating from the ritual implements, wreaking havoc upon Yi Futian and the others. Several Renhuang on the team fell on the spot. At that moment, on that battlefield, even beings as strong as a Renhuang seemed incredibly weak and fragile. Could Yi Futian escape death? That thought had crossed everyone's mind. At that moment, inside the mirror screen in the sky, amidst the battlefield, Yi Futian's body began to release a formless, yet somehow visible stream of air. At the same time, the cultivators around him began to inch closer to him. They were shrinking their formation. A look of bewilderment filled the faces of a large number of people as the scene unfolded. What were they trying to do? Was Yi Futian trying to protect the others? It was certainly possible if the opponents were not too strong. However, at that moment, on that battlefield, ritual implements filled the sky, and the raging windstorms were unstoppable. Getting people to gather into a bunch would limit each of them from unleashing their true strength. As such, would their maneuver be any different from seeking death? What was Yi Futian thinking? He should be trying to find a way to get himself out of this situation. After all, the path of becoming a legend was ultimately going to be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Sometimes one had to give up when it was time to do so. The leaders of the empty imperial palace also did not understand Yi Futian's intention. Has he gone mad? Someone asked. Using a method like that at a time like that would achieve nothing but self-destruction. Not only that, but it would also facilitate the entire process. Did he want everyone to die together? Chao Jun also looked with concern. With Yi Futian's talent strength, he should not be making an error like that. Unless, did he have something that would get them out of their predicament? Perhaps only Lord Taishian and a few others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy could vaguely guess what Yi Futian was going to do. They knew Yi Futian's strength best. If he were not forced into a situation like that, he would always keep something up his sleeve and not reveal his true strength. However, in the current situation, being surrounded, on the verge of being taken out all in one go, and with Yaya and the others hurt, Yi Futian would no longer tolerate it. In that sense, one could not tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Naturally, the truth was that Lord Taishian also wanted to know what sort of destruction would ensue on the battlefield if Yi Futian were to release his full strength. At that time, bright divine light emerged from Yi Futian's body and began spreading into the sky. Under the divine light, his white shirt seemed to turn gold, while his handsome face suddenly had a look of limitless dignity. It was the Emperor's light. Will of the Emperor. Every cultivator's heart trembled. Outside the empty imperial palace, countless practitioners held both their fists tightly. There had always been a rumor that Yi Futian had inherited the will of the Emperor in God's relic and used it to kill a high-order Renhuang. While not the owner of a perfect divine wheel, a high-order Renhuang was still incredibly strong. Nonetheless, the high-order Renhuang still died by Yi Futian's hands. At that moment, Yi Futian had again activated the will of the Emperor. Just how powerful was he going to be? Everyone was a little expectant, wondering if he could turn the tide. So, this is the will of the Emperor. They were captivated by Yi Futian's temperament and qualities. Already exceptionally handsome, Yi Futian had become peerless in elegance at that moment. As he stood upon the battlefield, it looked as if he was the only one there. At that moment, amidst the battlefield, bathed in divine light, Yi Futian's blood boiled. It was as if everything in the world was within his control. His divine consciousness became stronger, and every power from heaven and earth seemed to be at his beckon. His will was even stronger. Beams of bright divine light stretched into multiple directions in the sky. It looked extremely divine. The divine light seemed to envelop that entire space and transform it into an absolute territory. Moreover, the light continued to spread even further. The power of the great path of attack from the void was blocked by the divine light released by Yi Futian. Silvery long hair danced in the air. His body floated into the sky as he looked up high at the powerful practitioners high in the sky. A murderous look filled his eyes. The proud son of the underworld glanced at Yi Futian. Back in the day when he went to the empty imperial palace, he had sparred with Yi Futian before. That practitioner could not last a single hit in front of him. However, at that moment, he could feel a sense of power emanating from Yi Futian's body. He had a tingling feeling that, on that day, Yi Futian intentionally hid his true strength and did not give his all in that fight. Was the power he displayed at that moment his true strength? Kill him, Qi ordered from far away. As soon as he finished giving the order, the ritual implements in the sky released divine might all. This time, all of them focused only on Yi Futian. Gold lightning that tore through space, an overbearing black and yellow ancient bell, a battle drum that destroyed spiritual souls. In an instant, the sky above Yi Futian was filled with powers that could wreak havoc and kill countless people, and all of them were charging towards Yi Futian. Just how scary was a hit like this? Many people watching the battle from the outer realms felt nervous for Yi Futian. It was too frightening. The entire space was devoured by lights of destruction that would crush and destroy Yi Futian and everyone he was trying to protect. Rumble in an instant, the unparalleled attacks rained towards Yi Futian, who was bathed in divine light. Everything happened in an instant. Attacks of this level had close to no time gap. Every single attack dropped at the same moment. Multiple eyes stared at Yi Futian. Would Yi Futian, who was enveloped in the great emperor's divine light, be able to survive these attacks? Then it felt like time and space had frozen in place. It was a bizarre feeling, however it also felt incredibly real. With Yi Futian's body at the center, all the attacks seemed to have stopped. The killer lightning, destructive ancient bell, and all the other power of great paths seemed to have turned into objects with solid forms as they froze under the bright, great emperor's divine light. The attacks that were still overbearing and powerful an instant before had now become extremely quiet. It was as if they had all solidified under the bright golden light, accompanied by a bone-chilling coldness. What is this? Everyone's heart trembled. Was this the power of the great path of freezing? It was like ice freezing, but it also seemed like space had frozen. The cultivators inside the void felt a slight chilly sensation. They realized that it should have been covered in ice, but the existence of the will of the emperor dyed everything with a golden light. Sizzle! Bright divine light shot out from the divine sword. In an instant, all the attacks vanished and became nothing. At the same time, a holy divine light continued to spread out toward multiple directions in the sky. It looked as if the entire battlefield was going to be buried by that light. What is this power? Thought some of the cultivators in the void. Cold. At that moment, they could only feel utter, bone-chilling cold. Their bodies felt as if they were about to be sealed in ice, and their spiritual souls were frozen. Their senses seemed to have slowed down as if they had just been born. Time and space seemed to have stopped. At that moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that, in another location, Yu Sheng was also releasing a vast amount of demonic might. It seemed as if a peerless demon was waking up. Frightening demonic energy swirled inside the void, his might overwhelming the heavens. Gu Donglu and the others also separately released their energies and powers. The scene made the cultivators from the Dark Phoenix division to glance in that direction. The same went for the cultivators who were preparing for a retreat. For example, the Buddhist sect practitioners from the mountain realm. The monk wearing a white robe turned around to glance at Yi Futian, feeling that aura. A look of clarity flashed across his handsome eyes. Power of Yin, he mumbled quietly in his mind. After that, he did not continue retreating. Instead, he turned around and continued looking at Yi Futian. Perhaps it was possible to turn the situation around. At that moment, a great path domain appeared around Yi Futian's body. Under the frightening flow of air, a cold moon appeared in the sky. Moonlight descended from above and transformed into a Yin divine light that enveloped a large area. Inside this space, everyone was covered in ice. Formless air flowed inside this great path domain. Space itself had frozen. Kill! A murderous look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. As his intent formed, a divine sword split the skies and directly cut through the void. BZZZT, the body of a one-path, three-realm divine will owner, was directly punctured by the divine sword and turned into dust before vanishing into nothingness after he was slowed down by the power of Yin. A figure that had been overwhelmingly strong throughout the battle was killed in an instant, just like that. The divine sword flashed across the void. Plopping sounds continued to fill the air. Bodies, one after another, turned into dust before vanishing into thin air. Some people managed to react and retreat by forcefully using the great path of strength to break free of the power of freezing space. As they retreated, fear could be seen in their eyes. How did this white-haired youth suddenly become so frightening? Far away, the leaders of the evil emperor realm and the dark court lost their confidence after witnessing the scene before them. They were stunned for a moment. Right in front of their eyes, the divine sword fired multiple bright and deadly light. Plopping sounds were nonstop. Everywhere the sword passed, geniuses who once dominated worlds either vanished within the void or turned into dust. Death. Changes abound amidst the battlefield. No one on and off the battlefield was not astounded by the bright and dazzling divine sword. Inside the empty imperial palace, countless gazes were fixed onto the bright and dazzling scene unfolding within the mirror screen in the sky. One sword, executing the enemy. The divine sword returned to its place in front of Yi Futian. It floated there and released beams of swordsmanship, divine light. Apart from that, the bright moon still hung in the sky. Beams of moonlight shone upon the space, bathing Yi Futian within. Hair as white as snow, the will of the emperor as holy as ever. At that moment, he looked simply astounding. The hearts of leaders and big shots of the Shen clan, the Golden Divine Nation, and other factions that were enemies of Yi Futian trembled. Their gaze changed gradually. They became colder. Their killing intent had increased even further. Just a while ago, they were still arguing that Yi Futian had dragged their feet in this battle. They wanted to convict him, to declare him guilty and make him take responsibility for this battle. If he survived the battle, once he returned, they still hoped to lay all the blame on and punish him. However, the next moment, Yi Futian released more energy, and his might overwhelmed everything. The divine sword swung into the sky. This was the power of Yin. That day, Yi Futian was on the verge of death inside the core area of the Shadow Realm. Ultimately, he survived. However, he did not only survive, he also gained a blessing in his misfortune. He had mastered the power of Yin. Before this, the others had already been suspicious. However, now that they saw the moonwheel, it was no longer in doubt. Even if they did not feel the aura on the battlefield firsthand, They knew that it was the power of Een from the Shadow Realm. It had been assimilated into his law power attacks and sword. That was the reason for the surge in might and strength. Een, mumbled Chao Jun gently as he stared at the void mirror screen. He would never have imagined that such an exceptional person would be in the original realm. Even though Yi Futian's previous display showed that he was unusually talented, maybe even a genius, what kind of person was Chao Jun? He had met all types of great individuals, geniuses coming from all places before, and each of them had begged to train under his banner. As a result, even though Yi Futian's earlier display was astounding, he was not truly moved. That was until this moment. Chao Jun was stunned. The will of the Emperor and power of Een. The talent that he displayed had already surpassed many geniuses in the divine prefecture. He glanced at Princess Donghuang beside him and saw that the princess was still gazing calmly into the void. Chao Jun wondered, did the princess already know that this would be the outcome? However, he only guessed. He did not ask. That was because, no matter his position under Donghuang the Great, the princess was still princess, and also the only daughter of the great emperor. The princess respected him, and naturally he reciprocated the respect. He would not ask what should not be asked. If the princess wanted to speak, she would naturally speak. In areas where cultivators had gathered in the evil emperor realm and the dark court, countless people were also stunned by the scene before them. Shi Xia had already suspected this earlier. Now it was proven. Yi Futian had already mastered the power of Een and had assimilated it into his abilities. When he was in the Shadow Realm back then, he did not pay much attention to Yi Futian's existence. Instead, he put more focus on the heir of the Heaven Realm. However, unexpected to him, the person who was on the verge of death in the Shadow Realm had not only survived but also managed to master the power of Een. What was the reason for this development? The number one genius in the original realm was the Heavenly Mandate Academy's Yi Futian. This was the first time Shi Xia truly recognized Yi Futian. While Yi Futian's previous displays were exceptional, Shi Xia had never truly remembered Yi Futian. After all, the number of people worthy of being remembered by him was quite low. However, at that moment, Yi Futian's name was carved into his memory. It seemed like he had underestimated the people from the original realm. It was surprising to him that the original realm had someone as exceptional as this. He continued to observe the battlefield. While Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, the general tide of the battle had already been set. Could Yi Futian change the tide of battle? Amidst the battlefield, the Buddhist practitioners from the mountain realm looked over at Yi Futian. Then, the leading monk wearing the white robe suddenly turned around and walked towards him. Following that, the rest of the Buddhist sect practitioners also followed him as they walked back to return to the battlefield. The monk walked to a spot not far behind Yi Futian and asked, "Dear benefactor, do you need this humble monk's help?" Yi Futian did not turn around. Using his divine consciousness, he could see everything clearly. As such, it was natural that he was able to see his surroundings. He continued to gaze at a location far away. There, the proud son of the underworld's gaze was dead cold as he stared straight back at Yi Futian. "Master, would you be so kind as to defend my left side and follow me as we kill the enemy's leader?" Yi Futian asked. Earlier on the battlefield, this group of monks was capable of battling against the proud son of the underworld. This handsome monk, in particular, was even capable of fighting evenly against Qi. "Leave it to this humble monk," answered the monk with a gentle smile as he clasped his hands together. He looked very handsome when he smiled, a different kind of handsome. "Older brothers, Yu Sheng, you guys are on the right," said Yi Futian as he looked at Yu Sheng. "All right." Yu Sheng, Gu Donglu, and the others nodded. They went to Yi Futian's right and released their energies. Their might were frightening, particularly Yu Sheng and Gu Donglu. One had a vast amount of demon might as demons and shadows began to form around him, while the other summoned a Jeweshian matrix, resulting in him being surrounded by celestials and demons. It was a frightening scene. 3 major factions. Apart from their group, the Dark Phoenix Division was battling against the cultivators of the evil Emperor realm. As for the remaining cultivators, they were initially prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, many also started to turn around to look toward the battlefield. Yi Futian's battle had attracted the gaze of everyone. He had become the absolute core area of the battle. In front of Yi Futian was a vast army. Countless cultivators, multiple renhuangs, stood in the area in front of him. When their might descended, it was incredibly frightening. However, at that moment, the large army did not move rashly. In the earlier battle, Yi Futian was too strong. The top fighters who went out to fight him had already been killed. Then Yi Futian waved his fist, making the divine move around Yi Futian to behind his body. This move surprised many people as shock filled their faces. What did this mean? However, in the next moment, they saw Yi Futian bring out another ritual implement. It was a pole that was releasing a strong and daunting aura. The divine sword gave off a sense of sharpness, while the pole exuded a sense of power and weight. Both ritual implements were exuding a frightening aura. With the power of divine elephant in his grasp, Yi Futian was bathed in the Emperor's light. Shadows and illusions of divine elephants appeared around him, while starry halos spun around his body. At that moment, he looked like a hero of an era. The moment he took a step, the hearts of the renhuangs in front of him trembled. They felt an extremely powerful force press against them. The moment Yi Futian stepped forward, on his left and right side, the Buddhist practitioners from the mountain realm, as well as with Yu Sheng's group, had already taken a step forward. This way they could share and alleviate the pressure coming from the left and right side of Yi Futian. The white-robed monk held Buddha beads in both his hands. Then, flying and spinning at an amazing speed, ancient characters above the Buddha emerged and transformed into sutras. After that, a heavenly Buddha appeared. A gigantic holy Buddha statue appeared. The giant Buddha continued to grow larger as Buddha sounds whirled around it. It kept growing until it was thousands of meters tall, reaching high into the sky. Watching from above, everyone down below looked like ants. Many raised their head to look up and felt as if the Buddha in the heavens was looking at them. Do it! The renhuangs began to concentrate their powers. Ritual implements danced in the sky. Powerful law power emerged and shot at the giant Buddha. Only frightening rumbles could be heard as a giant Buddha palm slammed down from the sky. It covered a large area and slammed right into many talismans and weapons, blowing them away. The palm continued to push down as it crushed that entire piece of land. On the other side, within the Jeweshian matrix behind Gu Donglu, celestials and demons roared. Holy beasts surged forward one by one, while multiple celestial shadows raged forward. On the other hand, Yu Sheng leaped forward by himself. Using Gu Donglio's attacks as cover, he charged straight into the enemy. His divine item's light shone, overwhelming the enemies in that space to the point where they could not move. His fists flew forward. Fierce and intense sounds of crashing could be heard as several renhuang cultivators were directly punctured by the aurora of his fist. Of course, most of the cultivators charged towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's speed was breakneck. He charged straight into the massive army in front of him. The moon well behind him released an even brighter and dazzling great path radiance. In an instant, the bodies of the renhuangs in front of him froze one by one. They could feel their blood stop flowing while their spiritual souls trembled. The moonlight continued to shine below. Hidden within areas shrouded in the moonlight were frightening lightning. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the moonlight itself was transformed from the Een divine thunder. Rumble, rumble, rumble within the void, figures exploded into pieces one after another. Under the radiance of the moonlight, their bodies were destroyed, and their spiritual souls were crushed. In an instant, many of those who were in possession of imperfect divine wheels had perished. Their souls dispersed, as they did not even have the ability to mount an ounce of resistance. Yi Futian's level was at the divine wheel's second order. His divine wheel was perfect, and with the will of the emperor activated and with his powers, he was definitely at the level of divine will third order. Moreover, it was at a perfect level. In addition, he also had the power of Yin. Hence, how could a lower Renhuang with an imperfect divine will resist him? They were absolutely powerless and could not fight back, resulting in them being killed instantaneously. The moonlight was still a law power attack. The power of Yin assimilated into the perilous thunder to transform into the Yin divine thunder. Hidden within it was the destructive power of thunder, and the power of great path that could tear through space. As such, under the radiance of the Yin divine light, multiple figures turned into dust. They were powerless and fell instantly. Plop, plop, plop the divine light remained, and combatants continued to fall on the battlefield. At that moment, many people felt that the Renhuang were like ants. In front of absolute strength, their numbers were meaningless. An incredible number of law powers were thrown at Yi Futian. However, as these powers entered the domain of the Yin divine light, they froze before being annihilated by the Yin divine thunder. Others were trampled into pieces by the divine elephants or swept away by the starry halos around him. These Renhuangs could not even get close to Yi Futian. Then, suddenly, a giant divine tower appeared and broke through the power of the Yin divine light and flew at Yi Futian. Many people stared at this scene, hoping to see a ray of hope. Yi Futian raised his arm, the long pole in his palm. His body moved as he swept the pole outward. At that moment, the pole's shadow covered the sky, the great path roared, and the ritual implement was sent flying. The next moment, the Yin divine light was shining upon the cultivator who released the divine tower. The divine sword behind Yi Futian had also flown out. Before the divine tower returned to the opponent, the power of Yin and the divine sword had descended upon him. Plop! A corpse was left behind. Invincible. The Yi Futian at that moment gave off a sense of invincibility. He continued to stride forward. The moon's radiance fell upon the land, and beams of Yin divine light swept across the battlefield. Renhuang continued to fall one by one. It was despair. He was going to annihilate the Renhuang army by himself. There had not been a moment like this where a large number of Renhuang fell ever since the large-scale battle began. As Yi Futian continued to bathe in the Emperor's light, no one could block his path. Watching their companions blown to bits and crushed one after the other Renhuangs began to falter as an extreme fear started to grow inside their minds. Some of them were already thinking about retreat. They wanted to get off this battlefield. On this battlefield, owners of imperfect divine wheels were fodders in front of Yi Futian. They were killed instantly. In a situation like that, who would want to go and die? Another round of divine light rained from above. All the people close to Yi Futian were punctured, while those exposed to the moonlight died as well. Yi Futian's overwhelming power made the people watching the battle forget the other two crazy battles on the left and right. The battlefield created an illusion. Lower Renhuangs were like ants. They were at the same level. However, the gap between their strength was actually so great. One after another, the Renhuangs began to retreat. They avoided confronting Yi Futian directly. In the sky above, several genius-level, perfect divine will owners frowned. Faced with the battle in front of them, they were actually feeling a little out of depth and out of ideas. Their law power attacks could not even get close to Yi Futian. I will stop his movements. You guys attack. A voice suddenly appeared. A dark shadow was within the void. The figure was extremely imposing. His body emanated an aura of wildness. Strands of dark aura flowed over his body, raging between heaven and earth. In his hand was a completely black instrument that let out crisp, clinking sounds. It was a black chain. Go. His arm trembled. Then he suddenly threw the chain down to the ground. In that instant, loud clinking noises filled the air as a huge number of dark chains flew down from the sky, blocking the sun. Every single chain let out a deafening and explosive sound. Hundreds of millions of chains shrouded the boundless void and locked down the land surrounding Yi Futian. An explosion of dark light emerged as the place turned into a dark prison. In addition to those, some of the chains were flying towards Yi Futian. It was an indestructible ritual implement. Its attack was on the weaker side. However, it was capable of sealing people away. At the moment, Yi Futian was too dangerous. They had to seal and limit his movement. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced over his surrounding. The Yin divine light bloomed and made the chains closer to him, gradually covered in ice. His gaze was terrifying as it pierced through the gaps between the chain-formed dark prison and reached the figures within the void. After the divine item was released, it turned into an incredibly large prison to trap and imprison him. The moon released an even stronger divine light that directly enveloped the dark prison. All the chains became frozen, and as the power of Yin seeped in, the dark prison began to slow down and stop as if it was solidifying before finally turning into a static prison. Yi Futian's body flashed as he charged at a location. The divine sword flashed and disappeared with him. He directly charged through the gaps between the chains. His body moved straight as he moved quickly towards the figure high in the sky. The cultivator's expression changed slightly. He moved his arm fiercely as he tried to retract the chains to wrap around Yi Futian. However, he seemed to have lost control of his divine item, which had been ice-sealed by the power of Yin. At the same time, a round and full moon appeared in front of him. Then, in the next moment, a huge amount of Yin current landed on his body. Boom! The imposing dark aura around his body exploded as he tried to destroy and counter the effects of the power of Yin. His body was covered in a layer of dark armor. The Yin divine thunder struck his body but failed to kill him in an instant. It was as if the dark armor was also a powerful item. Bong! A beam of divine light shot towards the cultivators around him. With a simple flick of Yi Futian's consciousness, the divine sword cut through the skies and flew at them, forcing the cultivators to scatter and retreat. 2 of them were too weak and were directly killed by the Yin divine thunder. Yi Futian himself leaped and landed in front of the imposing Renhuang. He threw the long pole directly, causing a loud rumbling sound that seemed to tear through space, to fill the air, causing the cultivators around the area to tremble. Then the pole came crashing down. Blurg! He coughed up fresh blood. Although that cultivator was protected by a ritual implement, his eyes widened as he spat out fresh blood. His spiritual soul was crushed, and he was killed by the enormously powerful force, even with a ritual implement in between. Then his body fell from the sky. Many from the dark court knew which faction that person was from. They felt a chill right through their hearts. He could not be stopped. Anyone who tried would die. Yi Futian's gaze turned forward. He continued to walk forward. The moon will hung high in the sky as it continued to rain divine light down. Air current flowed down from above as if they were lightning, but in truth, those were the Yin divine thunder. On Yi Futian's left were the cultivators from the Buddhist sect, while Yu Sheng and the others were on his right. They all moved forward together. At that moment, it was obvious that the cultivators directly in front of Yi Futian had started to consciously and intentionally move away. No one was actually blocking Yi Futian. They did not dare block his path. Many had already sacrificed their lives for this. Apart from the Dark Court's own strength, the Dark Court's army also had cultivators from some of the major factions of the Dark World mixed within. The reason they came to the original realm was so that they could benefit from it. They wanted to gain a foothold in the original realm in the future. To have these people sacrifice their lives to help achieve victory for the Dark Court in the fight for the original realm, it was natural that they would be unwilling to do. Even if they were cultivators from the Dark Court itself, they would still be reluctant to get themselves killed. The retreat from the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture from earlier was similar. The divine light floated high in the air behind Yi Futian, the long pole in his palm, and the moon light shining around him. There was no longer anyone left within a certain range from Yi Futian. His gaze shifted to a location far away. The leaders of the Dark Court's army was there. Among them was the proud son of the underworld, Qi. Ye's gaze was also fixed on Yi Futian. Was he going to charge towards him? Yi Futian said that he wanted to kill all the enemy leaders. After all, one had to capture the ringleader first to capture all the followers, right? Charging towards him directly. What arrogance! If the words uttered by Yi Futian were considered somewhat insane, then no one would have suspected that Yi Futian was currently carrying out his earlier promise. He charged forward, and by then, no one dared to block his path. At the moment, he was charging towards the proud son of the underworld. Yi did not retreat. Who was he? He was the heir to the underworld, the son of the underworld, the commander of the army on the battlefield. If his army had lost the advantage and were facing defeat, a retreat would have been a practical, tactical maneuver. However, at that moment, the army had not yet been defeated. Instead, it was just one opponent defeating his army, charging into enemies, and then straight towards him. How could he retreat? A retreat would mean that the Dark Court's army could not even deal with a single Yi Futian. Then, what opportunities would be left for them in the future? His army fought head-on and was annihilated by Yi Futian. If he were to retreat, how would they turn things around? As long as Yi Futian remained on the battlefield, they would be better off surrendering directly. As such, Ye's retreat would signify a defeat. Moreover, his position did not allow him to retreat as well. Cultivators of the outer realms, Dark Court, Empty Divine Realm, and the Divine Prefecture were watching this battle. Everything that happened on the battlefield would be seen and remembered by the cultivators from the outer realms. Running away without even fighting? The proud son of the underworld being frightened and horrified by a single person, Yi Futian. If he were to do this and return to the Dark Court, things would not end well for him. Proud sons of worlds are created amid cruel competitions. The Dark Court did not need weak and average individuals surged. It was an incredibly scary sight to behold. Yi Futian landed at a location not far from the proud son of the underworld. He was surrounded by several figures that were the elite cultivators from the Dark Court. Apart from that, on the other side, the cultivators of the evil Emperor realm were also running toward this location. The divine light of space surged. It was a scary sight to behold. However, the Dark Phoenix division was also charging forward. After Yi Futian released his true strength, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had also started a counterattack. On Yi Futian's side, a tripartite confrontation seemed to have formed. However, two of the sides were targeting Yi Futian. As the moon light shot down, a black robe floated in front of the cultivators from the Dark Court. A frightening dark storm converged together to create a scary whirlpool of a black hole that actually devoured the moonlight. At another location, led by the cultivators from the evil Emperor realm, the cultivators released a divine sword. The divine sword used by the great Emperor before released an unparalleled divine light of space that tore through everything. Even the divine light was crushed in front of it. Both energies were extremely powerful. Who are you dealing with first? On the side, the handsome monk asked Yi Futian. letting Yi Futian choose his opponent to help delay or distract the other one for a while. While Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, facing the top dogs from the two enemies was still difficult. The Buddhist sect and Yu Sheng's group could help by sharing the burden by facing one of the sides first. "Damn," answered Yi Futian while looking at the cultivators from the Dark Court. The reason he chose the Dark Court was simple. There was still unfinished business between him and the Dark Court. Back then, using the power of hell, the Dark Court staged their comeback and killed quite a sizable number of people from the Nine Realms, including cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In addition, he also had to pay them back for when the Dark Court used them to open the gate of the Hell when they were in the Hidden Land Realm. Apart from that, there was the poor girl Yi Qingyao. She was forcibly snatched away by the Dark Court's army when they descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. While Yi Qingyao left voluntarily, it was a decision forced by the Dark Court because she did not want to implicate or involve anyone else. At that moment, it was time to pay them back for all these. "All right." The handsome monk looked at Yu Shang and the others before saying, "Let us deal with the people from the empty divine realm first." Yu Sheng nodded in silence. A daunting aura of divine items came from his body while his might filled the space, resulting in a frightening aura forming around his body. Yi Futian took a step forward. He walked alone towards the most elite group of cultivators from the Dark Court. The others would face the cultivators from the evil Emperor realm. Such arrogance! This thought flashed across the minds of many who saw the scene unfold, on and off the battlefield. For one person to deal with the strongest force of the Dark Court. However, Yi Futian has been overwhelming in the battle. If it were only the proud son of the underworld, Qi, it might not have been enough. Qi Yi was at the same level as Yi Futian, which was the divine will second order. Yi Futian released the will of the emperor. So in terms of planes, Yi Futian had sufficiently overwhelmed him. Moreover, he had mastered the power of Yin. Even the proud son of the underworld would not have been able to win against Yi Futian. Then, a cold killing intent flashed across Yi Futian's eyes as he glanced at Qi. That made Qi Ye's gaze harden as he activated the eyes of the underworld. It was incredibly scary. The thought of killing him directly on that battlefield had actually crossed Yi Futian's mind. Remembering the battle at the empty Imperial Palace last time, Qi Yi could not help but feel that he had been ridiculed. The Yi Futian who was easily crushed by him was now trying to kill him directly. A practitioner from the original realm was actually thinking about killing him, the proud son of the underworld. He extended his hands, and frightening dark storms converged. It became even more frightening by the second as a hell-like black hole began to appear in the sky right above Yi Futian. Chapter 1843, Killing Move. Shadow radiance shot towards his opponent, but a terrible engulfing force appeared within the black hole storm, which formed a horrifying vortex in the sky. The radiance was sucked into the vortex, and then was completely swallowed up and destroyed. Yi Futian looked at the black hole storm. The light of the moon grew even brighter. It not only did not stop, it gave off even more powerful radiance, which it then sent into the vortex. A layer of frost gradually covered the black hole vortex. Looking up at it, it seemed to be freezing and solidifying. The storm gradually grew weaker and weaker as well. This caused a look of utter shock to come over the faces of the cultivators of the Dark Court. This power of Yin was too strong. It could destroy anything that they threw at it. Boom! 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 Divine shadow thunder struck inside the storm, making the vortex in the sky tremble. It seemed to be so unstable that it could be destroyed at any moment. "Attack!" someone cried. The other cultivators of the Dark Court were no longer merely watching. They had already released the power within their bodies, and now they were launching their attack. They seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other, and they sent out destructive dark flames at the same time. In but a moment, the entire sky was covered in dark flames. The space where Yi Futian was standing was transformed into a world of destructive fire. Within the deep, dark flames, the world seemed like hell. Yi Futian was engulfed in flames. Lines of radiance bloomed from him and dispersed in all directions. Bright moonlight fell violently from the sky, freezing the dark flames. A mystical stream of qi flowed by. Yi Futian could feel the space around him transform and become silent. It was as if there was no one else there. The lines of destructive qi seemed to enter into a dark, illusory space. Many underworld illusions appeared in this hellish space, appearing insubstantial and vague. Terrifying qi flowed through the air, rushing towards Yi Futian. His expression turned fierce, and it seemed like he could see through everything. Boom! There was a loud noise as a huge black spear pierced down towards him. But as it drew near to Yi Futian, it slowed down, as if it had entered a defensive field around him. More attacks came in from all different directions, but not one of them could get close to him. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was buried under these countless attacks. At that moment, lines of destructive flames of the way appeared, flowing through the air. They were everywhere, surging around Yi Futian. He looked all around him with his fierce gaze. He saw that he seemed to be within the flames of an oven formed by a ritual implement. He had indeed been swallowed up by a giant oven. Outside, the cultivators of the dark court were surrounding him, standing in all directions. Dark, destructive air currents surged violently from them. Every one of them was calling upon both the power of their wheels of the great path as well as their own power. As so much power was released, they seemed to form a giant matrix. Dark light covered the sky, rushing wildly between them. There was a giant black oven there that had swallowed up an entire section of the sky. Yi Futian was within it. This oven was the powerful ritual implement of one of the genius cultivation masters of the Dark Court, who was one of their greatest figures. At that moment, all of the cultivators were working together. First, they had used a diversion to trap Yi Futian in a dark illusion. Then they had covered the sky with their oven. The only way out of the oven was through the gap at the top. Now they were going to burn him to death. Given the power of the cultivators of the Dark Court, there was no way they could fail to do so. Whoosh! Qi Yi stood atop the oven, wearing a long dark robe that flapped in the wind. Another black hole vortex appeared before him, from which endless underworld spears appeared, each of which then pierced down into the oven. And he was not the only one who did this. The other cultivators attacked continuously as well, adding even more destructive power to the furnace and trying to bury Yi Futian within it. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture kept looking over at that part of the battlefield, feeling greatly anxious. Although Yi Futian had displayed incomparable power, these were the true geniuses of the Dark Court after all. When they worked together, their power was frightening. Right now, they had trapped within Yi Futian within a ritual implement. They did not know if Yi Futian could handle such a devastating assault. Within the oven, Yi Futian was indeed facing powerful destructive attacks. His body had been swallowed up by the destructive flames of the way. In addition, lines of poisonous air were mixed with the flames and violent, dark spears were striking him constantly. At that moment, he truly felt like he was in a dark hell. If his defenses had not been so powerful, he already would have been destroyed by this devastating power. Shadow radiance shot out, and the world tree swayed within him, sending out airflows in all directions that pierced through the dark oven. The power of shadow was integrated into these airflows, and they spread throughout the air, infusing it with shadow. Outside, many of the cultivators could not see what was happening inside. Only the controller of the ritual implement knew what was going on there. "How is it going?" someone asked the cultivator who controlled the dark oven. The cultivator frowned. The dark oven was filled with many kinds of destructive flames that would burn the flesh and destroy the divine wheels of anyone inside. These flames were shockingly powerful, but so far they had not managed to touch Yi Futian. And at that moment, the inside of the oven seemed to be filled with invisible power. He could not even tell what was happening with Yi Futian's body. Just then, everyone saw the dark furnace begin to shake violently and give off a terrible noise. What is happening? Everyone stared at it. Was Yi Futian attacking from within? This furnace had been forged by an incredibly powerful figure, who had then asked other top figures to refine it until it was absolutely indestructible. If Yi Futian wanted to destroy it, it would be utterly impossible. He could only come out through the gap in it. "Should I go covered up?" someone asked. The cultivator was hesitating, unsure of what to do. However, in the next instant, dazzling light bloomed with a loud boom. Divine radiance shone as Yi Futian came shooting out of the gap. Terrible, dark underworld spears were still flying out of the black hole vortex towards him. But they saw a beam of light shoot out. A divine sword pierced towards the black hole vortex, blazing with shadow radiance. It ripped the black hole apart and then went through it, appearing in the sky above it. Moonlight fell, illuminating everyone and making them feel a chilling presence. The world seemed to freeze. Even the great path of space went still. Up in the sky, Yi Futian gripped his staff, and dazzling divine light burst forth from it. He flew forward, raising his staff with both hands. At that moment, he swept out the staff, causing thousands of staff images to appear. They covered the sky as they swept out, flattening everything in their path. Fierce booming sounds rang out as the sky itself seemed like it would collapse. All of the cultivators fled backward, but since the great path of space was frozen, many of them were swept away and instantly destroyed. Some of them managed to protect themselves with ritual implements and did not die, but they still spat up blood when they were struck. After he had done this, Yi Futian pointed up into the sky. In the next moment, divine radiance bloomed from his sword and shot up into the sky. There were continuous puffing sounds as cultivator after cultivator was pierced by the light and killed on the spot, dissipating into ashes that floated away on the wind. In the distance, more cultivators watched this scene in shock. Yi Futian was too powerful. With a single staff and a single sword, he had brought chaos and killed more than half the people surrounding him. It was a tragedy. Many of those killed by Yi Futian were the greatest talents of the Dark Court. None of them could hope to withstand his continuous attacks. The surviving cultivators retreated some distance, their hearts beating wildly. They gazed at the imposing figure bathed in a kingly radiance. They had been crushed by a genius of the original realm. It seemed like there was absolutely no one in the world who could stand up to this man. Yi Futian stared at Qi and took a step forward. A terrible dark vortex appeared around Qi Ye's black-robed form. A vast area went dark as this force surged unto its fullest power. Endless qi flowed into Qi, and his body grew larger. There was a booming sound as he reached the height of 1,000 meters. Endless destructive airflows swirled around him, transforming him into a true god of the underworld. His expression was exceedingly cold. In the face of Yi Futian's power, he had absolutely no option but to use every last drop of strength that he had in him. His dark spear had grown larger as well and gave off endless destructive power. He reached out, grabbing at Yi Futian from across a great distance. Suddenly, a terrible vortex storm appeared around Yi Futian, swallowing him up. Yi Futian floated there, seeming incredibly small compared to his opponent. The bright moon was in the sky, its radiance falling upon the land. Shadow radiance covered the area and moved towards the vortex. The divine sword clanged as it swept through the air towards the terrible vortex that his opponent had made. The divine sword was followed by countless air currents filled with swordsmanship, forming a river of destructive swords. It pierced through the vortex storm with a loud bang and struck his opponent's left hand, piercing through it. It continued onward towards his opponent's chest, freezing Qi Ye's massive body bit by bit with the power of shadow that it contained. But he managed to grab the sword. Whoosh! Futian shot forward, waving his staff. It swept down from the sky, destroying everything in its path. His opponent raised his dark spear, thrusting it towards the staff. There was a loud bang as they collided. The spear shook, and the staff continued downward, slamming into the massive underworld figure and shattering it. A terrifying dark air current burst out and flooded the area, surging all around. Futian seemed to notice something. A figure appeared behind him. It was Qi Yi, the dark spear in his hands, giving off incomparably destructive light. It struck out towards Futian, whose attack momentum had not diminished. This was his true killing move. Die. Cold, murderous intent flashed across Qi Ye's eyes. The power of the shadow was shattered under the dark, destructive light. The blow pierced towards Futian's head. The attack fell. In addition to the incredibly sharp, destructive power, a terrible hellish vortex appeared as well, filling the area around Futian and giving him no power to escape. He was completely swallowed up in an instant. It was like a flower of hell had bloomed and transformed into a killing blow. In reality, this attack was dangerous to Qi as well, but he knew that as the possessor of a second-tier divine wheel, he might not have another chance in direct combat. The Yin power was integrated into Futian's attacks, along with the will of the Emperor, making them absolutely frightening. He had used dark escape techniques to avoid harm, and now that he had found this life or death chance, how could he miss it? Countless people watched this attack. It would probably be the end of this fight. Everything around Futian froze, and frost covered it all. Lines of qi became solid, like countless sharp leaves and branches that covered everything around him. Under the dark spear of destruction, the terrifying dark beams of light pierced downward bit by bit, trying to break through his defenses. With a loud bang, the spear reached his divine elephant battle form, making cracks appear on it, and it continued forward, piercing within. But at the same time, brilliant golden divine radiance covered Qi Ye's body little by little, and soon he was completely engulfed. The Yin power went into him, blocking his dark magic. His blood began to flow more slowly, and his divine spirit grew cold. The power in his hands grew weaker and weaker. Everyone gazed fixedly at the scene. Futian's arm moved, and he stretched out his hand. The divine sword came flying back to him, and he caught it, then swept it behind him. It swept out, giving off a terrible radiance that pierced through the frozen space. It continued forward, then pierced into Qi. Qi Ye's eyes narrowed, and he felt a stab of fear. There in the still space, all seemed hopeless. He was the proud son of the underworld. Was he really going to fall here? Futian raised his hand and slapped it down directly on the hilt of the divine sword. A beam of even more brilliant radiance bloomed. At that moment, Qi Ye's body shattered bit by bit until he became a little more than an illusory figure. Then he disappeared completely. The heir of the Lord of the Underworld, the controller of the throne of the Underworld, had fallen. He killed him. The battle all around stopped at that moment. Many of the cultivators of the Dark Court looked over there. Had he really not been able to stop Futian? After his divine radiance burst forth, Futian moved into the great army, killing people all along the way. In the end, he had slain the leader of the Dark Army, Qi. It was just like he had said. He had cut off his enemy's head. At a time of defeat, one man had completely turned the tables. He had cut his way through an army of Renuans and cut down Qi, shattering the power of the Dark Army. At that moment, who within the Dark Army would dare continue fighting. And it was not only those on the battlefield. Those cultivators outside the battlefield also trembled within their hearts. He was dead. Within the empty palace, the cultivators who were watching were speechless. The cultivators of the divine palace and the golden divine nation had once again witnessed Yi Futian's absolute talent, but they were covered in a cold sweat. Showing so much magnificence on a battlefield would make Yi Futian far more threatening in the future. A cold light flashed in their eyes. It seemed as if they were hiding their murderous intent. There were shaken looks in the princess and Chao Jun's eyes as well when they saw this. He had really cut him down. "It looks like he has turned the tide of battle," said Chao Jun. A single man had turned the tables in favor of the divine prefecture. In the Dark Court's camp, the Lord of the Underworld let forth his terrible aura. Qi Yi was his heir, and he had been slain. Given his personality, he did not care that much about his death. The people of the Dark Court did not feel too many emotions. But the loss of his disciple made the light go out of his face. The others of the 7 kings of darkness would probably mock him for this. Moreover, because of this, he would have no way to fulfill his duty. That was the most important thing. Thus, a foul mood had come over him. This was all because of Yi Futian. If he had known this would happen, then when he had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he would have killed everyone there and not just taken Yi Qingyao away. No one spoke. There was a sense of tension in the air as everyone watched the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Yi Futian did not turn around. His divine sword flew back in front of him, giving off terrifying sword will. This sword was payback for those who had been slain by the Dark Court and for Qingyao who had been taken by them. Looking up, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the other cultivators of the Dark Court. These mighty figures of the Dark Court broke out in a cold sweat at a single glance from Yi Futian. Then they turned and fled. It was as if they feared his sudden attack. Given the power he had shown today, none of them could withstand him. At that moment, another part of the battlefield opened up. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm stared at Yi Futian. They knew that because of him, they had lost their advantage. There was now no more hope for this battle. If they continued fighting, Yi Futian could slaughter them. A man who even the geniuses of god-level powers could not defeat had arisen in the original realm. At that moment, outside the battlefield, the huge matrix was surging. This made many people look up into the sky, where they saw brilliant light falling. The huge matrix was opening, and a dazzling light curtain spread out in 2 directions, then gradually disappeared. Soon, the matrix covering the nameless realm was gone. The cultivators of the 3 sides appeared up in the sky. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm, the Dark Court, and the divine prefecture were all there. The divine prefecture was represented by the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian. A look of admiration was in his eyes. Because of this battle, Yi Futian's name would be like the sun in the sky throughout the 9 realms. No one would be able to compare to him. This was not just a battle of the original realm. It had drawn in 3 god-level forces, and yet he had still performed brilliantly on the battlefield, crushing all his opponents. This news would spread through the 9 realms before long. "Thank you for your help," said the palace lord of the empty imperial palace with a smile. When they heard this, everyone listening knew that victory had been decided. Their opponents must be giving up. When the cultivators of the Dark Court and the evil emperor realm heard this, their faces darkened. They had lost. These 2 great forces had allied and yet had still been defeated by the divine prefecture, or rather, they had been defeated by 1 man. Yi Futian retracted his aura. He was a little tired, although, as he grew stronger, unleashing the will of the emperor would no longer cripple him as it had before. He would still become quite tired. It used a lot of energy. He did not know if this battle had been a blessing or a curse. It was just that in the previous situation he had not had a choice. He had originally planned to first withdraw and then lowly hunt his opponent. But his opponent had not let them go. If he had not acted, many of the people beside him would have fallen. He had to launch his own attack. "Let us return," said the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. Suddenly the cultivators of the divine prefecture gathered to him. They did not say anything as they left. They were worried about what would result from all of this. Yi Futian left with them as well. Behind him, everyone was watching him. Because of this battle, he would no longer only be known in the divine prefecture. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm and the dark court would all remember him. Up in the air, the group of cultivators went on their way. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace came up to Yi Futian and said, "Thank you for your help today." "I only did my duty," said Yi Futian. "If it weren't for you, we likely would have lost this battle," said the palace lord. "Previously, our opponents had the advantage, but in the moment that Qi Yi was slain, they knew that they had lost and did not continue fighting, admitting defeat instead. They probably did not want to see any more of their people killed or injured. After all, no one could withstand you." Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like these top forces were wise as well. Although the struggle for the original realm was extremely important, once they realized they could not succeed, they had immediately given up. At that moment, a figure walked towards Yi Futian. It was the leader of the Dark Phoenix Division. He smiled and nodded at Yi Futian, saying, "It seems we had a misunderstanding before. Please forgive me." His power had one respect. If Yi Futian had not shown such strength, this man would not have personally come to make things right between them. This man was someone who the divine prefecture had focused on training well. But Yi Futian had won the glory in this battle. He had turned the tide all by himself. Previously, he had blamed Yi Futian for not fleeing the battlefield to prevent further losses. "It is no matter," answered Yi Futian with a nod. Looking at it from the man's perspective, he could naturally understand where he was coming from. But he was not here to make friends, so he kept a neutral expression on his face. After all, this was Dong Huang the Great's man, and as for Yi Futian, perhaps they would be enemies one day. The other man realized this as well, and so he said no more. He walked over to the other side. The other people of the 9 realms who were there, like Shen Hao and Di Wu, felt conflicted within their hearts. They had been in danger of dying in this battle, and they had not been good enough to influence the overall situation of the battle, and they had even fallen short in their small-scale battles. Shen Hao thought back to when they were in the God's Relic, and he had disparaged Yi Futian. He would never have thought that now Yi Futian was on a much higher level than him. He had to look up just to see him. How ironic was that? They no longer were even worthy of being called Yi Futian's opponents. If they fought him, they would probably be killed in an instant. At the empty imperial palace, the mirror within the sky disappeared, but the cultivators did not leave. They stood there, waiting quietly. Princess Dongwang did not leave either. She waited for the warriors' triumphant return. Countless cultivators were gathered together outside the palace. This battle had deeply shocked them as well. Finally, powerful auras appeared off in the distance. A group of figures gradually came into view. After a while, they could see a mighty formation of troops coming towards the empty imperial palace. They stopped outside the palace and everyone looked at them. Or rather, they all looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had once again shocked the world in this battle. Everyone knew of him now. He was the foremost talent in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and no one would ever again doubt that. Now, they only wondered how high he would climb in the future. In the empty imperial palace, Princess Dongwang and others were standing on the steps. Below them, mighty figures from various factions were all here. The empty imperial palace's palace lord walked forward and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, The mighty figures who fought in the divine prefecture fought bravely in a bloodbath and were lucky to have come out alive. Princess Donghuang looked at the crowd and spoke. Thank you, all of you, for giving your all in the war of the original realm. We will record down the names of everyone who has participated in the war and the course of the war. We will reward you based on your contributions. The mighty figures all nodded. Although they had defeated their opponents, the atmosphere in the empty imperial palace was slightly weird at the moment, and there was not much joy. After all, the one who had performed most outstandingly in this battle was Yi Futian, and the mighty figures from all factions had all suffered losses. Yi Futian did his best to turn the tide this time. He should be given the most credit, the empty imperial palace lord said while smiling. He had previously thought that they would definitely lose this battle. However, Yi Futian unexpectedly turned the tide of battle single-handedly and led the mighty figures of the divine prefecture to victory. The mighty figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy all smiled. Yi Futian's performance in this battle was amazing. However, there were also allies who looked thoughtful. Emperor Nan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom then spoke up. Although Yi Futian's efforts in this battle started to turn the tide, we won the war because everyone fought courageously. Everyone who participated in the battle was the same, and those who died also made their own contributions. Let's divide the credit equally. Many people looked towards Emperor Nan, and many of them looked shocked. He was an ally of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and regarded Yi Futian highly. Although they had an ordinary relationship, he let his daughter go to the academy to cultivate. Some people even claimed that he was preparing to entrust Yi Futian with taking care of Nan Luotian. Hence, they could all tell how highly he regarded Yi Futian. However, his words at this point seemed to be spoken to erase Yi Futian's credit. Lord Taishan, the divine palace lord, and others quickly reacted and understood what Emperor Nan meant. Lord Taishan also spoke. Your Highness, as a member of the Divine Prefecture's Heavenly Mandate Academy, everything that he did in this battle is what was expected of him. There's no need to reward him. What Emperor Nan said is extremely true. Those who died and sacrificed themselves in this battle should be honored even more. Their words made the atmosphere in the empty imperial palace even weirder. There was no atmosphere of victory at all, and many top figures were standing there silently. The silence was a little terrifying. They locked their gaze on Yi Futian like hunters staring at their prey. Of course, Yi Futian understood as well. He bowed and said, Your Highness, I am originally from the Divine Prefecture. It is my duty to serve the Divine Prefecture. I do not need any reward. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. She naturally sensed the weirdness of the atmosphere as well. Your Highness, I feel that Yi Futian is guilty. At that moment, a voice sounded. This voice was thunderous, and everyone in and outside of the empty imperial palace could hear it clearly as it even echoed. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on the person who spoke. The top figure of the Shun clan, Shin Gao. He stepped forward and stopped below the steps. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, I feel that Yi Futian should be executed for his crime. The moment he mentioned execution, everyone within and outside the empty imperial palace was shocked. The cultivators from the original realm outside, who had waited for the mighty figures to return in victory, were all a little confused. Yi Futian is guilty and should be executed. Yi Futian single-handedly turned the tide of the war of the three factions, but now he should be executed. Everyone was a little confused, but they soon realized what it meant. No wonder Emperor Nan and the others tried to erase Yi Futian's contributions, and Yi Futian himself dared not ask for a reward. If they looked at it thoroughly, Yi Futian's crimes and contributions were seemingly a little complicated. He should be executed. Princess Donghuang spoke while looking toward Shin Gao. Beside her, Chao Jun and Du also looked toward Xingao. They naturally knew this top figure of the Shen clan. Yes, Xingao spoke up. The Battle of the Original Realm is a battle between the Divine Prefecture, Dark Court, and Empty Divine Realm. But Yi Futian deliberately hid his strength and did not do his best, making the war extremely passive initially. And we even almost lost the Original Realm. Yi Futian was powerful, but deliberately hid his strength. He must have sinister intentions. Besides, if it wasn't for the threat to the Heavenly Mandate Academy's own allies as well as Yi Futian himself, he might have continued to hold back and chose to retreat, and he did do so on the battlefield. He deceived the princess as well as everyone in the Divine Prefecture by deliberately not fighting. I think that if our opponents didn't gang up on Yi Futian and his companions, Yi Futian would have just let the Battle of the Original Realm be lost without displaying his strength. He does not care about the Divine Prefecture and Original Realm. Also, and most importantly, the various forces of the Divine Prefecture participated in the battle and bathed in blood. Many of their strongest fighters died on the battlefield. Even though they were not strong enough, they still defended the Original Realm with their blood. Yi Futian is a member of the Divine Prefecture. If he didn't have the strength, no one would say anything. But he was able to defend the Divine Prefecture. Yet he let it all happen, watching many of the people of the Divine Prefecture who participated in the war die on the battlefield. This includes many members of the Shen clan. He should be put to death for his crimes. Shen Gao's voice was powerful, and the sound rang out continuously, causing this space to tremble. His voice reverberated in the mighty figure's eardrums. What he said was all true. Yi Futian could not deny it, and all the mighty figures saw it with their own eyes. He had indeed not unleashed his full strength before. The Golden Divine Nation was ordered by the princess to participate in this war and lost many cultivators because of this war as well. Among the casualties, there were those of the royal bloodline who died fighting. Yet there are people who have the ability to turn the tide of battle but deliberately hide it, resulting in the unjust death of all the strong fighters. They should be executed for their crimes. The Golden Divine Nation's Guide Song stepped out and spoke aloud. Princess, please convict Yi Futian to pay tribute to those who died unjustly in this battle. The mighty figures of two top powers stepped out and declared Yi Futian guilty. It was as if Yi Futian's strength to take this victory had instead become the reason to convict him. That was because he had hidden his strength previously. Outstanding trees will always get destroyed by the wind first. What's more, Yi Futian was so magnificent today. How could those factions that already had grudges against him let him go like that? Therefore, Emperor Nan wanted to diminish Yi Futian's credit at the first opportunity. However, it seemed that those factions were not going to let go. This time, if they did not make trouble, the princess might value Yi Futian even more highly. If she did so, it would spell disaster for them. Hence, they struck preemptively. Princess, please convict Yi Futian. Another person stepped out and spoke. This time, it was a mighty figure from the martial god clan. He said, "There are also many people from my clan who died in battle." It was as if those who died in this battle were blaming Yi Futian just because he did not do his best and hid his power. Princess, please convict Yi Futian. Princess, please convict Yi Futian. Multiple voices rang out as more and more factions walked out. The various factions that had allied with Yi Futian in the war all came out, including the faction holding back the Dou tribe, as well as the clan of the Seven Slayers in the Emperor Star realm, the School of the Emperor Star. Princess, the Holy Land of Taichu, and many other Divine Prefecture factions came to the Original Realm to participate in the war and gave their all. Yet, some people pretended to care about the Divine Prefecture, but really only cared about their own interests, causing many innocent people to die in battle. They also deceived you and everyone in the Divine Prefecture, even though they have contributed to our victory. Their crimes are still unpardonable. The powerful fighters of the Holy Land of Taichu also walked out. This time, so many forces walked out at the same time that it created a great movement. Now, they wanted to use the movement to get rid of Yi Futian. Many people did not expect. Even the strong fighters behind Princess Donghuang were a little surprised. They did not expect that so many people wanted Yi Futian dead. So it seemed that being too outstanding was also dangerous. It would make people feel threatened, especially those factions that had a grudge against you. They, in turn, would be afraid. Princess! At this time, Emperor Nen spoke up. Although Yi Futian hid his strength before this war, he had been fighting as best as he could and killed many strong opponents. It was only after the major factions retreated that he prepared to retreat with the people of the Divine Prefecture. He was only forced to fight a battle of life and death later on, and he did not have absolute confidence that he would win. If not for the cooperation of the cultivators of the Mountain Realm and strong fighters of the Divine Prefecture, he would also be in extreme danger. On the battlefield, one should always improvise. Yi Futian must have hidden his strength to take the opponents by surprise and kill them, and he did do so. I think that even if he is guilty, his merits are enough to offset his crimes. Lord Taishian also stepped out to speak. I also agree with what Emperor Nen said. Even though Yi Futian has made mistakes, he could be considered to have given his all by using his strength to turn the tide and win this war of the original realm. I hope that your Highness will make a clear decision. Several people spoke up for Yi Futian one after another, and this time they were all allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and said, "Don't you have anything you want to say for yourself?" Your Highness, after I fell into a coma in the Shadow Realm, I was able to control some power of Yin, but I do not know exactly how strong the power of Yin is. I did my best to kill the enemy on the battlefield. After the major forces retreated, I planned to temporarily evacuate with the Divine Prefecture Army and then hunt them down one by one with more certainty. I hid my strength to retain the element of surprise. When I was surrounded, all I could do was fight back desperately. How could I have predicted the outcome? Yi Futian responded, "As to why they are like this, your Highness must know they have been at war before, so naturally they want me dead." Princess Donghuang nodded. "You do have a grudge with one another. The Tianqin Academy has never cared about these matters and has no grudge with either side. Does the Tianqin Academy think that Yi Futian is meritorious or guilty?" The college chief of the Tianqin Academy, Jian'eo, raised his head. He stepped forward and said, "Princess, the Tianqin Academy cultivators have had direct contact with Yi Futian on the battlefield before. At that time, many people were discussing that Yi Futian had saved many Tianqin Academy disciples. Although I thank him for that, if we look at everything that happened today, Yi Futian does have the suspicion of deceiving your Highness and the powerful fighters from all factions of the Divine Prefecture." Jian'eo opened his mouth and said, "As for the specific merits, I believe your Highness already has her judgment." Yi Futian glanced at Jian'eo after hearing what he had said. Earlier, Jian'eo did not lift a finger even when Yi Futian was in mortal danger. However, Yi Futian still saved many people from the Tianqin Academy on the battlefield. Although he did not expect that Jian'eo would thank him or anything of that sort, he thought that Jian'eo would have at least been neutral. Unexpected to him, Jian'eo actually said something like that. While he did credit Yi Futian's achievements, saying that Yi Futian had lied to the princess and the people of the Divine Prefecture was the same as agreeing that he was guilty and should be punished for it. A typical example of biting the hand that feeds him. However, Yi Futian was somewhat confused. What was the reason for Jian'eo to target him? Between the two of them, there was no conflict of interest. In addition, a person on Jian'eo's level would not do something without his own logic. Could it be that he was doing it for Jian Qingzhu? Was he, Yi Futian, an obstacle to Jian Qingzhu's path to success? After all, before he appeared, Jian Qingzhu was undoubtedly the most exceptional person in that era. From the abilities and strength of Shen Hao, Di Wu, and the rest, it was obvious that they could not beat Jian Qingzhu. If Yi Futian's group did not appear, Jian Qingzhu might have really become an unparalleled existence in the 9 realms in this era. In addition, Jian Hao had always wished to send Jian Qingzhu to the divine prefecture to train beside the princess. So, did it mean that this was the reason why Jian Ao was targeting him? To help pave Jian Qingzhu's way. Even Jian Qingzhu was looking at Jian Ao with an odd expression. He was a little bit confused. The Tianshan Academy preached and trained in the Central Emperor realm. The elders in the Jian clan had always had high hopes for him, constantly wishing that he, Jian Qingzhu, would become a symbol of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and in the future to cultivate in the divine prefecture. Moreover, he had been striving for this all his life. While Yi Futian's appearance, out of the blue, and peerless grace and talent had completely overshadowed him, he would still walk his own path. At that moment, his elders' move in attempting to undermine Yi Futian confused him. With their temperament, why would they do that? To help pave his way. If that were the case, he did not need it. Moreover, regardless of the reason why Yi Futian decided to hide his real strength, his contribution during the battle was something that everyone had witnessed. Furthermore, Yi Futian also saved him and a lot of the others from the Tianshan Academy. While Yi Futian did not start acting earlier, it was still ultimately his choice. They were not qualified to force him to do it. Father's words. I'm afraid I have to disagree with them. At that moment, Jian Qingzhu walked forward. He bowed gently to Princess Donghuang, sitting above the steps. I am sure that your Majesty saw with your own eyes what happened on the battlefield. I was also there. Yi Futian, prioritizing the safety of those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, is only human nature. If it were me, I would do the same and place the safety of the Tianshan Academy's practitioners as my #1 priority. I believe all of you present here would do the same, who would say that they'd be willing to sacrifice their own. While putting the safety of the people from the Tianshan Academy, as well as others, as a precondition, Yi Futian was always giving his all while on the battlefield. His displays have always been the most exceptional in every major battle. He has killed many enemy Renhuangs. The reason we were close to being defeated was due to the other factions from the divine prefecture showing weakness. After that, it was only because Yi Futian released his true strength that we managed to turn the tide. If it weren't for Yi Futian, many of the people from the factions here would still be on the battlefield. I do not think that those who have been saved are qualified to indict and convict the person who turned the tide around. Jian Qingzhu's words made many people focus their gaze on him. Even Princess Donghuang seriously took a look at him. To say that at that time required a certain degree of courage. After all, many factions targeted Yi Futian. Apart from the top factions within the 9 realms, there were also factions from the divine prefecture. At that moment, they had allied. It was an alliance to target and deal with Yi Futian. For Jian Qingzhu to defend Yi Futian under the circumstances, it naturally required a great deal of courage. Moreover, he implied that the people from the factions were not qualified to say that Yi Futian was guilty. Stand down. This place has no room for you to speak, Jian Ao scolded Jian Qingzhu. Jian Qingzhu glanced at Jian Ao's eyes. Jian Ao's gaze was incredibly serious, seemingly unhappy with him. However, Jian Qingzhu did not avert his gaze. Practitioners should always be frank and honest, after all. It was something that Jian Ao taught him, so why would he go against his own belief and original intention now? If it were for him, Jian Qingzhu felt that it was unnecessary. Yi Futian was a little surprised. He did not expect that Jian Qingzhu would stand up and have an opinion that opposed his family. It impressed Yi Futian. However, it also meant that it became harder for him to understand the Tianshan Academy. Jianeo. What exactly was he thinking? Princess Donghuang's gaze returned to Yi Futian. Then she asked, Power of Yin, aren't you going to explain a bit? Hearing her words, gazes began to focus on Yi Futian again. The power of Yin was something they had suspected. However, no one dared to bring it up. Everyone had their own guess. Answering the princess, said Yi Futian. Then he continued and said, That day in the Shadow Realm, I was pursued by cultivators from the evil Emperor Realm and was forced to go straight towards the core of the Shadow Realm to avoid the cultivators of the enemy. I went all the way to the Yin Storm Zone, and by then my plane level could not support me anymore. So I activated the Emperor's will, which I inherited in God's relic to protect my body. I also used the power I cultivated in an attempt to refine the power of Yin to preserve myself. However, the power of Yin was too strong. It infiltrated my body and spiritual soul. It was impossible to block it, and because of that I was infiltrated and fainted. It seemed as if everything had stopped. Only my survival instinct and will to live kept me refining the power of Yin even as I became unconscious. As for what happened after that, I am sure your Highness Princess already knows. After I woke up, I learned that I had refined a decent amount of the power of Yin that could be used by myself. As such, I synthesized them into my attacks. However, I did not know just how strong this power was. It was my first time unleashing it. What Yi Futian meant was that he himself did not know his real strength. As such, he was then able to explain why he had not utilized his full strength earlier. It was because he did not know that he could be that strong. Naturally, he dared not talk about getting possession of a divine item. That was too much. Fear was the reason why those factions wanted to get rid of him. If he added the divine item into the mix, the number of people wanting to kill him would only increase. Moreover, most knew just the dangers of the core area of the Shadow Realm. No one would believe that Yi Futian's plane level was high enough for him to obtain a divine item there. At most, they would guess whether the will of the Emperor had kept him alive and helped him master the power of Yin. However, even as it was, Yi Futian was still considered extremely dangerous. Right now, you can quibble however you want, said Xingao of the Divine Palace coldly. After that, he looked at Princess Donghuang and said, Your Royal Highness, our Xin clan lost at least 10 Renhuangs in this battle. They were the core of our Xin clan. They were also incredibly talented. If it were really because we were weaker than the enemy overall, then there is nothing more I can say. However, our Shen clan fought in a bloody battle while someone hid his strength, ultimately causing a lot of unnecessary casualties. My Shen clan is not worthy of asking for anything. However, whether the princess rules an award or a punishment, from this day forward, our Shin clan will officially declare war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On this day, a great opportunity had presented itself. Cultivators from each side had come out and ended the battle of the original realm. So, there was finally time to take a look at their affairs. Last time, the princess set a rule for the battle of the original realm. To fight, they needed to request a battle assignment at the empty Imperial Palace and not hurt the innocent. This time, they would use this as an opportunity to request a battle assignment. With this commotion that they had made, even if the princess did not convict Yi Futian, she would no longer intervene in their grudge anymore, right? They said that Yi Futian was guilty and should be beheaded. However, they also understood that it was almost impossible to convict Yi Futian. They had to strike first. They had to control the situation better. At the very least, they could not let the princess lean towards Yi Futian. If that were to happen, everything would be for naught and they would not be able to do anything. Our Golden Divine Nation would also like to request a battle assignment, said Gaitsong. After that, each of them consecutively requested battle assignments. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as Yi Futian, did not seem too thrilled. They saw Yi Futian's strength and did not want to give him the opportunity to turn things around. The oppressive mood was subtle. These factions were some of the strongest factions in the Divine Prefecture and Original Realm. Their strength could not be underestimated. Even Princess Donghuang could not ignore their existence. These top factions were powers that the Divine Prefecture needed to rely on. Chao Jun stood behind Princess Donghuang. His gaze swept across the room. Mixed in his dignified gaze was a sense of coldness. It was an incredibly sharp gaze. On this day, on the outside, they said that they wanted to indict Yi Futian. However, in truth, they were also putting pressure on the princess. He could naturally see that the people feared Yi Futian's potential. They did not want a person like this to get the opportunity to reach the skies in one go. That was the reason why they struck first. Striking before the princess could decide if Yi Futian was guilty or not. This was their method for stopping the princess from awarding Yi Futian and thinking highly of him. After all, if and once the princess awarded Yi Futian and decided to cultivate and develop him, everything would have already been set in stone. By then, if they wanted to change, it would already be too late. They were all old foxes, cunning and calculative. They were not only planning against Yi Futian, but also the princess. Then, the next moment, a powerful aura from afar reached their location. Many people raised their heads to look towards the source of the aura. There, they saw surges of a golden divine light of space. A group of cultivators descended from the sky. Darkness followed as the empty imperial palace was completely enveloped. The evil emperor realm and the dark court's cultivators had arrived. The people raised their heads to look at the two. The evil emperor realm was led by Xia. The dark court was led by the lord of the underworld, who stared coldly at Yi Futian with a gaze full of killing intent. The empty divine realm and the dark court have lost. You are all here at the empty imperial palace because you want to breach the agreement and start a war? Chao Jun's gaze swept across the enemy cultivators as he spoke coldly. The reason the war began in the first place was due to a mutual understanding between the three factions. Even though the factions wanted the original realm, each of the three sides did not want to lose too many troops. That was why an arranged fight was introduced. Lower Renhuangs would fight to lower their losses to the minimum. Each side had its own concerns. Otherwise, none of the three sides dared to imagine what would be the result of the battle. At that moment, since the Divine Prefecture had won the battle, there was a lower likelihood of them going back on their words. Otherwise, they would only have no choice but to wage a real war. Since we've lost, we will admit defeat, Xia answered. However, us coming here to visit you is not considered going back on our agreement. Isn't that right? Our evil emperor realm will promise not to get involved in all original realms affairs. Please continue whatever it is you are doing. It is even better if you can ignore us. Many people frowned. The two other major factions were definitely unhappy about the defeat. Moreover, Yi Futian killed a lot of their people. The heir to the Lord of the Underworld had also been killed by Yi Futian's hands. Moreover, Yi Futian now wielded the power of Yin. One can only imagine that whether it was the Dark Court or the Underworld, they wanted Yi Futian's head. They promised that they would not interfere with the affairs of the original realm, but it did not mean that they would not go for Yi Futian. That was the reason why Yi Futian hid his strength during the battle. Branches exposed in the woods will eventually be destroyed by the winds. After he went on the rampage and destroyed his enemies, he had wondered if it was a curse or a blessing. At this time, whether it was the factions of the Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court, or the empty Divine Realm, everyone wanted to get at him. That was unless Princess Donghuang decides to protect him. Otherwise, he would be put in a very precarious position, and many top figures would focus on him. The cultivators outside the empty imperial palace were silent. They would never have imagined that the situation would turn like this. The person who led the Divine Prefecture to turn the tides of the battle, the practitioner who brought them victory in the battle of the original realm, that person was actually in such a terrible situation. Should he not be rewarded for his feats and achievements? The gazes were now focused on Princess Donghuang. The arrival of the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm was also a different sort of pressure. While they said they were only there for a visit, it was a given that they had plans of their own. At this time, only Princess Donghuang's approach could decide everything, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she would decide Yi Futian's fate. Princess Donghuang shifted her gaze away from the cultivators from the Dark Court and evil Emperor realm to Yi Futian again. She stood there quietly. However, it was as if she was bathed in divine light. She was born a divine being. Hence, she had always been dazzling. All the women in the world would be envious of her. Yi Futian, you killed quite a lot of enemies in this battle. You took down the proud son of the underworld by yourself. In terms of contribution to the victory of this battle, you ranked first. Princess Donghuang spoke. In that instant, everyone looked at her. Princess Donghuang's approach was too important. It would decide everything. When she spoke, a sense of seriousness filled the eyes of those from the Shen clan, as well as the cultivators from other sides. If the princess made up her mind to protect Yi Futian, no matter how much they wanted to kill Yi Futian, even if they were to use the rules of the princess to start a battle, the princess could still easily overrule that and prohibit them from doing so. If that were to happen, no one would be able to kill Yi Futian. So, at that moment, it was time to see just how much Yi Futian meant to the princess. The reason why they kept repeating Yi Futian's errors and offense, highlighting the fact that Yi Futian disregarded the benefits of the divine prefecture and claiming that Yi Futian did not care about winning, was so that the princess' perception of Yi Futian would deteriorate. Right now, it was time to see the results. However, you intentionally hid your strength, restraining yourself, and ultimately hindered the entire operations. You prioritized the benefits of the Heavenly Mandate Academy on the battlefield. Even though you had your reasons, this had led to many of the practitioners from the Divine Prefecture meeting their demise. On these, do you have any objections? Princess Donghuang asked as she faced Yi Futian. This time it was time for the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to look solemn. What was the princess's intention? No one could understand what she wanted. No emotion could be seen from her eyes, which could be regarded as absolute beauty. What the princess has said is true. I have no objections, admitted Yi Futian honestly. He could not deny it. Everyone clearly saw what happened on the battlefield. Princess Donghuang was also not stupid. Of course, she understood what she saw. The key was how to balance it. As such, it still depended on the princess's judgment. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. She waved her hands as bright and dazzling divine lights appeared, floating in front of her. It was a bright square box suffused with a frightening space full of the way, which made the area around it surrounded by bright and beautiful divine light. She waved her hands, and the box flew towards Yi Futian. Then Princess Donghuang said, "This is an important treasure. Now I hand it over to you. I've said it before. We would grant rewards based on one's achievement during the battle. You contributed the most, and this is your reward." The box flew in front of Yi Futian. It floated in front of him, the bright divine light shining upon Yi Futian's handsome face. Multiple gazes fell on the box in front of Yi Futian. The box was unique, and the treasure inside the box was surely incredibly valuable. However, since it was granted by the princess, they did not dare to have any ideas. This was particularly true for the Divine Prefecture factions. Even if they were to snatch it away, they would still have to return it to the princess, who would dare keep it as their own. Moreover, at that moment, they were very curious as to what the treasure was. "Thank you, princess." Yi Futian took the gift. He accepted directly and did not act overly courteous. With regard to what the item was, he would check it out later. "This is what you deserve," You do not need to thank me. Apart from that, hiding your strength and hindering the overall battle operations, which resulted in the demise of many from all sides, was your personal choice. Since we achieved victory in the end, and since I only look at the result, I have no reason to punish you for your crimes." Princess Donghuang's word made the expression on the faces of the cultivators from many factions change. In particular, Shen Gao and the cultivators from the Xin clan. Did this mean that Princess Donghuang had decided to protect Yi Futian? However, Princess Donghuang was not finished. With that word, everyone stood straight and listened carefully to the words that were yet to come. "Just as I have no reason to punish you for your crimes, the other factions of the Divine Prefecture also participated in this battle. They have made a lot of contributions and sacrifices in this battle. Similarly, I have no reason to stop them from hating you or from exacting their vengeance upon you. As such, in terms of the grudge between the Divine Prefecture factions and yourself, I will not side with anyone. If you want to fight and wage war, you can do so based on my preset rules. On this, do you have any objections?" Princess Donghuang answered while looking at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the Xin clan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the words of the princess. It seemed like the princess was very thoughtful and considerate in whatever she did. The lines between punishment and rewards were clear, and she treated both sides fairly, and this was enough. They never really expected the princess to sentence Yi Futian to death. They knew well enough that this was impossible. The true objective of their previous efforts was to ensure that the princess did not interfere with them dealing with Yi Futian. Otherwise, if the princess were to favor Yi Futian, it would be too late for them to deal with Yi Futian. Who would dare kill a person under the princess? The princess is clear in rewards and punishment. "I naturally do not have any objections," answered Yi Futian while nodding. Yi Futian could not find any fault in Princess Donghuang's approach. They were all representatives of the Divine Prefecture in the battle. He made the most contribution and was thus rewarded by the princess personally. However, the others also took part in the battle, so she would not interfere with their personal grudges or affairs. One could only say that this was an amazingly fair way to deal with the situation. However, the overall situation was still very disadvantageous for Yi Futian. At the moment, the number of people and factions wanting him dead had increased. Princess Donghuang nodded. She shifted her gaze toward the cultivators from the Xin clan and asked, "What about you? Do you have any objections?" "We naturally do not object to the princess's will," answered Xin Gao as he nodded. This result was sufficient. This time, as long as Princess Donghuang did not protect Yi Futian, he would be powerless. He would not be as lucky as the last time. "Good." Princess Donghuang nodded. "Princess, our Xin clan has had a grudge with Yi Futian for a long time. In addition to the incidents during the battle, we are prepared to conclude things. Yi Futian is from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy or the other factions help him, our Xin clan and the other factions will also intervene," said Xin Gao. "What other factions want to take part in this battle?" asked Princess Donghuang as she looked toward the crowd. "Our Golden Divine Nation will take part," Gaitsong answered. "Our holy land of Taichu has also lost a considerable amount of people." "We will take part," answered the cultivators from the holy land of Taichu. "The Martial God clan will also partake in the battle. The School of the Emperor Star will take part as well." One after another, factions began to voice their opinions. It seemed as if they had a tacit understanding, or perhaps they had already communicated with each other through divine consciousness. The factions of the 9 realms and Divine Prefecture expressed their opinions, one after another. All of them wanted to put Yi Futian to his death. Many from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path wanted to see Yi Futian rise. For example, many cultivators outside the empty Imperial Palace wanted to see the birth of a legend. However, at the same time, Many people did not want to see a legendary person like him to reach his peak. In particular, the factions that had grudges against Yi Futian. They would not allow this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allies were too strong. Once Yi Futian reached the top, this alliance would dominate the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. By then, the other factions would be affected directly. This time, the number of factions involved was higher than the earlier battle of the Divine Palace. This time, the Solar Divine Palace of the Solar Realm also announced that they would participate in the battle. They wielded the power of the sun and did not want the appearance of a peak existence who wielded the power of Een. The Nantian Divine Kingdom will take part in the battle as a representative of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Emperor Nan, supporting the Heavenly Mandate Academy's side. However, allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was obviously weaker, and they would be completely overwhelmed. In particular, since they would be fighting under the rules set by Princess Donghuang, they would not need to worry. The Shen clan will join as well. Allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also showed their support one after another. However, in comparison to the other side, there was a huge gap. Regardless, as allies, if they did not stand up to protect Yi Futian right now, they would be targeted and pulverized in the future. Cultivators continued to speak up. Finally, Princess Donghuang asked, "Are there any more?" The 9 realms is in turmoil. I am surprised by how hated Lil Yi is among the people. Perhaps the Tianqian Academy should not have joined the battle outside God's Relic. That way, we would not be faced with the storm right now, said the Tianqian Academy College chief, Jianao. He then continued and said, Princess, since Yi Futian started this battle, it should end with him as well. If Yi Futian dies in battle, I hope it will also end this debacle. Princess Donghuang glanced at Jianao and then the rest of the others. Then she said, "What do you think?" Replying to the princess, "We have no objections," Xingao said. Yi Futian was too much of a threat. Killing him would be enough. The others were far less of a threat than he was. Moreover, they had many opportunities in the future. Clearly, this was going to be a hunt, with the prey being Yi Futian. Everyone wanted him to die. Yi Futian's death would end everything. Since that is the case, our Tianqian Academy will also take part. We hope that order will be restored to the original realm as soon as possible, said Jianao with a strong sense of righteousness. He looked at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, I can only apologize first to little Yi now. Father, Jian Qingzhu shouted. He did not understand why they had to do that. They held no grudges against Yi Futian. Why did it have to come to this? Yi Futian raised his head to look at Jianao. He was curious, so he asked, Last time in the Shadow Realm, Elder, you did not lend a hand even as I was on the verge of death. On that, I hold no grudges. After all, you and I were mere acquaintances. We do not know each other that well. However, on the battlefield, I have at least shown kindness to your Tianqian Academy. Why are you, Elder, repaying my kindness with cruelty? Moreover, you're doing it with such dignity and righteousness. I am very much confused. Could you please clarify and enlighten me? Yi Futian's revelation helped many from Tianqian Academy understand. So, there was actually a story like this in the Shadow Realm. It was no wonder Yi Futian hesitated in helping them. This meant that Tianqian Academy ignored the plea of those in mortal danger first. Yi Futian hesitated and did not give his all. However, he ultimately still extended his help. On this, Yi Futian could already be considered incredibly kind. If one were to argue that they were allies on the battlefield, were they not while they were in the Shadow Realm? Why did Tianqian Academy not help him then? Many shifted their gaze to where the people from Tianqian Academy gathered, particularly towards Jianao. The Tianqian Academy preached in the Central Emperor Realm. They were regarded as the #1 holy land throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They had cultivated numerous disciples, had countless cultivators, and were admired by many. After all, who in the land of the Nine Realms had not heard of the Tianqian Academy name before. However, in a holy land like this, the college chief of the Tianqian Academy was actually a hypocrite. If what Yi Futian said was true, then in comparison, the actions of Tianqian Academy was indeed quite despicable. Yi Futian repaid cruelty with kindness, whereas the Tianqian Academy repaid kindness with cruelty. Moreover, the Tianqian Academy College chief actually announced their participation in the battle in the name of justice, so that he could join the others in getting rid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, claiming that he would restore the original world to its order. However, the thing no one could understand was, why would Jian Ao do this? With his position and status, there was no need for him to lower himself to deal with Yi Futian using a method like this. After all, the Tianqian Academy held no grudges against Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian were to rise, a holy land like the Tianqian Academy would not be affected in the slightest. That was unless they were afraid that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would replace the Tianqian Academy as the #1 holy land. That should not be the case. Some people shifted their gaze to Jianqingzhu. They could gander a guess. After all, one of the things, or perhaps more accurately, people, that Jian Ao prized most was his son. The son was regarded as Tianqian Academy's most outstanding person among the new generation. If it were for him, it was certainly possible. Without Yi Futian, Jianqingzhu would become the #1 proud son of the original realm. Perhaps the attention he would gain would be on a whole other level. At the moment, all the attention in the original realm was focused on Yi Futian. Jianqingzhu also noticed the gaze of the people. He looked at his father. He did not understand. Tianqian Academy actually ignored someone on the verge of death. He had a feeling that Yi Futian was not lying. This made him feel quite embarrassed. On that day, the Shadow Realm was filled with powerful cultivators. The scene was extremely chaotic. Indeed, I did see you back then, but I did not have the time to provide assistance. With regard to you helping the people from our Tianqian Academy during the battle, I am indeed very grateful. Jian Ao was actually quite calm. He then continued and said, however, the disturbances in the original realm needs to be concluded. If the disturbances dispersed and vanished, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will remain the Heavenly Mandate Academy. No one will move. It is fine, even if you hate me. I understand. Jian Ao's answer was the equivalent of admitting to it. It was disappointing to many. While his words remained pretty, many people were already feeling that the college chief of the Tianqian Academy was posing as a person with high morals. Moreover, he was scheming. To make his move on Yi Futian at a time like this, to stand and oppose the Heavenly Mandate Academy. For the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, this was undoubtedly a disaster that could very well end them. After all, a situation like this would have already been extremely disadvantageous for Yi Futian and his allies. It looks like I will not get an explanation, Yi Futian said after hearing Jian Ao's answer. It was clear that Jian Ao would not tell him the reason. Was it because of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Or was it because of Jianqingzhu? Maybe it was something else entirely? He would not find out. Princess Dongwang also glanced at Jian Ao. After that, she returned her gaze at the others and said, since all of you have no objections, we will decide the two sides taking part in this battle. After 1 month, the battle will take place in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Both sides will select their own combatants. They are not allowed to raise even a hand against non-participants. The battle will end with one side's defeat. No one is allowed to exact revenge on anyone outside the battle. Do you have any objections? The words of the princess will be remembered. We will only kill Yi Futian. We won't touch the people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy or their allies, said Xingao. As long as Yi Futian died, the enemy's side would crumble. Many people would die. However, the dissolution of the enemy alliance would naturally reduce their strength. It was a matter of time before they were annihilated. He was not going to be impatient. The remainder of the cultivators also nodded to agree with it. Yi Futian saw that Princess Donghuang was looking at him, so he nodded and said, Yi Futian has received his orders. If I die, this debacle will end. I do not hope to involve the innocent. As such, I would like the princess to help take care of them. He was also preparing for the worst. I will promise you that. Princess Donghuang nodded. Thank you, Princess. Yi Futian bowed slightly. He then said, This issue has concluded. We will have to start our journey back. Could I borrow the space teleportation grand matrix within the empty Imperial Palace? Due to the latest incident, teleportation grand matrices that could access the factions of the Nine Realms were built in the empty Imperial Palace, so that backup and support could be provided to the cultivators of all sides in the least amount of time. Among them was, naturally, a way to reach the Heavenly Mandate realm. The reason Yi Futian did not use the typical way, and instead asked to borrow the teleportation grand matrix, was that he was wary of the Dark Court and Evil Emperor realm. He was worried that those two factions would make a move against him. As such, he decided to leave directly. Before Princess Donghuang could answer, the palace lord of the empty Imperial Palace, standing not far in front of the princess, announced, You've worked hard in the battle today. All the factions can return by using the teleportation grand matrix directly. Yi Futian nodded and replied, Thank you very much. As he finished speaking, he led the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy towards the matrix. Factions that were his allies also headed toward the matrices that led to their homes, their expressions solemn. However, they still had a month to prepare. Based on the rules of the princess, and since both sides had made an agreement, no one would make any moves beforehand. 1 month was sufficient, but in front of absolute strength, 1 month was, in reality, not enough to be meaningful. It would not make much difference. After all, cultivation is not something that could be achieved overnight. They could not realistically increase their strength by a lot in 1 month's time. The teleportation matrix lit up with bright lights. The Heavenly Mandate Academy, along with the other cultivator factions, left one after another. The Shen clan, Golden Divine Nation, and many other cultivators did not leave immediately. They still had issues to discuss, like how they would destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy and kill Yi Futian. The boy was growing too fast, his battle prowess and potential too high. They would always be worried if he were left alive. If he were to be regarded highly by Donghuang the Great, entered the Imperial Palace, and reach the top quickly in the future, not to mention getting the opportunity to kill Yi Futian, but they would find it difficult to get rid of him. What awaited them in a situation like that would be to await Yi Futian in getting his revenge. That was the reason why they were so decisive and resolute, to the point where they even put pressure on the princess so that another battle would ensue. All this to get rid of future troubles. This time, more than half of the top factions in the 9 realms wanted Yi Futian's life. Whoever helped Yi Futian would die. The conclusion was set. No one could change it. How interesting! Xia from the Evil Emperor realm laughed. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, I sure opened my eyes today. We will meet again in the future. After finishing his sentence, he led the cultivators from the empty divine realm and left. This time, Yi Futian killed a lot of his people, among them several heirs to top factions. This determined that there was no longer a possibility of recruiting him. Otherwise, he would lose the hearts of the people and, at the same time, displease many others. Since he could not obtain and use him, the only other option was to remove him. However, at that moment, it seemed like the original realm was in a state of internal turmoil, which might also end with Yi Futian losing his life. With that, they only needed to stay on the sidelines as observers. If needed, they certainly did not mind doing other things. The cultivators from the Dark Court also left. Only then did the darkness subside. The practitioners of the empty Imperial Palace were in a complicated mood. The people who watched the battle outside the empty imperial palace were also the same. It was not what they had in mind, and it was certainly not the conclusion that they wanted to see. Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone was in a bad mood. They had just achieved a great victory and defended the original realm, preventing it from being divided. However, apart from getting the halo, the one who made the biggest contribution, Yi Futian, was faced with a life or death situation. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in a very bad mood. Their faces were cold and hard, a tinge of anger mixed within. She should know just how bad this situation is for you, but she did not try and stop it, Ya, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, said. Naturally, the person she was referring to was Princess Donghuang. Princess Donghuang rewarded Yi Futian and did not give him a sentence. However, not protecting Yi Futian after he showed his true strength meant that Yi Futian was now in an extremely precarious situation. Even though it seemed like she was helping Yi Futian, the reality was that she did not do so. Perhaps she was indeed dissatisfied with Futian hiding his strength, said Lord Taishan. Perhaps, said Yi Futian quietly. However, this princess is hard to comprehend. Indeed. Lord Taishan nodded. The princess never shows her emotions. It is impossible to know what she is thinking. This time it is very dangerous. Futian, why don't you? Yi Futian looked at Lord Taishan. From Lord Taishuan's gaze he knew his intention, to ask Yi Futian to leave and head to the Divine Prefecture to train and cultivate his powers. Staying there would impede him. He shook his head. The timeline is set by the princess. She was also a witness when the battle was agreed upon and set. How can we go back on our words in that? If we were to break our promises, it would be hard to find our feet ever again, even in the Divine Prefecture. Lord Taishan nodded. Going away was also difficult. By then, the academy was most likely already surrounded by spies from the enemy. Then, head to the other realms. Yu Sheng was extremely dissatisfied. At worst, he could go train in the Devil World, away from the Divine Prefecture. There's still some time. Let's put this aside for now. Didn't the princess reward me with a treasure? Now is a good time to take a look at it. Let's see just how generous the princess is, said Yi Futian with a laugh. He seemed to be intentionally trying to soothe the tense and somber atmosphere. However, he was indeed quite curious as to what treasure did Princess Donghuang give him. Heavenly Mandate Academy. The day was calm and quiet. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. In a courtyard within the academy, two figures sat quietly on a bench. They leaned back on the bench and looked particularly relaxed. I heard something big happened outside. How come you still have time to sit here? Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was spending his remaining days at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His everyday life was very relaxed. He was also not all that aware of the things happening outside. No one told him about the things this time as well. Master, you are already quite old. Naturally, I should spend more time with you, answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. Are you cursing me right now? Hua Fenglu asked. No, I would never dare to do so. With your current condition, Master, you will most certainly outlive this disciple of yours, Yi Futian replied with a laugh. Now, I do not have such a wild wish. You should be the one living longer. Hua Fenglu sighed. Yi Futian single-handedly founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Ever since he came here, several major incidents had occurred. Things had been going back and forth, and things never calmed down. He knew that Yi Futian was facing a lot of issues and was burdened with many responsibilities. Being able to see Jiyu and how close and intimate Jiyu and Yi Futian had grown. Hua Fenglu had no regrets in his life. Nianyu had also been growing gradually. Nandu Wenin, Tang Lan, and himself were all retired. If it were really possible, he did not mind living a few years less as long as Yi Futian and the others could live in peace. Are there elders like you who talk about their disciples like you?" Yi Futian smiled wryly. "Can't help it. You're too much of a troublemaker," said Hua Fengliu. While he said it casually, his words were immensely profound and meaningful. The one who understood Yi Futian most was most probably Hua Fengliu. Of course, it was just a reminder. He would not try to convince Yi Futian. It could not be helped, as he was born extraordinary, so he had to face his fate one way or another. "Sure, then if I, your disciple, am not around, you should remember to take good care of yourself," said Yi Futian as he shook his head and chuckled. Hua Fengliu glanced at Yi Futian after hearing his words and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "Nothing much. I might just leave and will be gone for a while," answered Yi Futian. "Making arrangements after?" Hua Fengliu stared at Yi Futian. Again, Yi Futian was speechless. It seemed as if Hua Fengliu had developed some psychological trauma. "Master, you are the person who is going to become the great emperor's father-in-law." Yi Futian looked at Hua Fengliu. However, Hua Fengliu kept staring into his eyes. His eyes had transformed from the earlier casual and lazy eyes into a pair of deep and piercing eyes, both of which stared straight at Yi Futian as if trying to see through him. "I am not young anymore, so it is all right. You have only just found Jiu not that long ago." Hua Fengliu looked at Yi Futian. "Really, it is nothing to worry about," Yi Futian interrupted. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hua Jiu and Nianyu walked over hand in hand. Hua Jiu's beautiful eyes and gaze landed on Yi Futian. She did not speak, only gazing at him quietly. Yi Futian extended his hands and pulled Jiu closer to his side. Hua Jiu gently and docilely let herself be pulled to Yi Futian's side. She knelt and rested her head on Yi Futian's lap. The two of them had become incredibly intimate. After spending so many days and nights together, even if Hua Jiu did not remember much, she still regarded Yi Futian and Hua Fengliu as closest to her, and to be more accurate, her only family. It was just that she had no memories. "Jiu, if I am not here, you should still not go back to Brahma's pure sky to cultivate. Just stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You can find Granny if there are any issues. You can also reach out to the Lord," Yi Futian said gently as he gently caressed Hua Jiu's hair. Hua Jiu raised her head, and with her beautiful eyes, stared into Yi Futian's eyes. However, all she could see were Yi Futian's gentle smile and an extending her that reached and gently pinched at her delicate face that seemed as if it could break by the slightest of touches. Yi Futian thoroughly enjoyed heartwarming and loving moments like these. However, it seemed as if Hua Jiu did not feel it. She stared at him and said no. "Where you go, I go." Yi Futian felt a gentle and tender sensation in his heart as he heard Hua Jiu's words. He kept a straight face and said, "Be good." Hua Jiu shook her head. "Brother-in-law, you won't abandon Nianyu, right?" The young woman on the side stared with her eyes wide open. She was beautiful. The young woman was already a budding beauty. Her delicate and charming eyes stared at Yi Futian. She also understood what the conversation meant. So young, but already so sophisticated. Yi Futian pulled the child over and said, "When I'm not here, you have to take good care of your sister and masteress, got it?" "No." Nianyu shook her head. "I am still a child." Yi Futian stared at her upset eyes. He had no way to deal with her. The child was always the smartest, and the Lord also liked her very much. "It's fine too, if you don't want to. You'll have to grow up eventually," said Yi Futian. Nianyu looked at Yi Futian with a slightly upset gaze and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to abandon Nianyu and sister?" "No way. I'll come back to find you guys once I've completed my task," replied Yi Futian gently, the ever-present gentle smile still hanging on his face. It was as if he was intentionally trying to not put any pressure on them. "I will go and visit the other masters," Futian said as he stood up. Hua Ju followed and got up, though she did not let go of his hands. Nianyu imitated her and held on to Futian's other hand. Futian smiled wryly. It was like having his wife on one side and a lover on the other. All right then, both of you will come with me. Futian brought the two of them with him and left the place. They arrived at Qi Xiangang and his group's residence. Qi Xiangang and a few seniors were there. Fei Xue had also just returned after cultivating at Shen Luoshue's place. She was sitting beside Qi Xiangang. Upon seeing Futian's arrival, Yan Yuan and Nan Zhai, who were both cultivating on the side, also walked over. They smiled and shouted, "Younger brother!" "Big brother, second brother." Futian walked forward and then shouted at Qi Xiangang, "Master." Qi Xiangang addressed Futian and said, "Have a seat." "I will." Futian sat down. Jiu sat quietly beside him. Nianyu, on the other hand, had gone to find Fei Xue, constantly calling Sister Fei Xue passionately. "Master, do you remember our previous discussion about how the Great Path is boundless? However, right now, it is incredibly difficult to spread this teaching in the 9 realms, said Futian. Many people and factions did not want to see the Heavenly Mandate Academy rise to power. Some were even pushing to have the Heavenly Mandate Academy dissolve and crumble. That is natural. Humans will naturally prioritize themselves and place their benefits first. Everything else comes after that. If you want to preach and spread our teachings all over the realms, it will most certainly affect the benefits of many. Even when Dong Huang the Great conquered and united the world, he could not truly make the Divine Prefecture one. The 9 realms has separate factions, and the Divine Prefecture is also most definitely the same. As such, what we want is most probably just an idealized concept that suits one region, said Qi Xiangang. Futian nodded. The world was too big. There were many practitioners, and every single one was different from another. As such, uniting everyone into one was not possible. Master, what kind of person do you think Dong Huang the Great is? Futian asked. A man with talent and a bold vision, a one-of-a-kind genius and the symbol of an era. A character like that is not someone whom I can easily judge, said Qi Xiangang. And in terms of the person himself, I had never met him before, so naturally I do not know. However, from the records, he could be said to be a legend of an era. However, Emperor Yi Qing, Futian opened his mouth to speak. That is unclear. The period in the history of decades past is a secret of the Divine Prefecture. The people of the original realm knows even less about it. Perhaps it was a clash in their ideology, or perhaps it was some other reason. Qi Xiangang answered with a sigh. Both these emperors were symbols of an era and the start of another era. However, Emperor Yi Qing fell, while Dong Huang the Great conquered the Divine Prefecture. It was a forbidden topic. They could not even get close to the truth. Some had guessed that they were capable of suffering and going through difficulties together, but did not share their wealth. The Divine Prefecture only needed one master. After all, such stories are unbelievably common and have taken place multiple times in history. However, Qi Xiangang felt that it might be due to other reasons. After all, the 2 emperors were never normal to begin with. Futian nodded lightly. It was impossible to uncover this secret while he stayed in the original realm. He needed to get to the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, he also needed to get into contact with someone at a higher level. Master, brothers, no matter what happens to the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the future, you have to cultivate calmly. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy is faced with a crisis in the future, please leave. The reason I founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the first place was to spread our ideology so that the Heavenly Mandate realm can stand proud within the 9 realms. However, it looks like the 9 realms is getting more chaotic by the day. No one knows the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If there is a time where it can no longer be maintained, just let it be, Futian said. Qi Xiangang looked at him. Yan Yuan and Nan Zhai also looked at him. A formless air flowed around Fei Xue. Fei Xue, stop trying to peek at me, Yi Futian smiled and said to Fei Xue while looking into her eyes. She could peek into him and see his real inner emotion. I have already felt it, said Fei Xue. Yi Futian forced a smile as he shook his head. This talent was seriously unbelievable. So, how am I feeling? Yi Futian asked. In summary, no sadness and despair, answered Fei Xue with a gentle smile. Naturally, she knew what had happened, and for Yi Futian to show this emotion, did this mean that he had a plan to deal with it? You are amazing, Yi Futian said with a chuckle. Do you plan to leave? Yan Yuan asked Yi Futian. Perhaps, replied Yi Futian. I will have to trouble older brothers to help take care of the master in the future, even though I did not really take care of him even when I am here. You don't have to worry about me, Qi Xiangang said to Yi Futian. Do what you want to do. Just remember what I told you last time. Yes, I remember. Yi Futian nodded. Relax. We will take good care of ourselves, Qi Xiangang said again. Yi Futian nodded. He was not really all that worried about Qi Xiangang, to be honest. By now, everything was already on track. The only thing left was to destroy the Xin clan to avenge his master. Then, younger brother will take my leave first. Yi Futian got up and excused himself. After that, he left the place. After he left, Fei Xue gazed at his back and mumbled gently. But there's a slight sense of reluctance to leave, worry, and a tinge of sadness. Qi Xiangang gazed at Yi Futian's back. Perhaps Yi Futian was hiding something from them. However, he believed that Yi Futian would deal with it appropriately. By now, he was already a big shot who could influence the entire original realm. He had grown too much over these years. Yi Futian went to the practitioners in the 9 states to visit Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng and gang and chatted with them, making further arrangements with them. After that, Yi Futian returned to the cottage in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He went to a place for cultivation first. Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there. Seeing Yi Futian come over, the pretty Xia Qingyuan light of life dispersed and vanished. The holy lotus shut, and her beautiful eyes shifted to look at Yi Futian. It has been a while since I spoke to you, princess. Yi Futian smiled and said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan felt odd. She looked at Yi Futian and said, The divine prefecture has only one princess. Yi Futian understood what she meant. He smiled and said, In the past, I often bickered with you, princess. Nowadays, I address you by your name more often, which is actually harder to get used to. Perhaps in my subconscious, I still regarded you as a princess. Xia Qingyuan's brows raised slightly. She seemed displeased. She said coldly, If you don't have any business here, please stop interfering with my cultivation. Yes, that's the feeling I'm talking about, said Yi Futian as he chuckled. Xia Qingyuan often spoke to him like this in the past. Cold and arrogant. He seemed to have got used to the dynamic between the two of them. Later, as things changed, he always felt that there was something wrong. Of course, he knew what the reason was. Xia Qingyuan glared at him. This guy did not just come to find her just so he could quarrel with her, right? Who would have thought that, even after so many years, having experienced with the vicissitudes of life and so many major changes, and with the princess having already proven her path and has become a queen, I can still feel that you are that cold and beautiful princess, said Yi Futian with a laugh. When she was in God's relic, Xia Qingyuan's spiritual soul assimilated into the lotus that had the karma of the great path and was where the great lotus emperor sat on when he reached enlightenment. As a result, Xia Qingyuan transformed thoroughly, and her cultivation speed also increased later. Now, she may even be stronger than Emperor Xia. Are you complimenting me? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian walked beside her and said, I guess so. Now that the princess has proven her path, May I ask if you have already decided on a date to return to Emperor Xiao's realm? Xia Qingyuan was stunned. Her body trembled gently for a bit, and the light in her eyes seemed to have dimmed. She appeared to be intentionally avoiding Yi Futian's gaze as she looked at a loss. When would she return to Emperor Xiao's realm? That's right. Why was she still here? Did she not already decide that she would leave once she reached the Renhuang stage? At the moment, she had already proven herself and reached this stage at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She was already a queen. Why did she not return to Emperor Xiao's realm to help her father? If she were to return, her strength would be enough to terrorize the surrounding realms. So then, why had she not yet left? Emperor Xiao loves and dotes on you. Many years have passed by since he last saw you. I am certain he misses your Royal Highness very much. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has a teleportation matrix that connects to the Crimson Dragon Realm. You can return to Emperor Xiao's realm after getting to the Crimson Dragon Realm. That would quicken your journey a lot. If your royal princess wants to return one day, do remember to give me a holler. I will personally send you off, said Yi Futian with a gentle smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at him, immobile as if wanting to see through him. This time, Yi Futian was the one who intentionally avoided her gaze. It was as if he could not endure looking at that pair of sad-looking, yet immensely beautiful eyes. At the moment, Xia Qingyuan's eyes were without light. It looked as if she had lost all the brilliance of becoming a queen. It even seemed a little bit empty. Yes, she should have left a long time ago. Why did she have to wait until he came to hurry her? However, did he want to send her away at that time? He would definitely not let Hua Jiu go. I will leave in a few days, said Xia Qingyuan. I will cultivate in Emperor Xiao's realm in the future. As a queen in Emperor Xiao's realm, her father would be able to rest. She could go sightseeing outside too. It seemed kind of nice. That sounds good too. Princess, you choose the time. Remember to let me know, said Yi Futian. He then continued, if there's an opportunity in the future, I will go and visit yous in Emperor Xiao's realm. That is unnecessary. After I return to Emperor Xiao's realm, I don't ever want to see you again, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. It was unclear if she meant it or not. Now, princess, you should not be so narrow-minded, Yi Futian said, laughing. Then he said, all right then, I will not disturb your cultivation any more. As he finished speaking, he got up and turned around to leave. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face vanished. After that, he sighed in his mind. Some things were naturally known without it being said. However, he could not tell what was going to happen in the future. Sending Xia Qingyuan back to cultivate in Emperor Xiao's realm was already considered a relatively perfect ending. He hoped that she would return as soon as possible. He knew that his words today were hurtful. They were intentional. He hoped that Xia Qingyuan wouldn't take it too personally. Yi Futian left the place and headed to another. In this cottage, several disciples were present, including older brother Sword Saint, second sister Zhuge Mingyue, third brother Gu Donglu. There were also Yu Shang, Yi Wuqin, and a few others. They were gathered together, seemingly in the midst of discussing something. Upon seeing Yi Futian arrive, Zhuge Mingyue glanced at him with a smile before asking, "Made a round?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "I just came back from Qingyuan's place." "What did you say?" Zhuge Mingyue stared curiously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at his second sister's faint smile and forced a smile before replying. "I asked her when she will return to Emperor Xiao's realm to cultivate." "Why?" Zhuge Mingyue understood his intentions after hearing his reply. She knew that Yi Futian always wanted to plan and do things properly. However, everyone would choose, and it was not something that was up to him to plan. "Yu Shang!" Yi Futian suddenly shouted. Yu Shang raised his head to look at him. "If Mei Ting wants to bring you to cultivate, you should just go with him," said Yi Futian, addressing Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not immediately answer after hearing his words. Instead, he looked thoughtful, as if he had not yet decided on it. What would happen if he were to leave with Mei Ting? He did not know. At that moment, he did not have an answer. Even though he had a habit of listening to Yi Futian, he did not immediately agree to it this time. At that time, Gu Donglu, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, "Little brother!" Yi Futian looked at him. Then Gu Donglu continued, "Are you really able to ensure that there will be no loss?" "It is probably not going to be a problem," Yi Futian answered. "What do you mean, probably?" Gu Donglu was clearly dissatisfied with Yi Futian's answer. His brows furrowed together tightly. Yi Futian's answer seemed to imply that he himself was not absolutely confident. This was not an answer that Gu Donglu wanted. Otherwise, he did not want Yi Futian to risk himself. Moreover, for a major event like this. "There is no problem," Yi Futian replied after noticing his third brother's gaze. He thought in his mind, it does not really matter when it is. Third brother is still so ever-imposing. It is just like back then when we cultivated at the cottage. One glare from third brother and no one else would even dare to move. It looked like, even now, third brother still had a rather high status. However, everything or everyone has its vanquisher, and second sister was the vanquisher of third brother. Right. Finally, Gu Donglu nodded, satisfactorily, since Yi Futian was so sure he would also believe it. Next, all that was left was to watch. Days went by, and apart from setting aside time to settle some issues, Yi Futian had been cultivating. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was extremely calm and quiet. However, something big was happening in the outer realms. Multiple cultivators had gathered in the Heavenly Mandate City. No one knew just how many famous and great characters were present. News of the battle between the three hyper-strong factions had already been spread all across the 9 realms. Yi Futian's name was common knowledge. No soul under the heavens did not recognize his name. However, an unbelievable genius, an unparalleled character of an era, who turned the tide of the battle of the original realm all by himself, did not receive the treatment he deserved. On the contrary, he was faced with a major crisis. Half the top factions of the original realm sought trouble with him all at the same time. It was condemned by countless people. The top factions of the original realm were most definitely doing this because they were afraid of Yi Futian's talent after his earlier overwhelming display of strength. All of them wished for the death of Yi Futian. Now, inside this heavenly mandate city, the cultivators of each faction had arrived. They stared and glared at every move the Heavenly Mandate Academy made every day. Yi Futian had no chance of escaping. The moment he showed any signs of intending to escape, those people would no longer maintain in hiding. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was surrounded by an invisible storm. The storm and the rain was coming. Once it was time, the top factions would suddenly appear, surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy before killing Yi Futian. However, even as they were shrouded in a storm like this, the holy land of their ideals remained firmly standing as if it would never fall. In addition to that, the holy land of their ideals remained peaceful and quiet within. There were no signs of anxiety or restlessness. No one attempted to leave or escape. Of course, there was no need to do so as well. The rules set by the princess demanded that the innocent would be protected. Many people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were still discussing the battle targeting the Divine Palace, about how many cultivators were involved and how Yi Futian survived by killing the High Order Renhuang after releasing the will of the Emperor. Moreover, it was with the help of Mei Ting. However, what about this time? The enemy's camp was a lot scarier. Moreover, they were determined to kill Yi Futian so that they could prevent any future problems. The other factions involved in this were also forced to join hands. Could Yi Futian survive this time? The day had finally come. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was as quiet as ever. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a huge number of cultivators stood high in the air while many others were stationed on the ground. They all looked toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The holy land of the ideals for the Heavenly Mandate realm was as quiet as ever. It was as if it was just another day. However, today was the day the two sides would meet and fight. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the center, rays of might were released before they were pushed inside the academy. These arrays of might came from all sides and permeated every location. They kept staring at the academy. The moment Futian stepped out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cultivators of every faction would know immediately. That was why, this time, Futian had no escape.